Good afternoon. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Larry Clay and I'll be chairing today's session. Panel members with me are Dylan Reed, Nellie Volport, and Doug Wilkins, and our Deputy Secretary Treasurer today is Sabrina Salentino. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the City of Toronto Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted upon entry, and when your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance and will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of a decision of a committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you will be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Today, I'll call each item in the order it's listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may also ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation other than materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or oppose the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we call first on the speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest in this slot this afternoon? Mr.
19.
Wilkins?
Number 19.
And the reason?
It's just knowledge of parties and participants of past history.
Thank you very much. Staff's okay? Okay, and do we have any defer? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Reid.
Declaration of interest for number 20.
Number 20. Okay. Thank you very much. Noted. Are there any deferral requests?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, there's 2 requests that have come in from the agents. Item number 21, 500 Caledonia Road, and item number 32, 1245A Queen Street East.
Great. Thank you. Can we deal with one or both right now?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. I did make a formal request for
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are only dealing with deferral requests that came in from agents, not from parties to an application. So we'll get to that item and you can speak to why you think the application should be deferred at that time. Okay? So we will deal with item number 21. We can deal with that. And then item number 32, we can deal with that after the 3:30 time slot.
Okay. Item number 21 is 500 Caledonia.
Yes.
Okay, this is 500 Caledonia Road. This is an application to legalize and maintain the existing one-story ancillary building, which is a garden suite in the rear yard, which was converted from a detached garage into a residential dwelling without the benefit of an authorized building permit. Also to permit a front yard parking pad. The committee has before a copy of the minutes of October 4th and December 13th. Public hearings, copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, a revised zoning notice received March 18th, and a deferral request from the agents. We have staff reports from Transportation Services and Community Planning on this item.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have one speaker in opposition, but we can speak to them about the deferral request, but we'll unmute the agent at this time.
Thank you.
Stop record your message. When you are finished recording, or press pound for more.
Did we lose the agent?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's my second time trying to get in touch with this agent. They're not presently in the call. If you wish, we can move to the speaker in opposition to the file.
Well, why don't we hold this down until we get the agent, and we'll deal with the first item on this afternoon's agenda, which is 91 Clinton. And you can continue to maybe see if you can raise them. That's great, thanks.
Sounds good.
Okay, panel, we go back to item number 1.
So we're going to ask.
Or number
So we'll
19.
ask Mr. Wilkins to leave the room.
Thank you. Okay. 91 Clinton Street. This is a request for a consent to sever an existing residential lot into 2 undersized residential lots and to create various easements and rights of ways. The application also includes construction of a new 2-story semi-detached dwelling, semi-detached ancillary building in the rear of the lot, abutting the laneway. The existing 3-story and 3-unit semi-detached dwelling will be maintained. That's part 3 and 4. Part 1 and 2 is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch, a rear ground floor deck, front and rear basement walkouts, a front 2nd-story balcony, and a rear 3rd-story deck. Also to construct a new 2-story semi-detached ancillary building, a laneway suite in the rear yard of the lot abutting the laneway. Panel has before us a copy of the draft R plan, a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property, a covering letter from the agent, presentation materials from the agent, correspondence from community planning, staff reports from engineering construction services, and urban forestry. We have correspondence in opposition from 93 Clinton, 89, 77, and 83 Clinton. So,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we do have a number of registered speakers in opposition online.
thank you very much.
Okay.
You're speaking in opposition? Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Yes, so I did submit a presentation, which we do have this is an application for consent, and I think the important first part for us to get to is that it involves the retention of the existing house. So the existing house is to be retained. The proposal is essentially to fill in this vacant portion to the south of the existing dwelling. What we see here on the second page here is a couple of aerials, as well as a map from City of Toronto maps, again, showing that vacant parcel. On this stretch of Clinton, this is the only property that has a vacant parcel like this that is undeveloped and underutilized. I don't want to dwell too much into 5124, but what I would kind of say is in terms of the public interest, the increasing of rental housing, again, adding 3 more units to the proposed vacant property today, I definitely think it satisfies 5124. If we can go to the next slide, please. What we have here again is I did just include again a copy of the survey just to show that vacant portion as it relates to the south. I would note that the dwelling to the north is a existing semi-detached dwelling. There is no work to be proposed to that dwelling. It's remained exactly as it is. The only addition to that dwelling to the north is a proposed garden suite, which has 1 variance before you, which is for the age of the plane, starting at 7.5 meters from the existing dwelling. And I'll revisit that, hopefully, if I have time in the 5 minutes. The next page, what I've done here is I've shown you a little lot study, again, from City of Toronto maps. Sorry, I've never actually had to put this on before. What we've done here is taken just the City of Toronto maps, and I've shown some of the frontages on this block itself. This lot itself is the largest by a little bit over 1 meter on this subject block. What we also will see is there are 9 lots that are below the proposed frontage of what is before you today. So in terms of massing and scale, what is being proposed would be more in line with what is on the street. And again, taking into account that we are maintaining the existing dwelling. If we could go to the next page, please. To get into some of the variances in specific, I've taken that same City of Toronto data map, and if we zoom in on the subject property in purple, what we would see there is the proposed front yard setback as well as the depth variance that is before you today. I note it is not a length variance, but a depth variance. The length of the dwelling is proposed at 17 meters, which, although is not regulated in this zoning bylaw, that would be the standard for a dwelling at 17 meters. The depth, again, is taken from the average of the front yard setbacks of the 2 adjacent properties here to the north and the south. The dwelling is located in line essentially with the dwelling to the south, not the existing dwelling to the north, which creates that depth variance. What else I've done is I've taken a purple line and essentially drawn it at that proposed rear wall, okay, of the proposed new dwelling. And what we see here is essentially more than half of the dwellings on this subject block extend past the proposed rear wall. The second line you will see there on the dwelling itself is another purple line, which is the recessed 3rd floor. And why that's important is because we do have a main wall height variance. The height of the dwelling as it faces Clinton is below the zoning bylaw requirement of 11 meters at 10.53 meters. The request for a main wall height variance is the only height variance, and again, that would be mitigated by the recessing of the 3rd floor, as that impact would come into the dwelling to the south as well as the dwellings to the north. And we'll go to a side elevation in a couple of seconds. If we go to the next slide, you please. I've also shown just a quick couple of photos of kind of what the streetscape of Clinton is. This is, again, a downtown urban area with great access to transit. What we see here, again, is a multitude of built forms as well as styles. At 93 Clinton, the property to the north, we see a front yard similar to what we are proposing, which is largely hardscaped. The requested variance for the front yard landscaping is due to a basement entrance coming in off of the front. That is no longer a variance request, that is permitted, but what it has triggered is a variance request in the front yard. If we continue on, just to the north of the property on 130 Clinton, we see a small sort of townhouse muse project that is completed, again, with main wall heights that would be similar to what we have before you today. And again, at 106 to 112 Clinton, just across the street and a little bit to the north, we see similar situations of paved front yards. Again, and if we look on the right, to the right picture, we will again see a main wall that is similar to the 3 stories of what is being proposed before you today. What is different is in this instance, there's a greater setback and a smaller 2-story house, which emphasizes and really draws attention to that main wall height. In this instance, we are, again, side yard setback compliant to the existing house to the south. But again, in a tight urban setting, that main wall height impact, as you would see it from the streetscape, is largely mitigated by a reduction in side yard setbacks and the dwellings being built close together. We can also see at 59 Clinton Avenue, again, a similar main wall height that extends up, again, as well as 81 Clinton, just a few doors to the south. If we could go to the site plan, please. In terms of the landscaping in the rear yard, the landscaping in the rear yard is not caused by any type of gratuitous hardscaping. Really, it is as a result of having to include the bicycle parking spots. We are open to a condition of those being of permeable pavers, but again, we are just below the landscaping requirements, and I see my time is dwindling fairly quickly. I will address the questions of the neighbors after we hear from you.
Great, thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions of the agent before we go to speakers? Okay, let's, thank you very much. Yes, sir, if you wanted to come up and join us. If you could start by giving us your name and address, please.
Hi, how are you? My name is Johannes Lindenbergs, and the address is 93 Clinton Street, just south of the building in subject.
Great, thanks very much. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Yeah, so my overall objection, I'm speaking in objection to both the severance and the zoning variations. I mean, the overall objection is if you're severing a building, severing the lot into 2 undersized lots, but you are unable to construct the dwellings as opposed to in line with city requirements, then the bigger question is, should you be granted the severance permission for the 3-story building as well as the the laneway suites? I mean, for us, the main objection is we have a family of 4 kids living just south of it, and there's 3 things. There's one, the light obstruction that this will cause, especially the setback, and my argument is that an increase by 17% in a permitted height of a building and 15% to the depth of the building, that in my opinion is not a minor variance, and it will cause a severe light restriction on our backyard, on our house, and including the increased height of the laneway housing and the combination of those being set close to the existing buildings. I think the other concern is the privacy concern. Our house was renovated 6 years ago with sort of existing bylaws at the time, and we have floor-to-ceiling windows in the back, and having laneway housing so close to our building, children's bedrooms and things like that, it's hard to maintain privacy. And I mean, soft landscape is the third piece around. I mean, if we're trying to increase green space, then reducing the soft landscaping requirements by 50% in the city is obviously not moving it in the right direction and setting a wrongful precedent. And lastly, I want to talk about the character of the applicant. So his existing house at 91 Clinton was approved to be a 3-unit building. I discovered a month ago that he built 7 units in that building, and it was a premeditated breaking of what the permit allowed him to build. He had fully constructed kitchen suites and everything else in that building. I had to get a city inspector in to inspect the building. He documented the variance, made the current owner to remove the 7 units and convert it back to a 3-unit building and get him to sign a declaration occupation, and that is all documented in the city files. So you're granting a permit to an applicant who is deceitful on purpose for a long, in premeditated fashion. Because again, if the city gives him a 3-unit permission and he ends up building 7 and advertising 7 units, smallest being 250 square feet, I think you should strongly consider the character of the human that is applying for these variations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hang on a second, just any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the owner at 89 Clinton Street.
Hi, just trying to start my video. See
Hi,
me?
sorry, is this Mr. Palmer?
It is Peter Palmer. I live at 89 Clinton Street.
Great, thank you. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So on behalf of the family at 89 Clinton, we, obviously thanking you for this opportunity. We want to express our concerns on the development. First time in our 10 years of being here that we've felt a need to do so. We feel that this development will fundamentally change and impact our living environment, open the doors for development densification that I don't believe is aligned with what the city wants, and change the neighborhood here in Little Italy. There is a public school and daycare across the street from this development. I'm concerned about the impact of having 2 undersized lots with oversized buildings and 2 ancillary laneway homes on the drop-off and with those kids, and the unanticipated financial burden that may occur with some of the construction that will occur here. I'm going to address the items in the following order. One is the property line setbacks. Second is I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a bylaw expert, so I'm calling it housing density concerns. It might not be the appropriate term. Privacy, which is very important to our young family and the kids, and the soft landscape. On the property line setback piece, our understanding is that the minimum required setback is 0.45 meters. They're proposing a 0.3 meters. As you may or may not know, this is a very old neighborhood with very old houses that are 75 plus years old. We do significant repairs every year on this property, right? And in the last 10 months alone, we've had to retuck brick. We've had roof repairs on the north side of the house. We have vents from our laundry and bathrooms going out on the north side. And we have, a foundation, which I'm concerned about with excavations happening too close to the property. So these are big concerns for me on how we'll be able to maintain the house on an oversized property in an undersized lot. Second concern, and I'm calling it house density concerns because I'm not sure the right term, is I've said we've got a school across the neighborhood. We have a traditional neighborhood. This proposal is having 4 separate buildings, I believe, on undersized lots, if allowed. As the previous speaker noted, the developer went against the existing bylaws and put a 7-unit, effectively rooming house into the semi-detached. Can't imagine what he's going to do with 4 new buildings in an undersized set of lots, right? And in my understanding, he's under inspection by the inspector on this issue. This third issue that we had here was the privacy concern, which is very important to our young family. I understand that the height of the building they're requesting 10.18 meters when it should be 8.5. The permitted building depth is 17 meters. They're requesting 19. Lot frontage is 6 meters. They're requesting 4.9, and floor space index is 0.6. Our feeling is that this is too close, too high, and too deep along our property line. And what will that mean for us as a financial burden in terms of how do we maintain our privacy, which we've enjoyed for over 10 years in this development in our property and with our young kid. The third point the other points I wanted to bring up was the soft landscaping. We believe that this may set a precedent in variances that would impact, this neighborhood and just open up the doors for development densification that would negatively impact the form and character of our neighborhood in Little Italy, and which we love and cherish, and the kids in this neighborhood love. And just those are the main points I wanted to express today.
Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? Yes, Dylan?
I just want to confirm, your northern wall is actually right on the property line, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
This house has been around
the
for
same question.
75. Yep.
Great, thank you very much.
To you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, we will unmute the owner at 77 Clinton Street.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello. I was trying to go on video. It's not working. Oh, there it goes. From my perspective, I'm in alignment
If I can get your, sorry for interrupting.
Sorry.
If I could
Got
get your
it.
full name and address, please.
Yeah, it's Ellen Mendripilius Pereira, 77 Clinton Street.
Okay.
From my perspective, my issues are in alignment to where my neighbors have expressed as far as privacy concerns, as well as their direct properties, but also just the density of people that would come with this type of request with the extra building, as well as the 2 laneway suites. And that's where the largest concern is. I've left within the notes where I'm coming from. The neighborhood is full of single, does have a lot of rental properties, but it's single flats of families, and not as my neighbors have expressed, akin to rooming houses with what he's already done with the current property. And want that to be very clear that this is about the density of people that are potential with the proposals that are before us today. And I think that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Next speaker.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we will unmute the owner at 83 Clinton Street.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If your name and address, please.
Great. My name is Russell Unger. I'm at 83 Clinton Street. I'm here on behalf of my wife and my kids. And we're here joining our neighbors in opposition to these applications. And I'd start off by saying that generally we are in favor of increased density. I mean, generally, I think we'd be folks who would sign on to letters of support. It's just the particular circumstances here are leading us to oppose this. And, the applicant proposing to create 2 undersized lots, and then to make use of those undersized lots, there would have to be 14 other variances. And that would be variances across almost everything that the zoning bylaw stands for: lot frontage, sidewall heights, building footprint, side yard setbacks, soft landscaping. And you add this up, this is not a minor variance. And so we share our neighbors' concern about setting precedents. We're in the middle of a renovation ourselves. Our front is going to be all soft landscaping. We support that. It's extremely important. And, we think that if, this is both not a minor variance, and these adding up these changes together just is inconsistent with the intent of many parts of the zoning resolution, zoning bylaw, whether to deal with having some distance from the streets, or to protect against stormwater or beauty of the neighborhood. And so we're joining our neighbors in that with those concerns. And I'd also add that from our perspective, the severance and then for undersized lots, and then the applications to put oversized buildings are totally connected. You can't have one without the other. And so that's why we're urging that all the applications be rejected. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. So just to be clear, so your concern is mostly about the street and the impact on the street. Are you personally affected in your home by this proposed development?
No, we are. We're at 83 Clinton Street, so we don't have the misfortune of having our northern wall right up against the property line, facing someone digging at our foundation at that point. But we certainly can understand that, and that's something we've dealt with our own construction, being very careful about how far deep we go down. And it's a very real concern, as I'm sure the members of the committee know, that it's very easy to damage adjacent wall, with your own construction.
Great, thank you very much, sir. Yeah, Nellie, I have one more question for you, sir.
Yeah, so I was curious, are you voicing opposition to the lane suites as well?
We kind of see them all as part and parcel. You can't add the laneway without making the severance. You can't build the additional home without making a severance. So we don't see a way to approve part of this and not the rest of it. But generally, we're generally in favor of laneway houses. We're generally in support of that. We agree with the goal of increased density. We just don't think it should happen with this much divergence from the rest of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
You, Mr. Chair, will unmute the owner at 85 Clinton Street, and this will be our last speaker.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I don't seem to be there, but that's, I guess, okay. Oh, yeah, I can see. Just a minute. I am Pamela Bruce. I'm at 85 Clinton Street. And I feel that the owner has begun by working and in bad faith in the neighborhood, putting in these 7 units. It's just not, what else will happen? The alleyway house is set back to allow for parking, but the whole idea of the infill on alleyways is to have the house right there. So in a way, he's changing that aspect of it. The fact that Peter's house is right on the property line, this would definitely affect the structure of his house, the integrity of it. I just don't, why they did put in 7 heat pumps, but they're pretending that they're going to have 3 apartments. The 7 heat pumps definitely meant, I'm sure, 7 units. And I think he's dealing in bad faith. And I just don't trust this going forward. And that's about all I have to say.
Okay, great, thank you. I will make the note to many who have raised the concerns about previous use that what is before this panel is permissions for a 3-unit semi-detached dwelling, which if that were approved, that would be the limit of how many units would be allowed in this structure unless the applicant were to apply for further units. So I just wanted to make that point, that's all we have before us.
Okay, but also the 3 units, on the second floor, there's a dining room, and an architect pointed out to me that could be turned easily into a bedroom. Like it could be, yes, 3 units, but suddenly there's 3 or 4 or 5 people in each unit. And, it affects parking, it affects sound, it affects everything in this neighborhood.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we understand those elements. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Mr. Benskowski, you've heard a lot, so I wonder if you could take some time to address the concerns we've heard today.
Yeah, I'd like to start off with, I think, the engineering concern of the individual to the south. If meritorious, this would go for building permit, that would be dealt with, most likely through shoring or some type of an engineering detail to protect it. We build downtown skyscrapers completely adjacent to other buildings. I wouldn't be overly worried about a foundation. That would be dealt with through engineering. And again, shoring, some type of piling to protect that individual to the north. But what that also does tell us of a detached house being built on the property line is the character of the neighborhood, of what we saw. And if we go back to my photo book, we'll see the character of the neighborhood of semi-detached, row houses, dwellings built on the property line. So what we're proposing here is really in line and in keeping with what is there. And I really want to stress that this is a true infill project. This involves the retention of an existing dwelling and taking a lot, again, that has 9 lots below the proposed frontage that already exist on this stretch of Clinton Avenue. So in terms of the introduction of a built form, a lot size, or a lot type that doesn't exist already on Clinton, that is simply not the case. This exists already today. Oh, my apologies. I don't even know how that's doing that. In terms of the built form, again, the compliant height from the streetscape is there. That's permitted, we are below it. In fact, it could be 1 meter higher than the 11 meters under the new multiplex zoning bylaw. It could go up to 12 meters. So dealing with the idea again of these undersized lots, we know this exists on the street from the data that comes from the city. We know the built form of what we're proposing exists. In terms of the building length, the individual at 89 also spoke to the proposed depth. If we go to the survey or the site plan, the existing dwelling at 89 actually extends past the proposed rear wall of the new dwelling. So if we zoom in at the back, that existing rear wall of 89 actually extends past where we're proposing the building depth for the new dwelling. In terms of the concerns by the adjacent neighbor to the north, I didn't really get a lot of concerns with what was being proposed. It's a lot of what has already happened and what's brought us to here today. And as you said, Mr. Chair, I'm not here to make amends for what's happened. Frankly, I don't know what's happened. I'm not a part of that. I'm here just for the application that is before you today. Dealing with the laneway suite, there was some mention about the height and the positioning of it. The laneway suite is positioned exactly as per the zoning bylaw, 7.5 meters from the rear wall of the existing dwelling as well as the proposed dwelling. So the siting and the location of that laneway suite is exactly as per the requirements of the laneway suites bylaw. If we move over a little bit to the right and if we zoom in on, there's a small graphic on the top right of the site plan that would show you, yes, if we could zoom in on that graphic of the dwelling, correct, just up to the, sorry, just to the left, we see where we're offending that portion of the angular plane. It is that small dotted portion at the front is the only portion that has a request for a variance for the laneway suite. Other than that, the laneway is proposed exactly as per the zoning bylaw. In terms of the number of units, again, we've introduced new zoning bylaw, official plan amendments to increase density, to increase rentability. The proposal before you today would take a dwelling that has 3 units on it today, add 1 laneway suite, add 2 units to the south, and 1 additional laneway suite. That is the addition of 4 rental units in a downtown area that is well served by transit and is very close to amenities, be it college, shopping, schools, and things like that. Just bear with me for 1 sec, see if I got everything from my notes. I think that pretty much sums it up. Yes, I think that's it, Mr. Chair, Committee.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reid.
I have several questions, but first of all, I'm very confused. There's been 3 different descriptions of what this new house is going to be. The plans indicate a single-family dwelling. Someone referenced 3 units, and then you just mentioned 2 units. So I'd really like some clarification on what this.
We can walk. Can we bring up the plans? You're talking about the new, through you, Mr. Chair, the new dwelling, Mr. Reid?
I think let's just confirm both the existing dwelling,
Yes.
how many units, and as Mr. Reid is asking, is specifically about, I think, the new dwelling.
I think I maybe just went very fast there and talked a lot. So the new house is proposed to have 2 dwelling units in it, plus 1 laneway suite.
I'm looking at the plans, and it says Nanny's Quarter and Recreation Area in the basement. And then, do I have old plans or something in front of me? It says living area, dining area, family room, bedroom, master bedroom, bedroom, like this is all one house.
Correct.
I don't see 2 units, sorry. I mean, the nanny's quarter is not a separate unit, or is that intended to be a separate unit? In the basement.
Through you, Mr. Chair. For parts 3 and 4, the purpose of application is to construct a new 2-story semi-detached ancillary building, which is a laneway suite, in the rear yard of the lot abutting the laneway. The existing 3-story, 3-unit semi-detached dwelling.
Severed.
Oh, the new dwelling?
He's talking about parts 1 and 2.
Severed lot.
Okay.
Parts 1 and 2.
You're going to build in the severed, in what is now the driveway.
Correct. The new dwelling Let me bring that up, sorry. The new dwelling will have one unit in the basement, okay? A unit on the first floor and a unit on the
Sorry, that is not at all what I'm seeing in the plans.
So Dylan, what, you're asking about the new build or the existing?
the new house.
Let's focus on the new building.
Just the new house. Please don't talk about the laneway suites at the moment. Just tell me what this new house is.
Okay, the new dwelling
Yeah.
will have one unit in the basement,
Okay.
one unit on the first floor,
And
that's it.
so presumably what you're saying is, sorry, one unit in the basement, one unit on the first, second, and third.
Correct, correct.
Okay. Because at the moment it's called Nanny's Quarter on the basement, so that indicates it's really part of the same house, but I assume that could be a separate unit. Is that correct?
No, it's not. It's all with the one kitchen in the basement. The basement is its own self-contained unit that has a front entrance.
Right. It's labeled Nanny's Quarter. So
I do see that.
I'm confused, right? Because normally that would be.
Well, part of the dwelling, yes, correct. Maybe it was just mislabeled by the architect designer.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. So first question. Second question is, I'm wondering why, I understand that you are technically meeting the requirements of 7.5 meters, but why are you not pushing the laneway suites back closer to the laneway?
It allows for the parking behind it, for there to be parking spaces behind the laneway suites.
And is there going to be parking on both, in front of both of those laneway suites?
Yes. The one has parking in it. The new dwelling has parking inside of it, and the old dwelling doesn't.
Okay, so the new dwelling has parking inside it. but
Correct.
There's also space in front for a car?
Correct. There would be enough space to park a vehicle behind it too, correct.
So there's space for two cars?
Correct.
And is the idea that those cars will belong to any of
renter.
the different people?
Correct, and somebody renting.
Right, okay. Got it. Okay, thank you. And then I believe, oh yes, so the southern side yard setback, which I think is down to
0.3, correct.
So I mean, the neighbor was concerned about maintenance, and obviously the new building will also need maintenance. Do you feel like 0.3 meters space is enough to do anything with? I mean, that's a foot.
0.35, but I'm not saying the 0.05 is a large thing. Again, I think at 0.35 meters, with new construction, again, you can get a vertical ladder that could get up there. I totally understand the concern of the neighbor to the south, but this is private property. So they've possibly been using the owner of this property to service their property for years. And I understand also, it's nice to have open space. You know, it's a shock to now see something that could be where something never was before. But again, this is private property. This is this owner's property in terms of access and things like that. So I think going from 0.35 to 0.45, as per the zoning bylaw, I don't think that would change much for the maintenance itself. I think in the 0.35, with the new construction practices, again, being able to access it from the north, because we do have the combined setback to the north from the existing house, that maintenance could also be done from there.
Yeah, I'm sort of concerned about whether, I'm just worried about having a space that allows weather deterioration but doesn't really allow maintenance for either house. Is my concern that it's too narrow to really do anything.
Well, what I would say through that, Mr. Chair, is there could maybe be an understanding between the owners to the south and this owner. I can't really speak to that. I'm not a part of that. But again, what I would say is this is this owner's property. It's well within his rights, even if this isn't approved, you know, to say to that individual, I don't want you accessing. I'm not saying that that's going to happen, but that's a property rights.
You're misunderstanding my intention. I understand that in fact the southern owner has been using your owner's property to do maintenance, and that's not a requirement. I'm just worried about having a space that's neither fish nor fowl. It's not big enough to do anything with, to provide maintenance even to the new build, but is big enough to create weathering and such like that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I couldn't agree with you more in a sense that I do believe that we are creating voids, and we're doing this a lot with garden suites because of the side yard setback requirements of garden suites that are creating these small slivers that really we're not sure what's going to happen with them. And on a garden suite, it's even worse because you generally don't have access from another portion because you're landlocked, as opposed to a laneway suite where you can, come from the other side. In this instance, they would, I assume, put grass or put permeability there of some sort that, again, would hopefully be able to handle the weather. But I truly do understand your point. And again, it goes back to, I think, and I've heard the committee talk about it on garden suites, the desirability of not having those small voids. But I do see what you're saying.
Okay. Nellie?
My question is with regards to the lane suites, and I understand you're pretty knowledgeable about the zoning around it. So my question, and I think you mentioned it, but if you could clarify the requirements for soft landscaping. You said it's because of the bicycle parking that you be
Yeah, if we zoom in on the south, you'll see the area. You're required to have the bicycle park spacing. Sorry, that's waste storage. Sorry, that's for the waste storage area there. The rest of the backyard is all grassed in.
Right, and with regards to angular plane penetration, so why didn't you design the building to, to be within the zoning if you know all the zoning regulations? Well,
there's two things that could have happened. The building could have actually been pushed further back by, if you zoom in back on the site plan, or even that's fine. That's even fine if we go on the angle. So the depth of that angle, if the building was pushed further back, there wouldn't be a requirement for the angular plane, and that's about a 4-foot difference. So if the actual laneway suite was pushed back 4 feet, there would be no requirement for an angular plane, and it would be exactly zoning bylaw compliant. The idea was to offer the parking behind it in a functional spot. Again, downtown, having 3 units and 4 units to allow for parking on site rather than taking additional street parking. So again, if the dwelling actually were to, if the garden suite were to be pushed back that same area of the top part of the triangle, there would be no request for an angular plane before you today. But the siting was based purely to allow for the 5.6 meter parking spot behind it.
Okay. A couple questions. I see you're in your severance proposal, you've proposed some rights of way or easements. So is that, as Dylan points out, there's no room on the one side. Is that a room that provides access provides the ability to move garbage bins in and out, and does that provide access as well to the laneway suites?
Absolutely. So, perfect. If we stay here, the middle rights of ways that come directly through the middle would permit the garbage to come from the rear to the front. Additionally, if we go to the front elevation of the garden suites, the actual ground floor is cut out, which would then allow passage for somebody who's possibly living in the house but parking on the surface at the rear to access that.
Right.
So if we see, right there on the ground floor, right in the middle, that's actually cut out to allow for access into the rear.
Okay. I think we've already dealt with this, but I just wanted it on the record because a lot of people have raised the use of the existing dwelling illegally. Yours and your client's intention is to have this as a 3-unit house. Is that correct?
The only conversation I've had with the owner of the property is exactly.
The old one. The old one is listed as, in the description, as a 3-unit house.
Correct, existing with a building permit issued.
Right. So that's your understanding,
Correct.
And based on your client's.
That's every conversation I've had with him has been that. I would, if he told me he wanted to make it a rooming house, I would say go read the new rooming house guidelines. very restrictive of everything. I would say don't do that just because you don't want to have to get into that. But I've never had a conversation with him
And
about
are there renovations being proposed for the existing dwelling to bring it to 3-unit standard?
Correct. When I was there, at the time of making the application, I went to take the up-to-date tree photos, and there was construction being done on the house to bring it up to the 3 units.
Okay.
And then when I was there, I did not see the 7 heat pumps. I believe the neighbors, but when I was there, they were not there.
Okay. Great, thank you. Any further questions, Dylan?
I mean, we're both asking, and some of the neighbors have also been asking about the way that the laneway suites are placed. I mean, if they were placed in a more conventional location, kind of close to the laneway, and you would lose, I guess, 1 or 2 parking spaces, is that something that's possible, or would that trigger different variances?
You know, I had that thought this morning, and because I don't believe, okay, so the way the parking now works, you can't remove parking from a site to create no parking, but a new site can have no parking. So in terms of the dwelling to the south, there is no actual, of the proposed dwelling, and just, if you bear with me for 1 sec, I want to make sure I'm giving you everything correct. So the issue we would have would be the dwelling to the north, which would be the existing, and again, just bear with me. Yeah, the problem we would have would be the existing dwelling to the north, because then we would then have a dwelling that wouldn't be providing any parking. Just let me just double check that. I believe it's the southern one. You could. It would, because you would have the garage there. The southern house, you could, you're right, yes, you could. That could be done. And I mean, that could be done by way of, you know, of a condition of a new separation, if the committee would please.
Right. I'm just thinking,
yeah.
as well as actually taking care of one of the variances that you do need.
I actually, sorry, I don't mean to, I think it would actually improve the soft landscaping too, but.
Yeah, it would improve the soft landscaping. I think it might also address the privacy concerns of the neighbors.
Yes, and it may in fact delete the angular plane. I'm not.
That's what I was thinking.
I think it would
Not
delete the
100%.
angular plane. I think it would address your landscaping issues, and I think it would help alleviate the neighbors' concerns.
What I would ask the committee, if that were to be the case, I would ask not to alter the angular plane, because if we are moving it back by X amount and there's a small, you know, little portion in that separation, okay, I just don't know the exact measurement of where that angular plane comes in today, is all I'm saying. But if the committee were to put a condition saying they have to be set back X amount from the house, we theoretically could rejig the garages. That could be possible, which would create more of a separation.
I'm concerned that we don't have the expertise to
Yeah.
know exactly what the condition to.
So, hold on. So we would be in your hands as to what you would propose on behalf of your client to move the ancillary dwellings back.
Well, we would have to, Mr. Chair, we would have to do it subject to the southern house, because the existing house to the north already has a greater setback from where the existing where the existing house sits. I mean, you don't need 5.6 meters really to park a car in. That is a little deeper. We could probably get away with maybe 4.6 if you wanted to make that separation 8.5 rather than 7.5, and that could be the condition, meaning the new dwelling of part 1 and that's 1 and sorry, the new dwelling of part 1 and 2 would have to line up with a 8.5 meter separation.
So, yeah, no, but let's just explore this. So, one option, if the panel were inclined to do this, would be to put a condition in that the separation distance between, is this the existing dwelling?
The new dwelling. The
New
proposed
dwelling and the proposed ancillary suite would be a minimum of 8.5 meters.
Correct.
And then you would naturally line up the other one.
Correct. And you could tie the other decision also to that being the existing dwelling.
Okay. Dylan, does that satisfy your question?
It does, thank you. We don't.
No, I think what the agent is saying is that he'd be happy to remove the angular plane variance, but he's not sure whether a meter back would still trigger it. And I think that's a fair comment.
And I think it would also be weird if you had to have just an 8-inch angular plane to build to comply if we were to move it back the meter.
But I think if you're so inclined, an 8.5 meter separation distance would probably satisfy what you're looking to do.
It would be very close.
Yes, I think it could be helpful, so.
Okay, any further questions? All right, we'll take this into committee. Okay, let's have a discussion. I think we've raised a series of concerns and possible remedies. So general thoughts on the application?
I think it's a very challenging situation. I certainly understand the concerns of the neighbors. It's imperfect, but on the other hand, I do think that this is a space that it makes sense to do some infill. It's the agent has demonstrated that there are other lots that are similar size, and those narrow separations are not uncommon. So I do think that moving the laneway suites back a little bit will help. I'm not absolutely sure, to be honest. I'm interested to hear my colleagues.
Well, I'll weigh in. I think you're right. This is a complex and challenging one, and it's not surprising that the neighbors have raised a series of concerns. I think, one of the issues that we face is that the adjacent property is built right on the property line, which adds complication because most buildings are, in fact, set back at least a nominal amount. So that makes it a little tricky in terms of the space between the new build and the existing build. Having said that, that's not necessarily this applicant's fault. I look at this as an application more broadly in some respects as introducing needed density into an existing established neighborhood, a very viable and attractive neighborhood where a lot of people do want to live. And I think the laneway suites are virtually almost as of right in terms of their design and construct, with the exception of the items we've talked about. This site has access to commercial, walking access to commercial, has very good access to transit and other amenities, and parkland is very close by. So it's got all, in my view, many of the features that can support additional density and frankly should be supporting a little density. I was a little bit concerned initially about the size of the new lot. The width, it is very narrow, but I am convinced, I do know that neighborhood fairly well, and there are many lots, albeit they're semis, but there are many lots that do have similar widths. So I don't think this is necessarily out of character with what is represented broadly across this neighborhood. I don't think the variances that before us are egregious. I like the facade design. I think the way the front is designed is actually trying to be sympathetic to the character of the street and the architecture. I think we have some conditions that we can talk about if everyone agrees, but one of them, I think there is a deck, a balcony off the back, which I think we need to attend to. And I'd be interested in, the thoughts about, I think, the conditions that we've referenced merit consideration.
It's just, I, in general, have a problem with this new house, that will be created by the severance. My concerns about the lane suites been addressed, so I think, pushing it back a little bit, and, will solve the variances probably, or, at least will remediate it somehow, but I'm not convinced that this new house is, the frontage is really narrow, and it's, and it triggers obviously one of those, I think number one, right? Variance number one, and I think the difference is more than meter narrower than allowed, and I think it's a problem, and it's a problem. I know we are trying to do infills and, increase density, but I think this lot, it could be done with the laneway suites. So I won't be supporting the severance.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll look to someone for a motion.
I'll make a motion to support with a variety of conditions.
Can we go through those conditions, Dylan, if you mind?
So I'll make a motion to approve the severance and the various variances related to the construction of the new house and the 2 laneway suites. The conditions are Forestry 3. There's engineering conditions.
Forestry 3 is for specific to parts 1 and 2?
I think so, yeah.
Yep.
There's engineering conditions, I believe.
Yes.
And then I'll add the condition that the laneway suites be set 8.5 meters back from, so the laneway suite in the new
I think that's parts 1 and 2?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, parts 1 and 2.
Parts
It's
1 and 2
new
is the new one?
dwelling with- Yes.
The laneway suite in parts 1 and 2 be set 8.5 meters back from the new house.
So there's a separation distance between the main house and.
Do we have to
the laneway
refer to a site plan or not? That's satisfactory in terms of a condition?
Yes, because the site plan's not showing 8.5 right
Yeah.
now, so you couldn't do that.
Okay.
And can we also add the condition that the new laneway suite in the northern part be aligned with that?
So on parts 3 and 4?
3 and 4?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think there's a permeable paver condition.
Is there?
Yeah, I think the parking area in behind the laneway side.
Right.
I think we could stipulate that being
Yes.
permeable pavers.
So the parking pads at beside the laneway, in front of the laneway suites, should be made with permeable pavers.
And lastly, the 3rd floor balcony.
And the 3rd floor balcony should have privacy screening on the north and south sides.
Okay. You got it? Thank you. All right. Mr. Reed moves to approve with that list of conditions. I will second that. All those in favor? Opposed? You have your approval, sir, with those conditions.
Thank you.
Shall we carry on, or do
Mr.
we
Reed,
do
you'll
the
have to leave the
deferral?
room, and if you can let Mr. Wilkins in.
Did you want to do the deferral? Did you want to do the deferral first?
We could go to the deferral. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, why don't we do the deferral first, and that saves Dylan from hopping up and down. And the deferral is number 21. Did I read this into the record already? I think I did. Okay. Do we have the agent with us?
Hi, Farnak, you have been unmuted.
Hello, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Hi, if you
I'm,
could give us your
request-
full name and address, please.
Okay, my name is Farnak Bahaduran. I'm here regarding the property 500 Caledonia Road, and I'm requesting for the deferral because we have some missing variances, and we applied for the zoning review, and we come back to the committee with the zoning review, so be sure that we don't have any missing variances.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have a speaker waiting, or?
My name is Tatiana Boyko. I'm the owner of the Caledonia Road.
Sorry, you're the owner of 500, or you're from? You're 502?
502.
Okay.
502 is the property immediately north to the proposed
Great.
suites.
Thank you very much. You've heard the agent ask for deferral. In this case, it's almost an automatic deferral because there have been variances which have been missed. So I will ask you for the record whether you're in support or not of a deferral.
I am in support of the deferral, and I can submit additional comments to the zoning and buildings.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, panel, we have a request for a deferral. Mr. Reed?
I'll say that I was at a previous discussion of this property, and it's a very complicated case, so I think a deferral is a very good idea.
Okay.
So I move the deferral.
Motion to defer, Mr. Reed. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? You have your referral. Thank you. All right, Mr. Reed, I believe you have to leave us. Okay. The next item is item number 2045 Pears Avenue. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached duplex building with a front ground floor porch with stairs, a rear ground floor deck, as well as a front and rear third-story balconies. Also to construct a parking pad in the front yard. The existing 2.5-story detached dwelling will be demolished. The committee has before it a copy of the minutes from the September 20th, 2023 public hearing, copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, planning rationale from the agent, I guess, commenting reports from urban forestry, from community planning, from transportation services. We have opposition in correspondence and opposition from 85, 69, 71, 39, 105, 43, 49, 53, 95, 37, Pears Avenue, from the ABC Residents Association, and materials in opposition from 85 Pears Avenue and also from the ABC Residents Association.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we have 4 registered speakers in opposition.
In person or online?
I believe we have 2 here in person and 2 online.
Great, thank you.
So we can call up the agent.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, you, of course, I'm sure have seen the staff reports from transportation recommending refusal of variances 7 and 8. Forestry is recommending refusal of variance 6. Planning is recommending refusal of variance number 7. So have you seen those documents?
Yes, I have, sir.
Okay. All right. If you can just give us your name and address, and then you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Greg Ewens with Batory Planning and Management, 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345. We were previously in front of the committee on September 20th, 2023. The application was deferred based on concerns which included the proposed front garage, the ground floor apartment, the size of it, and the front yard landscaping. The original proposal had a front integral garage. The committee specifically requested that we look at front yard parking as an option, and I'll explain why in a sec. Because planning is an iterative process, the plans have been revised in a number of ways. We've removed the front garage and proposed the front parking pad. We've increased the size of the ground floor apartment from a studio to a 1-bedroom. It's larger in area as well. The front yard parking pad has a small parking space. We've increased the front yard landscaping from 32% up in the original application to 59. We've removed a second floor balcony or inset it and added screening to a 3rd floor balcony. The revised proposal continues to be a detached 2-unit multiplex with 3-bedroom unit on the upper floor as a 1-bedroom unit on the lower level. It's designed to support aging in place. There's an elevator in the building that connects all floors of the house. The primary reason we've been trying to make the on-site parking work is to facilitate The occupants, the parents of the applicant who will be living there with them, I believe will soon be in their 80s. The applicant is here today. The house is intended as an accessible, multi-generational household with multiple units. It checks a lot of the city's current policy objectives and meets the intent of the new multiplex policies. The planning report before you even states that the proposal before the committee has positive attributes, including the introduction of a duplex, which would expand the city's housing stock in neighborhoods in particular. The first 5 variances all reflect minor deviations from the requirements of the bylaw. The requested front and side yard reflect the front and side yards of the prevailing character of houses along Pears. The side yard setbacks also reflect the setbacks of the existing house on site. The rear yard variance is necessary because the rear property line is irregular. So most of the rear yard actually exceeds a 7.5 meter depth. Variance 6 regarding front yard landscaping has been considerably improved. You can see here on page, thank you. The existing site has no front yard landscaping. The only soft landscaping is in the public right-of-way. So we've, the original proposal improves the original and previous proposals from 0, the existing condition, percent, to 32 and then now to 59%, which reflects a neighborhood front yard character, which includes a number of properties. And you can see on the map at the bottom of the screen there on the page, which have large hardscape areas in the front yard, and in some cases appear to provide parking. If you can go to page 8 on the report, please. Variance 7 requests a front yard parking pad, which reflects a comment from the September 20th committee appearance. Several properties along Pears, 55, 59, 71, 77, and 103, have what appear to be front yard parking pads. You can see pictures of the front of those units right here, and some of them have cars parked in them. The pad aligns with the intent to accommodate aging in place, ensuring that residents are able to park in front of the front door and access the elevator as opposed to walking up the streets with street parking. Regarding the size of the parking pad, a typical vehicle has more than enough space to park there. You can see a diagram on page 10 without encroaching over the sidewalk and without impeding access to the front entrance of either unit. It also allows the front yard to be used for more soft landscaping, which you can see on page 7, I believe, where we've tried to increase that. All of this to say, we've tried to change the proposal to respond to the city's comments, community comments, and we've read the reports from Planning, Forestry, and Transportation, one of which was published this morning, and we've read the community submissions as well. We've talked to my client about reducing the number of variances if that helps us proceed with the multiplex. I note that none of the comments specifically object to the variances for the house. And in the case of the landscaping variance, it's really implicates the front part of the house. It doesn't impact the street tree. And really, we need some hardscape there to access the front door of the house. So we've maximized that softscape as much as possible. I'll conclude here, creating accessible housing options in the city's neighborhoods is challenging. As is retrofitting existing homes to support aging in place. There's often 2 or 3 steps up to the front door. The design of this unit is consistent with the objectives of the official plan, the city's expanding housing options in neighborhoods initiative, the seniors strategy, as well as the housing TO action plan. The requested variances and multiplex constitute appropriate and desirable development. They meet the 4 tests under the Act, and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Just one, in respect of the front yard, I think that's where it sounds like most of your concerns are being raised about. So planning is recommending refusal of landscaping. Forestry is concerned about the tree, and transportation has pretty much refused most parking pads in the city. If the parking pad weren't there, would you be able to meet the landscaping, soft landscaping requirements in the front?
It would actually be challenging, and I'll show you why. If you go to page, I think it's 7, page 7 of the report, you can see the existing soft landscaping and the proposed in a diagram there. And if you zoom into the second one, you see the parking pad. The architect is here as well beside me. You can see the entrance there with the 2 arrows. That is hardscape. and it accesses stairs up to the first floor, and then the other arrow accesses a hallway that goes to the ground floor unit and the elevator. So hardscape is needed there. So the area that is shown in green within the dotted line, that is really what is on site. Everything else past the dotted line is within the public right-of-way and doesn't contribute toward the landscape space. So we tried to maximize that to the greatest degree possible, accounting for the need for access. Hypothetically, if the parking pad were not there, there could be more softscape. I believe the tree, which is in the area of the parking pad, would also not be impacted. Like I said, I can speak with the client who is here regarding that suggestion, but so you're correct.
Well, I just wanted to, because I know we have some people that we need to hear from. So yes. I think maybe what we should do is hear from those who have some comments on the proposal, and then we can come back and have that discussion if necessary.
Thanks.
Does that work for you?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll call up the owners at 49 Pears Avenue. Are they in the audience?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If I could have your name and address, please.
My name is John Switzer, 49 Pears Avenue.
Great, thank you. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. So my wife and I live directly beside the proposed changes, the property. We are just to the west of the house that's there. We feel that the requested variances are not minor or desirable, and they don't maintain the general interest and intent of the city's zoning and code and official plan. We think they'll have significant negative impact on us and our home, as well as the community and the streetscape in general. Now, as you know, and it's been brought up a few times, this original proposal was deferred by the previous committee with the expressed objective, according to my memory, that the applicants rethink their plans and return with something more acceptable, and we don't feel that they have done that. They've doubled down on their request for parking. The agent mentioned that the previous committee suggested they look at a parking pad as an option to a garage. I do not recall that. Maybe it's in the minutes. But regardless, a parking pad is not acceptable to us. In fact, parking pads are prohibited in this area. And as you know, it's been opposed by Transportation Services. We feel that even if parking pads were legal in this area, in this case, the landscaped area of the front yard is being reduced to 59% from the mandated 75%, and as it is, the lot is already narrower than one that will be compliant with the driveway. We feel that this build would be at odds with the cornerstone policy of the official plan, which is to, quote, ensure that new development in neighborhoods respects the existing physical character of the area, reinforcing the stability of the neighborhood, end quote. So it's not clear from us with the submitted plans how even a moderate-sized vehicle can be expected to fit in the entire currently existing front yard space, let alone leave space for the proposed landscape area and a new tree. More importantly to us, we feel there are serious safety concerns with this proposal. Due to the position of the house on 45 Pears Avenue, the entrance to the parking pad will be situated on a bend in the road, basically a blind curve. Vehicles exiting the driveway will not have a clear view of the street, and in turn will not be seen until the last moment by pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles on the street, creating an ongoing danger. Personally, the comfort and safety of our own front yard will be impacted by the ingress and egress of a motor vehicle within a few feet of our property and front porch. And when parked, a vehicle will be positioned literally right beside our porch and walkway with no setback whatsoever. We don't think that, we don't think there's a legitimate need for a bylaw variance to allow parking pad to be built on this site. There is street parking immediately in front. We've lived on the street for 30 years. We've never had a problem getting a street parking permit. Finally, we have some concerns with variances 1 through 5, requesting reduced setbacks. The current building has virtually no setback on our side, and the house is already right up to the property line. The new building proposed will be larger than the current building, towering over our windows and yards. Reducing bylaw setbacks even further will negatively impact us and the neighbors to the east as well. And so, of course, we also have concerns about potential privacy impact. So I just want to sum up by saying, as the committee can see, that there's a pretty widespread objection in terms of letters from the neighbors and in terms of people speaking today. This is not a street that's by nature anti-development. There's been lots of development on the street in recent years, but we just feel that this proposal goes against the fundamental tenor of the neighborhood. By the way, the house in question has remained empty in almost the entire time that it's been owned by the new owners, and we feel that there's not an understanding of the nature of the neighborhood, and in fact, there's been no consultation with the street since the initial Committee of Adjustment meeting, no attempt to determine the position of the neighborhood and find compromise or mutually agreeable solutions. So we strongly urge the committee to deny this application.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Comments, questions? I have a quick, it's not necessarily fair to ask you. I will ask the applicant again, but I noticed there's a laneway in behind.
There is a laneway behind the houses, yes.
Yeah,
and
so I will ask the applicant this, but does that have access to this and other properties?
It basically ends right at their property. There's people to the west of the applicant have backyard parking. It would be possible, I believe, to build parking off of that back laneway.
Thank you. That's not your expertise. I will ask the applicant that question, but thank you for that.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this time, we'll call up the owners of 43 Pears Avenue.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name's Lee Carpenter, and my partner and I, Julie Crothers, reside at 43 Pears Avenue, immediately adjacent to the east.
Thank you, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I appeared before this committee at its September 20th, 2023 meeting in opposition of the original application for variances, and I am here again today in opposition of this application as it has not changed other than the removal of the integral garage and a small increase in the softscape of the front yard. The garage has been removed and a small living room has been added to the lower main floor of the plans, as well as an addition of a non-conforming parking pad that is prohibited under the municipal code and in this area. When I attended the original application hearing, I heard the applicant's agent go on and on 27 different times about aging in place was the primary and driving force behind the variance requests and the multiplex application. I heard this phrase again 6 times already today. With all due respect, the applicant and their agent have used this as a primary driver to allow them to circumvent the rules of the design and construction of a single-family residence that would be allowed on this, and then increase the FSI on this lot to 1.77 times the allowable. Review of the original plan show a very small 352 square foot secondary suite, not self-contained. With this proposal, adding another approximately 150 square feet with the deletion of the garage and an addition of the living space, still not self-contained. Once again, this seems like a convenient manipulation exploitation of the intent of the multiplex bylaw to construct a larger than allowable single-family home structure on this lot. I asked the committee to consider how much a small non-self-contained unit can allow this application to be considered a multiplex. In addition, at the previous hearing, I listened to the agent explain the requirement of the garage as an absolute in support of the proposed elevator on the original plans to support aging in place. The elevator continues to be shown in the revised plans associated with this application without the garage, leading me to believe the statements of the original hearing were misleading and disingenuous. Further to my opposition letter, I requested the individual variance for setbacks be looked at cumulatively and not individually, or in a vacuum as they relate to the overdevelopment and massing of the site. The proposed structure will dwarf and overpower the adjacent properties and occupy a lot with an undersized frontage, which is less than 6 meters, and it is also irregular in shape in the back, with a new structure that will be approximately 13 meters in height. The front elevation plan submitted with this application proposes a size and scale that is not in keeping with the unique character of Pears Avenue or in the keeping with the city's official plan for multiplexes. It's my contention that the setback reductions requests therefore fail the 4 tests. In addition, the setback reduction of the front yard, as requested by the agent for existing conditions, is also misrepresented. Existing conditions for the front yard accommodate a low-rise single detached home as shown in some of the picture submissions received by the committee, with a setback second and third floor of the existing structure. To request a vertical wall running straight up 13 meters is not the same as what exists on the site today and should not be viewed as maintaining an existing condition in support of a variation request. I'm also extremely concerned that the overdevelopment of the site will result in a considerable injury with the potential for removal of the mature tree on my property at 43 Pears Avenue. The arborist report submitted with the original application and discussed in the September hearing showed that there was a high level of potential injury to said tree. I did not find a new report in the application filings or any effort in the revised plans by the applicant to reduce the risk or tree injury and to ensure that it is preserved. I believe that the official plan speaks to these exact considerations when introducing a duplex, multiplex into an area, and I'm concerned that this has not been included in this application. In closing, at the last hearing, there was a great level of discussion about the proposed driveway and garage. With the removal of the garage, a dedicated parking pad has been added to the application, seeking 2 additional variances. The parking pad on site is prohibited, so I don't understand how a variance could be applied for or considered minor in this nature. The request for 8 variances, of which 2 are prohibited, should not be required, as the multiplex bylaw is relatively new in nature and went through considerable development by both the city, planning staff, outside agencies, and the public, and should be followed and maintained and applied to this application. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. I heard a couple of stats that you threw out, and I just want to clarify. You mentioned 2 things that I caught. One was a 13-meter height, which we don't have a variance for 13-meter height before us. So I will ask the applicant to confirm the overall height, but that would trigger a variance, and we don't have a height variance before us. The other thing is, you mentioned a 1.77 FSI, and similarly, we don't have an FSI variance before us. So
There's no variance for the FSI because it's considered a multiplex now.
no, fair enough. So we will confirm both of those with the agent when they come back, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ensure there's no others here in person that want to speak to this item at 45 Pears Avenue. See none? Okay, we will go to those online then. We will unmute Mary Helen Spence.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you. I'm wondering if you could please put up the presentation that I submitted.
We sure can. And in the meantime, if you could state your full name and address, please.
Mary Helen Spence, 85 Pears Avenue.
Great, thank you very much. Just looking for it now. Hold on a sec.
Thank you. Thank you. If you just stop it there for a moment, please. You've read a number of letters regarding this application, and you've heard from quotes and details of the official plan policy and zoning bylaw standards that exist in the area, and that these particular variances certainly do not meet the 4 tests that are required for variances. So I won't go through those again. But what I do want to do is take you on a walk down Pears Avenue and to show you, in fact, what the reality is. So I'm starting here in the first picture at the far west of the street. And you will see, and I can compare these to the pictures that the applicant showed if you wish me to do that when I'm finished. But you can see this is the first house on the corner. There is a gate, a fence around here, and you can see on the other side of that fence a space, which you see a parked car on in some of the pictures that the applicants sent you, right next to the lane that's coming there. You can also see the extent of the soft landscaping in the front of that particular yard. If you can scroll down now to the next picture. So I'm just going to take you down the street here. There's this, you can see that these yards fully landscaped, fully green. Just continue slowly down the street, please. Can you slowly, yes. There you go. These are all, this is the landscaping. Continue, please. Continue. These are all the landscaping that is on the street at the moment. No curb cuts, no parking pads. Now stop here, stop. Sorry, go back. Yes, just so you can see that this is one of the locations on the street. There are two existing driveways, legal driveways that are there historically to coach houses in the rear of two properties. You can also see beside these driveways, these existing driveways that are legal, very significant landscaping in the front yards of those properties. You can continue just down now, please. Continue down the street. Just stop here, stop. So here is the second of those legal driveways that led to existing coach houses in the rear. Again, you can see the extent of the landscaping and the trees that still exist on this particular property. So this is these are two legal driveways on the street. Other than that, there are no parking pads and no parking on the street. If you want me to go back to explain the situations of the pictures that gentleman, the agent has shown you, I can do that as well. But continue down now the street, the rest of the street. So that's the reality that you see here of the street. This is not a parking pad. This is an access to the rear yard, a walkway to the front steps, and a large amount of significant streetscape, soft landscaping on that property. Continue. So that's, I think, the end of this portion of the street. You can also, if you just go back, please, you can also see in this picture the curve that has been suggested. So the property is just opposite this car, and this is the blind curve that was explained to you by one of the other speakers. So that is really what I wanted to show you. The present zoning on this property allows for a significantly large building, larger than any that exists on the street, within the present rules and regulations of the multiplex bylaw and the zoning bylaw. I think it needs to be questioned about why this applicant thinks that he needs more than what is generously permitted, and the variances should not be approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Panel, any questions? Nope. We can have the next speaker, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Our last speaker is Ian Carmichael, Ian Carmichael.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you. Sorry, are you able to, I sent in some materials as well that I'm hoping we can pull up.
Hang on a
My
sec.
name is Ian Carmichael.
In the meantime, if you could give us your name, and I presume you're representing the Residents Association?
I am. Coincidentally, I do live on the street at 59 Pears Avenue, but I am one of the co-presidents of the ABC Residents Association.
Okay, thank you.
So in my documentation, I actually sent two packages, one that was numbered and one that was not numbered. And I noticed these ones are not numbered. These pictures. Is the other one available? I realized my error afterwards and resubmitted them, and they confirmed that they had received them.
Just hang on a sec.
There we go. Oh, there we go. I see the numbers now. Perfect. Thank you. Anyway, good afternoon, and thank you guys for hearing this very important case. I guess from ABC's perspective, This is a case that we've sort of been involved with from the very beginning because we think it has some dangerous precedents in it. First of all, we were all here in September of 2023, where the applicant was essentially refused and told to go back and revise his plans and consult with the neighbors. He has not reached out to any neighbors or to ABC or anyone else, and so I just wanted to make sure the committee was aware of that fact because we certainly haven't heard anything from them. Let me just go through the drawings quickly, and I'll explain sort of our perspective on them. The first one. Number one shows a map of the street. I think it's indicative because you can see that there is a curve in Pears Avenue, and the lots at the end of the street are in fact shallower and smaller than the lots elsewhere in the street. So that's relevant in terms of FSI and soft landscaping and all the other things. So what may be appropriate at one end of Pears Avenue may not necessarily be appropriate at the other end of Pears Avenue because of the depth of the lot. Image number 2 is just a blow up of that mission, outlining the sort of number. You can see, for example, that the curve in the road and where the driveway would appear on the left side of this sort of drawing, according to the plans. If we move to number 3, we can see, and I think Mrs. Spence showed the curve of the road. We can see that literally this house is behind the curve, and so it would be dangerous from a pedestrian / driving perspective, because in the car backing up, you would have absolutely no vision. Image number 4 is in fact the house, the property in question. And ABC, so if we can move to image number 4, we can see that this is the existing structure on the house. It's a detached house on a street full of many semi-detached houses, so it's unique in that way. But what's happening here is that we can see that this is an old house. Most of these houses were constructed about 100 years ago. The existing front porch was filled in and turned into livable space at some time in the last 50 years. So in fact, the existing facade of the house is the second-story facade. So you can see the neighbor at 43, I think the neighbor, Mr. Carpentier, talked about the facade of the house. And what this applicant is proposing, in fact, is a 3-story facade at the front level of this sort of 1-story sort of facade at the front. So it would come out considerably more than his house at 43, and it would go up, in fact, 3 stories and then step back slightly for the 4th story. The rest of the pictures I have, I think what's important to us, and we submitted a letter from our attorney, Christina Capitalis of Ritchie, Kitson, Hart and Biggert, where she outlined all of the planning arguments and legal arguments that indicates that this does not constitute some minor variances. This is, from our perspective, this is a question again of an applicant. If he was applying, number one, he could build this building as is with a basement apartment and a house under the regular sort of zoning. But what they're doing, and frankly, this is the disingenuous part from our perspective, is he's calling it a multiplex. And of course, once you call it a multiplex, there are no FSI requirements. And so if this were built under regular circumstances, i.e. the regular sort of as a semi-detached dwelling and not a multiplex, he would be limited to an FSI of 1. So what he's done is he's saying, I'm taking this existing detached 2.5-story structure, I'm tearing it down. I'm not modifying it. I'm tearing it down to the ground. But what I would like to do is maintain all the existing, I would like to maintain side yard setbacks, backyard setbacks, front yard setbacks. And as the applicant's agent should well know, because he was instrumental, frankly, in approving all of these rules for multiplexes, when he was a city planner, is that the multiplex is a larger, more, it's anticipated that there will be more density, and that therefore this density needs to be accompanied by increased side yard, rear yard setbacks, balcony overlooks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What they're trying to do is get the best of all possible worlds, have the sort of single family home zoning with multiplex zoning, and build some Frankenhouse that is inappropriate and overdeveloped for this site. Just another part, I mean, he's talking, we talked about the front yard setbacks and the soft landscaping. Soft landscaping could be improved dramatically, in this property by increasing, in fact, the front yard setback and removing one of those front yard variances. You notice that in no way does this applicant ever look to reduce the shape, size, or density of this house to meet any variances. Mainly comes up with reasons and excuses why this overbuild and this sort of inappropriate development should exist on Pears Avenue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Any questions? Okay, can we have the agent back, please?
Hello again, Mr. Chair.
All right, welcome back. I think you've heard an awful lot. I wonder if you could try to address some of the concerns that have been raised by the folks here.
I will do my best, and I'm joined by the architect as well.
And your name is?
Hi, I'm Delnaz. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm Delnaz Ziekrangian. I'm the architect for the project. Only here to answer any questions if Greg needs help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll try to address all of the points that came up as best as I can. The proposal has changed in a number of ways, as I mentioned. We've removed the front garage. We've increased the ground floor apartment from a studio to a one-bedroom, a 642 square foot one-bedroom. We've increased the front yard landscaping up to 59%. We've recessed a second floor balcony to respond to privacy concerns that came up on September 20th. We've screened the third floor balcony to do the same. We've added the front yard parking pad, and I'll get to that in a minute. With regard to the front wall, if staff is able to bring up I think it's the east elevation of the building, you can see there are two step backs at the front wall, one at approximately 7.5 meters and one at 10.5 meters. Whereas the roof peak itself is the height, the 13-meter height that was quoted by one of the speakers. So I also note the houses immediately next door to the west are also 3-story structures. There is no height variance, as mentioned, but we've stepped the building back twice in the front. With regard to the multiplex stuff, the speaker was right. I was directly involved in the Expanding Housing Options initiative. I'm well aware of its intents, and one of them is that the city removed the FSI requirement to encourage the creation of new multiplexes. This is a multiplex. It's been identified by Toronto Buildings as one. It has a 1-floor unit on the ground floor and a 3-bedroom unit on the 3 floors above. It's a fairly standard configuration. And at 642 units, it's a very good size 1-bedroom. It's a lot larger than the 1-bedroom I lived in when I first moved to the city many years ago. The setbacks are consistent. Building setbacks are consistent with what is there at the front and the side lot lines. We are requesting variance to those because it reflects the existing building footing and it accommodates the structure that we've requested to build here, which is otherwise within a number of the depth, height, and other requirements of the bylaw that regulate volume. Regarding the neighboring tree, we have prepared an arborist report, and that contains an action plan specifically to protect the neighboring tree through the construction of the house. Regarding access to the lane, there's actually, and you can see it here on the elevation, things step up quite a lot at the back of the site, but they don't get to the level of the laneway, which is quite a bit higher than grade on the property. So for us to do a parking pad or a parking structure at the back, it would be very elevated, and it would encroach quite significantly into the backyard. We looked at that. It's not technically feasible to do. And finally, with regard to the parking pads on the streets, I've taken pictures of people parking in those pads, whether they're legally allowed to or not. They are pads that exist to park in. I think having talked with my clients during the conversation that was happening with the residents, if the committee should wish to proceed this way, we could proceed with this building without variances 7 and 8 at this time. And I think that covers everything that came up. Denaz, unless you had anything
I
else
just
to
want to
add.
point out the softscape variance. The width of the lot, as mentioned earlier, is so small. Only to get a walkway to access 2 separate doors, we will never be able to meet the variance requirement having 75% softscaping. But we have significantly increased the softscape that you will see in front of the house. Is not calculated as part of the mathematics or 70% because it falls into the city property. So if you just just compare what we are proposing in terms of greenery with the parking pad to what is existing on the lot, you would see that it is significant improvement. And Greg has a drawing, I believe, in his report that shows you the greenscape that we have in the front. So, I mean, Greg is right, and, you know, if the parking pad is an issue, the owner is willing to let go of that, but it doesn't really affect what we can do that much in terms of the greenscape, because we want to have access to 2 doors. We want to have 2 units in this lot as zoning permits.
And they are self-contained units. The ground floor is absolutely a self-contained unit with a separate entrance.
Thank you very much. So the purpose of this application speaks to a duplex. You're representing it as a multiplex. Is that true, or you're sticking with a duplex?
Well, a multiplex is a 2, 3, or 4 unit.
Right. So this wouldn't be a principal residence with a secondary suite then? It wouldn't fit into that category?
In the bylaw, it's considered as a duplex. So we tried to design it to create 2 self-contained units that align with the city's bylaw requirements for multiplexes.
And the height is a function of what looks like these jagged things, right? Is that just to, like, this kind of a pattern, is that to facilitate light coming in?
Exactly, because on the top floor we have an art studio. The owner of the house is an artist, and to bring light into the art studio in the deeper parts of the building, we have the pitch roof. And also we want to do, be a little vernacular, not be too modern, and create a pitch roof and slope roof at the top. Yes.
Okay. Anyone have any questions? Nellie?
Just to clarify, I understand that the basement unit is a separate unit?
Yes.
And the access, it's a barrier-free access, what you're showing, right? It's a ramp?
That's right.
So
we have a
how
barrier.
does it go, kind of downhill?
No, the barrier-free access is to reach the elevator. The unit upstairs is a barrier-free unit. And the basement unit, they share the access on the ground floor. And then for the basement unit, we still step down. So unfortunately, we couldn't resolve the ramp to make that barrier-free. Well, yet. We haven't managed to figure that out yet. So there is one step to go to the basement unit, but the ramp takes you to the elevator from the street. And the elevator stops at every level of the upper story. So it's
And this basement unit is a self-contained unit?
It's almost 700 square feet, and it has everything a dwelling unit needs. It is actually more equipped than my apartment in Toronto is. So I don't know why it is being objected or actually attacked.
Okay. Doug, any questions?
Just a quick question. Is the parking pad functional with the wood box for the garbage in place where it is? Like, would somebody who needs an accessible parking, would they be able to get out, use, like, do they have enough room to actually use the pad without being on the grass and messing up the accessibility of the place?
It is functional with the additional space that you need on the side of the car. You're right. It would work as accessibility for probably a smaller car. But it is not smaller. The area is not smaller than what the zoning allows for a parking space. It's actually larger than what zoning allows for a parking space. We made it small so that we could increase the green space and still have the access and possibility of parking if needed.
One of the things to clarify about the parking space as well, and this aligns with comments from Transportation Services, there's 2 steps to get a front yard parking pad. First, as I'm sure you're aware, you need the variance to allow the front pad in front of the main wall, and then you need to apply through Transportation Services for the permit to park there. So as there is no route currently to obtain that permit, that is certainly an issue, and why the client would be happy to set that aside at the moment.
And I would, you'd mentioned in your opening remarks that the committee in its previous deliberations suggested a parking pad. What I think they probably suggested is you should probably talk to transportation to see if they would be supportive of a parking pad. So in this instance, it appears they haven't.
Yes, sir. We did reach out to staff, both in planning and transportation. We didn't get a clear answer from transportation. It was more, if it's approved at the committee, we will look at a curb cut. And so.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, panel, any further questions? The last thing, I'm just looking at your site plan. I mean, we'll have to discuss it, but if the committee were thinking about approving this, I do notice that is, right where the proposed parking pad would be where your steps would be, right, normally?
I believe it's, well, to the front entrance. So there's steps along.
No.
So can you call up the right diagram for me then that shows your front yard?
Maybe if you could refer to the ground floor plan, you would see how the access to the units work. Sorry.
Yeah. So so your access is there. You've got green space to the other side, and you've got.
Sorry, if you go to the basement plan, because it shows both entrances and why we do need that much hardscape to reach both doors.
No, I understand, but and I appreciate your point about. I mean, your property line is pretty close to the dwelling. There's not a lot of room for additional landscaping that would allow you to, enter and exit the dwelling. So I get that. But that if that were something that would stick in, would you be able to do that in permeable materials?
Yes, it's already noted as permeable. We want it to be permeable.
Oh, I must have missed that. I didn't see any reference to permeability, but thank you for that.
Sure.
Okay, we're in committee. Anyone have any thoughts? We do, of course, we do have staff reports which are recommending refusal basically of 6, 7, and 8. I think what we've heard from the applicant is that the landscaping refusal would pose great difficulties in their ability to provide access and exit to the building. Yeah. So I'm not sure whether, even though I appreciate that that's a recommendation to refuse, I'm not sure that would be technically doable. That's the refusal from forestry. That's why forestry is refusing it, because it would require the removal of a tree. So, I mean, in the absence of you guys, I'll start. I appreciate the neighbors' concerns. I mean, it's a really quaint street. It is characterized by very attractive homes. It's, fronting onto what looks like a park or a ravine structure. It's a lovely little spot. So I can appreciate that any build new that comes in that is perceived to be larger in some respects than others would cause some concern. I do appreciate as well that probably one of the biggest concerns, at least in the past application and again in this one, is the front yard parking pad that is being proposed. There's also some concerns about height and density, but those aren't variances before us. The applicant is entitled to a building of that size, so I do note that the roof structure is kind of a corrugated kind of thing that does reduce the massing a little bit of the third story. This does provide additional rental accommodation, or in this case, it may in fact be a family member. I'm not sure. I mean, the setbacks aren't terrible. It's an interesting, unique lot. Given, I thought maybe there'd be parking access from the rear laneway, but I accept the applicant's answer to that question, that it would be impractical. I think the building and the dwelling itself is, in my view, supportable. I do agree, and I think the agents come to that realization that a parking pad is simply not a viable option in this site. So I would suggest that we refuse variances 6 and 7. Sorry, have I got that right? 7 and 8? Yes, 6 is the landscaping, so 7 and 8. I'm not inclined to refuse the landscaping, because I am convinced by the argument that that area in front of the stairways does require some form of step or platform. And if it's going to be there, if it's permeable pavers, then it at least serves a bit of a mitigating element. So that's my perspective. Any comments or thoughts? If not, I can entertain a motion.
Yeah, I suppose I agree with a lot of what you said, but I'm also thinking a little bit about what I heard from the Residents Association, where it's a small lot, and given what is allowed to be built as of right, I have a little bit of questions about the setback and whether it could have been planned differently, because if it is coming out a bit and it is at that height, it may create some shadowing and issues for the neighbors, but I'm a little bit on the fence.
Okay. Nellie?
Here, the height of the building, if you compare it to the neighboring structures, is definitely it looks like an outlier, and from what I could see from the drawings. But this height, like, it's not a variance that we have in front of us, and if the building department is convinced it's a multiplex or duplex, we're not content in that. So it does look a bit, like, I won't criticize the design, but it does look a bit over the top. But again, we are not contesting the design here. I'm supporting the removal of variances 7 and 8, and I know the variance 6 it would be a problem for forestry, but in case we do allow that, there are 2 forestry conditions we have to abide by.
Let's just be fundamentally clear about which variances we're talking about.
Yeah. So forestry staff report 2.
So variance 6 is the landscaping
Yes.
variance. 7 and 8 are in respect of the parking pad.
Correct.
Transportation is recommending against 7 and 8.
And
Forestry is recommending against 6 and 7.
correct.
And planning is recommending against 7. Okay.
So we are talking now about the variance number 6 that the
Yes.
forestry is concerned about, and because will it require the injury of a healthy tree, right? And again, the arguments in support of this variance, they're convincing. Like, we heard the applicant, but we'll have to. In case we do, allow this, we'll have to follow the condition number 1, condition number 2.
Yes.
Okay, and and I agree that permeable pavers, and if we tie the conditions by the forestry, we might mitigate variance number 6. So I would be supportive of this application with those, conditions. And I'm not sure we don't have anything else, I think, in terms of conditions.
No. Okay. I'll need someone to move a motion.
I move a motion to approve the application, but to strike variance number 7 and number 8 regarding the parking pad, and we request, I don't know, do we need to request the permeable pavers? I didn't see that on the plan.
Yeah, I didn't see it either, so yes, let's put it in.
Okay. and we need to specify the condition number 1 and condition number 2 by the forestry.
Yes.
And
Okay. Motion to approve an amended variance with those conditions, moved by Ms. Volport. Do I have a seconder? I will second it. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Wilkins is opposed, so the motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming in.
And this is the approval with variances 7 and 8 refused?
Correct.
Yes. And conditions.
And conditions. Okay, we go on to item number 22. Number 22. 889 Carlaw Ave. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete third-story addition with a rear balcony, also to permit a front yard parking pad. Committee has before it a copy of the minutes of the February 4th, 2024 public hearing and a copy of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, and email correspondence from Transportation Services.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We do have the agent online. We also have the architect here in person.
Okay.
So we can unmute the agent.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hi, can you hear me?
A little bit. Just speak up a little.
Okay. How about now?
That's better. If you can give us your name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Karan Singh at 889 Carlaw Avenue for 21 years now. And thanks for considering our case.
Now, just a minute. There's another, one of your colleagues is here, so I just want you to introduce yourself as well, please.
My name is Jeff Kendall. I'm the architect. Karan is the owner, and he'll be making the presentation.
Okay. You're here for questions?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right, sir. You can go ahead with a short presentation, please.
Sure, thanks. Well, we have 3 growing kids, an increasing work from home situation, and so essentially we've outgrown our house and need more room. But we love our house. As I said, we've lived there for 21 years. We love our neighbors. They love us. Our kids go to school around here. We love the neighborhood. We don't want to move. So we're requesting permission to construct a floor to give us the.
Okay. That's it. All right. Panel, do we have any questions? Yes, Dylan.
There was a planning condition from the previous application. Is that something that we should be introducing in this one?
Tie to plans?
Planning staff report 15F2 from the deferred package.
Yeah, was it to tie it to the plans?
Yeah, it was tying to the plans.
Yeah, I think it carries over unless they withdraw that, it does carry over.
Okay, so that'd be okay if we include the planning condition. You're aware of it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what.
Sorry, there's a planning condition that was recommended from the previous application, which is simply to tie it to the site plans. Are you okay with having that condition?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Are we also amending the purpose here to remove the front yard parking pad?
Yeah. That should have been removed from the signage.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, we can do that. So if the committee is to approve the application, it would be based on as amended.
Okay. Yeah, and so remove that second sentence also to permit a front yard.
Correct.
So the reason for it no longer being effective is because the spot is entirely on private property?
Correct.
Okay, so you do have a variance with respect to that relating to the width?
Correct.
Okay, so you're just making it a little narrower than what the bylaw requires?
Correct.
That doesn't pose a problem for you?
They will need to get a narrower car It's between the houses. It's 8 feet, and we know of 4 cars that will fit.
Of all the cars in the world, there's only 4 that will fit?
The Fiat 550 will fit nicely.
Okay. All right, any further questions? I do have a note about the 3rd floor balcony. Have you got screening for it?
We could add screening
Okay, both
on
sides?
that north side, yes.
Okay, good.
Well, I had a question about the chimney. Is that non-functional or is that?
It is functional,
Okay.
and we will extend it if needed.
Okay, thanks.
Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much. We'll take this into committee. Comments? Dylan?
Yeah, I was at the previous one for this, where they hadn't realized that the front yard parking wouldn't be viable. So I'm really pleased to see that they've come up with a solution. That's great, because otherwise this is a really perfectly reasonable proposal. The variances are minor, and it's a, it's a useful infill. So
Okay.
I think we should support this.
Do you want to make a motion to that effect?
Yeah, I'd make a motion to approve this with the condition for privacy screens on the rear 3rd floor balcony, south and north.
And planning
And the
condition?
planning condition to tie to site plans.
Okay, great. Motion to approve with those conditions, seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I was going to ask if the committee needs a break, but I think 2 of us have already had breaks, so are we okay to continue?
Yeah, let's get.
Okay.
Unless those who have not had breaks want one.
I'm fine for a bit. I think Nellie is as well. Okay. Is this item number 23? 5 Clarendon Crescent. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear 3-story addition and with a rear ground-covered patio, a rear 2nd-story balcony, a rear 3rd-story balcony, and a new sub-basement level. Committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, cultural heritage evaluation report, heritage impact assessment, shadow study, and presentation materials from the agent. We have staff reports from urban forestry, 2 staff reports. We have a letter from the counselor's office. We also have 1 form letter in support from 43 Russell Hill Road. We have correspondence and interest from 15 Clarendon, and correspondence in opposition from 3 Clarendon Crescent. So we have folks here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have David Brownscale here in person today, and we have 5 registered speakers in opposition.
Mr. Bronskill, second time today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you in person for this.
Yes, indeed. You have, if you could just state for the record, name and address, please.
Yes, and is this coming through okay through the microphone? Yes. Great. It's David Bronskill. My office address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400. I'm here acting as agent on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you very much, sir. If you wanted to give us a 5-minute presentation, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to head off just a few things at the outset and then talk about the proposal itself. I know consultation is something that matters on files like this. I would just submit to the committee through you, Mr. Chair, that consultation doesn't necessarily mean agreement. This is unfortunately one of those cases where I do submit to you there has been extensive consultation, but it has not resulted in an agreement. And that's fine. That's why we're here today, and that's why those who are in opposition are entitled to speak in opposition. But I did want to correct something in the councillor's letter that suggested there has not been consultation. My client who's here today has reached out to all of the neighbors 3 times by email. Some neighbors responded, mostly with questions. Some thanked them for being engaged. In terms of those who are directly adjacent, the properties at 15 Clarendon and 3 Clarendon who are here today, they've had discussions, on-site meetings, That's consultation. I recognize that that doesn't result in an agreement, but I think the councillor's letter, unfortunately, about consultation is a bit unfair and misleading. So it has occurred, and I'm really hopeful that what we can focus on is the merits of the proposal before you today. Sometimes, unfortunately, consultation just breaks down. In terms of what's before you, Mr. Chair, is a proposal for a large house in an area with large houses. That's the character of the neighborhood. That's what we have to look at when we apply the official plan policies that ask us to respect and reinforce that existing physical character of the neighborhood. Some of the variances that are before you, Mr. Chair, are existing conditions. This is a proposal that adds on to an existing listed building. The architect was Eden Smith. It is not designated, but it is a listed building. Heritage staff, out of an abundance of caution, were provided with materials from ERA, a heritage architect, and heritage staff have reviewed and are not proposing designation, and in fact have signed off on the proposed approach that's before you today. We have that email from heritage staff. Because it's a listed building, they may not have provided something directly to you, but I can assure you they have been consulted and have signed off. In terms of the massing itself, I did want to suggest to you there are a few, I'm going to suggest incorrect and slightly inflammatory statements in the letters that are presented to you. If you look at the site plan, there is a portion of the existing building that on the right-hand side there, which is to the east, which does have a 0 meter setback. That's the existing condition. One of the letters suggests to you that that existing 0 meter setback is being extended to the north and to the south. That is simply incorrect. You can see that on the face of the site plan, that there is a 0.6 meter setback. It is stepped back on the north and the south from the property line. Part of that is the addition there on the top right, the northeast portion, and then part of that is at the bottom. The underground levels, the basement, correspond to those walls. So again, the assertion that the below grade also has a 0 being extended to the north and south is also unfortunately an incorrect statement. I do not deny in front of you that there's an existing 0 meter. I don't deny that that is being used for a portion of the underground garage below, but it's not being extended to the north and south as being suggested to you. It was also suggested to you, and these are frankly matters that I don't think are within your purview or jurisdiction, that there's been no soil stability work, no groundwater work, no shoring plans. Those have all been done. They just don't get submitted to the committee. They are submitted, as Mr. Benkowski noted to you earlier on another matter, as part of building permit. But that work has been done. So a soil stability report has been done. It's just not related to any of the variances before you. There's also a suggestion that the underground garage extends beyond, the underground levels extend beyond the building footprint above grade. That's also an incorrect statement being made to you. It in fact lines up with the walls of the building and the rear terrace. In terms of some of the variances before you, quantitatively and qualitatively, Mr. Chair, we did include the numbers for the FSI at 77.95 or 0.7795. You'll see on our map, it's well within the range of FSIs being approved in this neighborhood. In terms of the actual structure itself, while concerns are being expressed with the length and depth, Mr. Chair, if I could ask staff just very quickly to put the site plan up. I want to just note, as I sometimes do with you, and this may be an instance where a condition of approval that requires construction substantially in accordance with the site plan would be appropriate. The length and depth at 21.55 and 23.43 are measured to the back of the rear excavation under the deck. But the dwelling itself, from the front wall where there's a projection to the 1.52 meter projection in the rear, is only 19.63 meters. On the west side, adjacent to the home that's to the west, the building length from the front of the garage to the back wall is actually 15.69 meters. This is not a long house. It's a big house, but it's not a deep house. And I would ask you simply to note where the rear corners of those buildings are when compared to the neighbors when you hear those coming up to speak in opposition. They barely extend past on the west side, and they are far short of the structure to the east. So when you get a complaint about a side kitchen window from the neighbor to the east, I would simply ask you to consider, is that a reasonable objection when you actually have your dwelling extending further beyond the dwelling that is proposed? And is that a view that is worthy of protection? And I would submit to you it's not. That's an overview. I know that there are those speaking. I'm going to reserve some comments, I think, once they've spoken. But it's clear to me that this is, in fact, a reasonable proposal that has been sensitively designed with the adjacencies in mind. There are some trees being removed. Urban forestry, unlike this morning, is not objecting. And it's a proposal, therefore, subject to the conditions of urban forestry and a condition about being substantially in accordance with the site plan that I do think warrants approval by this committee.
Thank you. We are going to get to opposition, but I have a question, and so does Dylan.
Thank you.
Just for clarification, so the basement does extend underneath the terrace at the
It does.
right?
Yes, the walls of the building and the wall of the terrace. Yes.
Got it. Okay, so I mean, I can see how some people might interpret that as extending.
Absolutely.
the house.
I just found the statement that says it extends significantly beyond the house not to be a helpful statement.
Right.
It's an excavation of the deck and the walls of the house, and the basement corresponds to that. That's a fair characterization, and I would accept that characterization.
Okay, thank you.
Similar question, I'll just leave her off that one. I'm looking at I think the side elevation. Maybe we could just pull that up for clarity purposes. Is that it? No, that's the front. Next one, next one. That one there.
There's
that one
both
there.
a west and an east.
Yeah,
just
this
'cause
one,
my
I'll
eyes
just
are
use this
challenged.
one for illustrative purposes, so.
Thank you. I think that's the west.
So we're looking at the dotted lines, which I presume are the edge
Yes.
of the underground structure.
Yes.
So there is some of that basement that's above grade in the rear? Am I interpreting that correctly?
Yes,
So it
because
looks
of
like, I
the
don't
grade
know.
change, a little bit of there at the
Yeah.
back, that does
It's like
project.
3 or 4 feet, 3 feet or somewhere like that.
Yes, Mr. Chair, fair comment.
But the structure above that, is that an outdoor room in the rear?
It is, Mr. Chair. So if you keep that elevation just in your mind and then look at the site plan, it's a bit misleading when you look at sections sometimes because you don't necessarily see the depth. But the outdoor room portion is stepped back. So there's an outdoor deck there before you get to the outdoor room portion. So you're seeing the doorway into that outdoor room portion, which on the site plan is located, third to 2/5 away from the west wall.
Okay, fair enough. So it's inset. So
Yes.
that it does have a roof structure on top of it. Is that?
It does there, yes.
Okay, so just getting back to what you said earlier, like the length and depth is in respect of the substructure. But the actual dwelling is not as long. So that outdoor room, does that get counted into what you would say the length of the building or not?
For me, no, only from a technical perspective that if we weren't excavating below, it would not count. It would not count technically as length and depth if you weren't excavating below.
Right. Okay.
Because it's not technically GFA at that point. I do acknowledge that, so for example, on the east elevation, Mr. Chair, I do acknowledge again, there's the portion that's covered that you see, but that technically is not, I know I'm giving you a technical answer on length and depth. It technically would not count if you were not excavating below it. So I often look at what is the GFA, and that's why I went back to the plans and looked at the actual GFA on the first, second, and third floors. And there's actually dimensioned lengths and depths for each of those floors on the plans, and that's where I'm getting those.
Oh, that's a fair point, but notwithstanding, you might or might not acknowledge that that extension of that outdoor room does contribute to, massing and visual impact.
For sure, Mr. Chair, and it's part of why in the presentation, we gave supplementary presentation materials, and part of that was to try and give those 3D images so that you could see the outdoor rooms, you could see the push and pull at the rear, because on the second floor, there's a bump out, but that second floor bump out doesn't extend across all of the back. And again, that's often difficult to read on two-dimensional plans. And given some of the comments that came in, we wanted to make sure that the 3D expression was in front of you so that you could see the different push and pull at the back. So yes, there is that covered outdoor room, but then the second floor, clearly only a portion of it extends as far.
Oh, okay. Yeah, those renderings are, I think, helpful in understanding it a little bit better.
It helps locate the platforms too, because there may be some comments on those that I can come back to, but it also helps locate where those are as well.
Okay, and is that, that area above the outdoor room, it looks like it has a skylight in it, so it's not usable?
No, the second floor platform, in fact, you can see the railing in behind that skylight. That's where the second floor platform or balcony is. It's tucked back in there.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Panel, any further questions?
It'd be helpful to identify which of these are existing conditions.
This rear would be not existing. This is the extension at the rear when you look at the back.
So of all these variances, are the ones that are like existing, the front yard, landscaping, for example, anything like that, that we, or are all of these really changing from the current situation?
Some are, some aren't, through you, Mr. Chair. So FSI obviously is changing.
Yeah.
Front yard setback is existing. Side yard on the west is actually 0.4 and it's coming to 1.05, so it's actually increasing on the west. East is 0 today. The proposal is still 0. Length and depth, obviously new because the addition's being added on the back. Height to the top of the roof at 11.86, that's existing. Main wall height, that's new because that's the extension at the back triggers the main wall height variance. Balconies, obviously new. The landscaped open space is at 45.64%. That's actually an improvement over the existing. The existing is 36.02%. We are keeping the existing circular driveway, but it's been tightened up a bit. And in fact, on the public boulevard where we don't get to count that as part of front yard landscaped open space, there's additional greenery, hardscaping being removed as part of that. That I can always show you on the plans too. So there's an existing of 36.02, but what we're proposing is 45.64.
Apologies to those who are waiting to speak, but one last question. The two sub-basements,
Yes.
on the floor plans, they don't seem to indicate what their uses are. Can you just share with the panel do you know what the intended uses of those two are?
Yes, I do. I'm just getting there, Mr. Chair, sorry. So the sub-basement plan is listed as unfinished.
Yes.
That doesn't have a plan today. So that is intended today to be unfinished. It's still, I'm going to say in development in terms of how that might be used, but it's just being put in as an unfinished basement. And then the basement plan itself, it's an open space today. There's storage. Other than that, again, there hasn't been detail in terms of what would exactly go down there. But it would be finished and able to be used, but the sub-basement is technically unfinished.
Is it expected to be used for car storage?
No.
Okay.
It's anticipated to be used, sorry, let me back up, sorry, Mr. Chair, a half step. There is a desire for sure to have amenity space down there. That could be in the form of a gym space. It could be in the form of, we sometimes see these types of spa spaces, but that has not yet been fully developed. There could be an option, it's not shown today, there could be an option in the future potentially to have a car lift in the garage that might be able to come up and down, but it's not intended. If you look on the basement plan itself, you couldn't bring a car out of that car lift and park it in the garage. So I didn't want to mislead you in that there could be a car lift in the garage that might bring a car down. So you might have multiple parking in the garage, but the car wouldn't leave the lift, if I can put it that way. It would just be isolated to that area where you see car lift lower level. So a car might come down, but it wouldn't leave the lift and then park in the basement, if that explanation makes sense.
That'll do. Thank you very much for now. If we can have, I think it's you that are been waiting, if you want to
Through
join
you,
us.
Mr. Chair, we can start with whoever's speaking on behalf of 15 Clarendon Crescent.
Oh, there you go.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now.
Yeah, it's afternoon. You haven't been here since the morning, have you?
Yeah, I was in a different time zone a while.
Okay. You could introduce yourself and your colleague?
Yes, my name is Alan Heisey. I am a lawyer who, and you need my address, my work address?
Yes, please.
Suite 510, 121 King Street West, Toronto M5H3T9. Beside me is my client, one of my clients, Mr. Michael Gardner, and he is the owner of 15 Clarendon Crescent, and he can tell you his postal code because I do not have it memorized.
I think we're fine with that. Thank you, though.
Okay. You can tell me, sir, when you'd like me to start.
You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay. So I'd like to start with, I'm seeking a deferral today. And the reason I'm seeking a deferral is that I want my client to have the best chance to make the best presentation to you in relation to this application and its merits or lack of them. And that means that they should have an opportunity to get the best advice and provide the conclusions of that advice to you. And we haven't had that time. My client is 79 years of age, or 78, pardon me, I don't want to make him older than he is. His wife is 79 and she suffers from dementia. And that puts a significant burden on Mr. Gardner. And I'm requesting the committee defer the hearing of the application to a fixed date, and I'll explain the 3 or 4 reasons why. The first one is trees. Number 3, 5, and 15 Clarendon, my client's property, are located in the area regulated by the Ravine and Natural Heritage Feature Protection Bylaw, so under the Toronto Municipal Code. So the issue of trees is important. And my friend at number 3, the lawyer who's representing, has provided you with an arborist report. I have not. And I contacted an arborist for a while and found out that they had retired. I just got through to another arborist who said he's prepared to act, but I don't have that work done. And I'd like you to have the benefit of that arborist's insights, which I'd undertake to provide to you at the next hearing if you agree to defer it. So I haven't had enough time to get that advice and to provide the best evidence. And the problem is that it didn't matter before because we had access to third-party appeals before the changes in the Planning Act. This is my client's last chance if you make a decision today on the merits. Now, I wanted to talk to you about the basement. I think it's passing strange that you have in front of you plans for space that's quite significant. It's the entire floor plate of the house at a second subterranean level, and it's described as unfinished with no plan for what that space is going to be used for. That is passing strange in my respectful submission. And in terms of consultation, we didn't understand the plans in terms of the underground area, and I only got clarification from Mr. Bronskill yesterday, because there were no dimensions to the lot line on the underground elevations. It was not clear. We now understand it corresponds to the outline of the house plus the extension of the deck at the back. But that's an example of, to say that consultation has taken place. I found that out yesterday. I'm still unclear as to the depth of this structure. I've seen 25 feet, and a gentleman we've discussed it thinks it might be up to 40 feet deep. We don't know. Now, why does that matter? So Mr. Gardner and his wife have lived at this home, at their home at 15 for 40 years. And they have observed overland flooding of water on their property at 15 Clarendon and at 5 Clarendon that led to flooding at the property below, because this is on a ravine. And he owned 43 Russell Hill Road at the time. And he had significant damage to the basement of the home at 43 Russell Hill Road, which is still there. Now, the issue of large basements, underground structures that go very deep in single-family homes is relatively new. They call them iceberg houses, some people do. And another thing that's come up today that I'm not able to deal with you, because I can't even get you a copy of the report, is this morning the planning staff generated a report about iceberg houses and the issues that they present, the problems they present. It's 14 pages long, and I got it this morning, I think, at 10. It's released now for a meeting of the Toronto East York Community Council in a week or two, and it talks about the serious questions that are raised with this kind of structure. That is a problem not just in Toronto but in other places. So we're concerned about the impact on water and overland water flow, lack of infiltration, and the increase. You see that if the building is extended, the basement is extended below this patio, you've increased the hardscaped area, and you've also decreased the ability of the land to absorb water. The last area where I'd like to get somebody, a geotechnical expert, to evaluate what this all means for my client's property. The last thing is heritage. On March 11, which is the Monday of the midterm school break, I've got kids young enough to know about that, surprisingly, our client became aware of 200 pages of a heritage impact assessment report and a cultural heritage assessment report. My client needs to review those and get some advice. In terms of the specifics, in the absence of those inputs, which I think would be valuable to you, my client is concerned about the significant loss of trees. It's concerned about the increase in hard surfaces proposed, landscaping, underground basement, the loss of privacy and overlook from the two proposed elevated rear yard decks, and the risk of noise from those decks, not just overlook, because my client's partner, Mrs. Gardner, is very sensitive to the stimulation from noise.
Mr. Heisey, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, so in summary, I'm seeking a deferral on behalf of my client. If not, a denial of the application. I adopt my friend's submissions, the owner of number 3, who will be speaking after me, because I've reviewed his letter. I thought it was very thoughtful.
Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll ask for the speakers for 3 Clarendon Crescent to come up.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Your name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is David Nelligan, solicitor on behalf of the applicant. My business address is 181 Bay Street, Suite 1800.
Thank you very much, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. As Mr. Heisey noted, I did submit a lengthy letter to this committee along with arborist reports and support. I don't want to walk you through the contents, the full contents of the letter, but rather hope that you've had an opportunity to review it and consider it. My friend Mr. Bronskill is correct. There is an important existing condition between the two properties that must be considered in reviewing the variances that are before you today, and that's the existence of a 0-meter setback from the current house at 5 Clarendon and my client's property line at 3. It is a portion of the house that is on the property line, and it measures approximately 9 meters. So the proposed development does nothing to recognize, respond to, or alleviate this existing condition, but rather it exacerbates it by extending the house along the property line in all directions. And if you look at figure 1, I've got a diagram showing that. And that extension is roughly 7 meters to the north, 5 meters to the south, and nearly 8 meters deep. And Mr. Bronskill is correct. It's not entirely on the property line for those extensions. It's the plans measure 0.59 meters. My respectful submission, that is not enough to make a noticeable difference. It's not nearly enough to provide relief to my client from the impact of this significant additional massing being pushed against its property, which he's correct, is being pushed right outside the kitchen window and up against the child's play area in the amenity space of my client's property. Just a reminder, the required setback under the bylaw is 1.5 meters. And that's to say nothing of the proposed excavation that you've heard about already today of the massive basement and sub-basement, again, right up against the property line, or at 0 meters and at 0.59 meters. Mr. Bronskill says there have been engineering studies, soil stability studies, shoring plans, et cetera, that have been done. They have not been shared. We have not seen them. And while it's true that that might be a matter for the building department to look at building permit phase, how can you assess the impact of a variance application for increased depth and reduced setbacks without understanding the potential impacts of that excavation on my client's property? I submit that there's no reason why the required setbacks cannot be respected with this proposal, with the exception of the single existing wall. And furthermore, my client has advised me that the applicant has suggested that it actually intends to replace that existing wall that sits on its property line. And if that's the case, then there's no reason to maintain this deficient setback condition at all, and the applicant should be revising its application to remove the deficient setback altogether. So I ask you to consider that side yard setback issue when you look at each of the variances that are being requested today. For example, the applicant is looking to, is asking for 30% greater FSI than what's permitted, and it's placed right along the property line. The applicant's asking to exceed the maximum building length by 6.43 meters and building depth by more than 2.5 meters, and it's placed right along the property line. The applicant's seeking additional wall height and height to the top of the roof, and it's placed right along the property line. So ask yourself, too, when the applicant provides examples of other FSI variances or length and depth variances that have been approved in the area, were those houses also located right on the property line? I want to speak about trees, because in this application there are 21 trees implicated on this property. 6 will be protected, 6 will be removed, and 9 will be injured. And that includes at least 2 boundary trees co-owned by my client, and 2 trees that are entirely on my client's property. And the arborist report that's attached to my letter says that the intrusion into the tree protection zones of these trees will be significant and will destabilize these trees. My client has not provided consent to injure these trees. I submit that there's a distinct lack of environmental consideration through this application that poses a significant and compounding effect. This proposal seeks to build a massive home from lot line to lot line, and you need only look at the 3D renderings that Mr. Bronskill took you to that show you that the building essentially touches both sides of the property lines. It includes a basement and sub-basement extending way beyond the permitted length and depth. It requires the removal of a significant number of mature trees, and it maintains a deficient front yard landscape and soft landscapes open space. All of these factors combine and compound to create an environment where there's nowhere for water to go but to flood into the neighboring properties. So in conclusion, this development is inconsistent with the intent and purpose of the official plan to promote environmentally friendly built environments focused on the preservation of mature trees and growing space. And that is a specific reference to 3.41 of the official plan.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, it's a clear example of overdevelopment inconsistent with the general intent of the zoning bylaw. It will have significant and material impacts on the neighboring properties, and it's wholly inappropriate and undesirable for the development of the lands. Thank you.
Any questions? I have one, and I just want to get your take on this. If we could pull up the survey, please. And I'm just looking at the boundary and the property line between number 3 and number 5, number 3 being your client. So obviously number 5 is already built up to the property line, it looks like, from the existing building. So I think what they're saying is it would just be an extension of the existing condition. But I do note a couple things. There is what looks like an east face of wall on line. Is there a wall there already?
That would be where those trees are adjacent to the trees. That's my client's garage on my property line.
I see the brick garage.
Okay.
I'm going down further towards the swimming pool. And if you see something, there's something that says east face of wall online. I'm just curious whether you know or your client knows. I mean, I'll ask the agent the same question. I'm curious what that structure is.
So there's an existing swimming pool, and to be honest, I don't know if there's a retaining wall or other, but if you look at the arborist report that's appended to my letter, it contains a number of pictures of the boundary trees. And that should give you a sense of the existing condition.
Okay. And we can certainly ask Mr. Bronskill to clarify that as well. I would also just say, so the separation distance between the property line and the rear corner of your client's property is 4.07 meters?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, and because of the nature of the dwelling, it increases as we go towards your client's garage.
The separation increases yes, that's correct, as we go.
Okay, thank you. I apologize asking you that question, but I was just curious when I was looking at the survey, but I will ask Mr. Bronskill the same question.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We'll hear from Edward Nash at this time.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you. First of all, during the introductory remarks, I think if I heard correctly, there was reference to...
If I could just, I'm just going to stop you. Name and address, please.
Name and address, yes, I apologize. Edward Dash. I reside at 6 Clarendon Crescent, which is essentially across the road, slightly northwest of the subject property.
Thanks very much, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. If I heard correctly at the outset, there were 5 people who were going to speak in opposition. I'm not actually registered to speak in opposition, and nor did I file an objection to this proposal. I had coming into this session 2 types of concerns, 2 concerns specifically, one what I'll call direct and one which I'll call indirect. The direct concern relates possibly, and maybe I need to be educated on this, to a matter that might not be within the scope of the Committee of Adjustments, but relates to one specific tree on communally owned property, which is the Clarendon Crescent jointly owned property among 9 households. And I spoke with Mr. Levy about that and understand that while it is being flagged for possible removal, it does not need to be removed to provide adequate access or vehicular access to the rear of the property for construction. In the arborist report, there's reference to calling 311 to carry out a further review of that. As essentially a partial owner of that tree, along with the other 9 households, other 8 households, I would just like to see a communal or community decision made with respect to that specific tree. I don't have any other direct concerns after having reviewed the materials about the direct impacts of the development on our property. Really, we're affected directly by the facade, if you will, and the frontage. So that would be the direct concern. The indirect concern that I have, which I also shared with Mr. Levy, is that my wife and I, who jointly own our property, would like to see a final set of plans that all 3 most affected homes can be satisfied with, being number 3, number 5, and number 15. The reason for which really goes to the nature of our unusual little neighborhood. Given that Clarendon Crescent is a private road, we reach decisions, not always unanimously, but certainly respectfully, together in how to manage it and act as stewards of the property. And we try to look out for each other. And so it's certainly within our interest as members of this community to see a proposal that is satisfactory to all 3 of those households. That really would summarize the views that my wife and I have, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much for coming down, sir.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll call Kelly Gray, and this will be our last speaker for today.
Kelly in the room?
Okay. Okay, then we can go back to David Bronskill.
Okay, Mr. Bronskill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bronskill, you've heard some concerns raised. I wonder if you could try to address all or as many as you can.
I will, Mr. Chair. If the committee wants it, I do have the staff report here about iceberg houses. So it is possible to print it. It is possible to read it in advance. And it is possible to advise the committee that the recommendation of staff is simply to endorse the contents of this report as a basis for public consultation and request staff report back with final recommendations in Q4 of 2024. So there's no proposed changes to the official plan policy, no proposed changes yet to zoning bylaws, no proposed changes to the tree bylaw, no proposed changes to anything. It's simply a report that asks for further public consultation. So that report does not warrant a deferral. But I do want to flag one thing for the committee. We need to be precise in my respectful submission when we talk about iceberg homes. The term iceberg home has been given to small-scale residential buildings which exhibit a larger below-grade footprint than their above-grade footprint. That is not what is before you. The footprint above grade is the same as the footprint below grade. The concern with iceberg houses is where you take the basement and extend it further into the rear yard where you expect landscaping and grass and where you don't have above-grade structures, and you have concerns about soil volume. And you have concerns then about water migration from stormwater not being able to penetrate because when it starts to percolate through the soil, it hits a below-grade garage. That's not the case here. And in fact, the variances for rear yard, soft, landscaped, open space before you, oops, there isn't one. In fact, what is required is 50%, and what is being proposed is 55.85%. So in terms of the zoning bylaw regulating stormwater runoff at the rear, we exceed it. This is not a concern. And in fact, the only evidence presented to you by Mr. Heisey is a story about water runoff going south to 43 Russell Hill Road at the bottom of the hill. And you have a letter of support from the owner of 43. Form letter support, I acknowledge, but a letter of support from the owner of 43 Russell Hill Road. Those concerns that are being raised, they're not relevant in my respectful submission to this proposal. It's an extensive backyard that has green space and will continue to have green space. And in terms of trees and ravines, I'd ask you to take note of the report before you, not just from urban forestry, but from the ravines division as well. There are two sets of conditions because it got reviewed by both relevant departments, and neither of them recommend opposing or refusal. Both of them recommend conditions of approval. So when you're told you need more information, the city's relevant departments have reviewed and do not have concerns. And how can I say that to you with 100% confidence? I was in front of you this morning with an urban forestry report that, thank you, led to a deferral. I think it's the right result. That recommended refusal. Why? Because of a tree. So when urban forestry or ravines have concerns, they let you know. And they are not doing that in this case. And why? It's because it's an exaggeration to suggest to you that there's a significant removal of trees on the site. It's between 6 and 7. Not all of them are regulated by the bylaw. And the one, if staff could put up the site plan, this is why sometimes the details matter. There is a tree on the property to the east that is 0.35 in diameter that I understand a concern has been expressed about through the arborist report. And if staff can just a little bit to the right, sorry, this is always so hard. Oh no, which way are you looking? Yeah, that's right, a little bit to the right. It's the, sorry, Mr. Chair, I know this is unorthodox.
There will be
Through you,
penalties
Mr.
if
Chair,
applied.
no, you can't,
Just-
because
I'm gonna
then,
point the tree and I'm gonna go back.
no, I understand, but nobody on WebEx can see that, so
I know.
we don't know which tree you're pointing at.
I apologize to
For the record, David, could you just try and explain what you just pointed to?
It's the tree that is just to the southeast of the rear corner of the terrace that is located on the adjacent property. And so a concern was expressed in Mr. Nelligan's letter to you about impacts on that tree. But I want to read to you from the tree inventory prepared by Central Tree Care LTD, not on behalf of my client, but on behalf of Mr. Nelligan's client. That's tree 907. Ash tree looks dead. Mr. Nelligan is expressing a concern about a tree that his consultant says looks dead. So it's
David,
hyperbole when we get.
I'm just doing a time check, so
Thank
you've
you.
got a few other items I think you want to get to.
Yes.
We're over time, but if you could quickly go through anything further that you will have to raise.
I've dealt with the basement, Mr. Chair. I've dealt with the hardscape variance not here. There's no heritage permit here, so there's no deferral or no heritage permit required in front of the city. So there's no reason to defer for heritage, especially when heritage staff have signed off. I've gone through, in fact, the small number of regulated trees that are actually proposed for removal. I've gone through with you earlier that, in fact, and Mr. Nelligan has now acknowledged that the building is not on the property line. On the site plan, Mr. Chair, what I would ask the committee to look at, we always put that red line on to show you where the required as of right is. And when we talk about the extension of the building to the north and the south, it's really.
Sorry, before you, do we have that?
Yes, this is it.
It's hard for us to see that.
Yeah.
Can we get that up?
It's there on the screen. Staff are always about a half step ahead of me, Mr. Chair. You can see the red line. And at the back, when we talk about the extension of the back, not having the 1.5 instead being at 0.6, you can see it's that little area right below the green line. It's that little rectangle at the back. It's almost hard to find it. That's the impact at the rear, different than the existing on Mr. Nelligan's client's side yard kids sport court. That already, by the way, there is a brick retaining wall there, Mr. Chair, that you'd asked about. There is a brick wall there today.
Height?
I don't know the height of it. I would say it's fence bylaw height, but I can't tell you for sure how tall it is. That's that rear extension. And so it's the kitchen window on the side wall of Mr. Nelligan's client's property that they want protected that will see past the rear of the house, because it's actually a very small rear yard extension where the 1.5 meters is not being provided. So in the end, Mr. Chair, I would say, absent any questions you may have, when you actually get into the details, this is a reasonable proposal. When you get past the hyperbole, it is a large house, but it's an area with large houses, and it's been designed, in fact, sensitively. That sport court will get direct afternoon sun. We know that because Mr. Nelligan's client asked for a shadow study, we prepared one, and we provided it to the committee. This is part of what my clients tried to do. There's disagreement, that's allowed, but this is a proposal that fits and has been sensitively designed, and we hope that the committee would approve it.
Thank you very much. Panel, questions? Dylan?
I wanted to clarify, because this was one of the key things that number 3 was concerned about. So I totally see, of course, you have an established 0 side yard setback. But then the patio, there's a little bit of the additional building and the patio that's extended out that has a little bit of a setback, but not the full required. I was just wondering why you wouldn't just have given the full required for that little section.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's the design of the house. It's a small extension of the back. It's just the way it's been designed through you, Mr. Chair. I can't give you a better answer than that. It is a small portion, as you see on the 3D model views. Some of it is the second floor. A lot of it is just the outdoor covered area that you're seeing. If you look at the top left in that image, that's the area where it's been designed that way.
Okay.
The second floor then, Mr. Chair, does have an additional step back just to that bump out piece.
Okay. Nellie?
There's the question about the same east zero setback wall. So the one which is at the zero setback, is that the same length as the previous house?
Yes. And the intention is to keep it. I know there was a suggestion that it would come down. No, the intention is to keep that wall. The reason I say intention, Mr. Chair, is just out of full transparency. I cannot warrant what happens during construction if something fell, but the intention is that wall, it will stay. So the existing wall is intended, the plans, everything that's been done, that's the existing wall, and it's intended to stay.
Okay. Okay.
And part of that is because it's part of the house designed by Eden Smith, so people want that embedded wall to stay.
Any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Bronskill. Okay, we'll take this into committee. Let's start off with any comments or observations. Dylan? Go ahead. We'll get to everybody. We'll get to everyone. Doug?
Well, I think that we should deal with the request for deferral first. I mean, I'm generally sympathetic to requests for deferral where I hear that in a big application like this with a lot of materials that someone who's going to be potentially directly affected hasn't had sufficient time to review everything and get their own opinions to present the best case they can to the committee. So, I mean, me personally, I'm in favor of a deferral, but that is my first thought.
Nellie?
I can see that, like if we consider each variance separately, that it might not look like major, but if we combine all of those, the impact is actually, it's not a minor impact. And given the fact that, so many neighbors are actually direct neighbors concerned and they would like to further negotiate and, learn about the proposal, I would support Mr. Wilkins' suggestion.
Dylan?
I was certainly somewhat skeptical of this proposal at first, and I read the opposing letters in detail, and they brought up a lot of things, but I have to say that I feel like Mr. Bronskill has addressed those issues reasonably well. Also, if you actually look at the individual variances, they're not that enormous. The overall effect is large, but really the actual variances are within the ranges that we often allow in terms of increase of FSI. I mean, it's a very large lot, so you can have a large building on it. The length and other issues, none of them are enormous. I feel like a lot of the issues were adequately addressed for me in terms of deferral. I feel like the key issues that the neighbors would be concerned about have been addressed. I don't love every element of this, but overall, that's my feeling.
Thank you. For me, I'll address my comments in two parts. First, with respect to the deferral. The agent and the applicant are not in favor of a deferral. It's great that an opponent asked for it, but that's not an automatic granting of that. And even though I haven't read the report, I'll take at face value the recommendation that was in the report, which speaks to a report back in December, which not being unsympathetic, but my experience with governments is that it will take an awful lot longer than that to resolve and move into a policy that speaks to these things. So I think that would push this application, if you're thinking about a deferral until something like that comes forward, I think that's pushing it too far back. I did hear Mr. Bronskill, and I'll take him at his word, that consultation has occurred. Agreement didn't necessarily occur, but consultation has taken place, and there has been an opportunity to have some dialogue with the neighbors, and if not always, you're not always going to get consensus, and that's fair. Dylan's point about large lots, I think, speaks to the local context here. They are very large lots. They're quite deep lots. It's not unreasonable, frankly, in this neighborhood and lots of this size to see homes of this size being constructed. It's quite commonplace. I would concur that the variances before us are relatively minor. I thought Mr. Bronskill did a pretty good overview of the impact of those proposed variances on adjacent neighbors. So my view is that they are in fact minimal. I also would, in respect of the Iceberg House report, note, and it was a helpful clarification, and I think that's true. The ones that we have seen in the past are homes which the basement extends either front or side or into the rear subterraneously. That means that they are underground and they have soil over it, which it's an outstanding, I think, debate about whether that's appropriate and sufficient or not. So in general, I don't think this necessarily qualifies as an iceberg house in the way that the communities are concerned about. I don't see that in this application. And I note also that the separation distance overall between number 5 and number 3, even though at a little pinch point it's 4 meters, but as you traverse along the edge, it gets larger. So there's a reasonable separation between the two homes. So for all those reasons, frankly, I'm in support of this application as well.
I'd just make another comment about the deferral, if I may. It's I understood there to be three or four reasons presented in terms of where the participant who requested deferral put forward several reasons, and they articulated some prejudice they thought they might experience. And apart from being against the deferral and speaking to the merits, I didn't hear any prejudice to the applicant. I mean, apart from, I assume, what I can imagine that's inherent in a delay. And so, I mean, I suppose what's animating my view on the deferral is just if you have one party asserting prejudice and another party that hasn't really articulated the prejudice they're going to get from the delay.
Sorry, Doug, is your mic on?
It is. Okay. I just, I think that the folks that requested the deferral presented a stronger case, and I feel like I agree that Mr. Bronskill provided a very good explanation, but the reason that the participants are requesting the deferral is so they might provide the same degree of information, perhaps with some of these reports that they might get, not necessarily about the iceberg house, they might come to agree that there's a minimal impact. We just don't know because they haven't had time. So that would be my.
Okay.
So to clarify, you're saying, you're not saying a deferral until the city's iceberg,
No.
Rather just a deferral till a reasonably short amount of time for the neighbors to be able to build an arborist report and respond to the heritage study and all that.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further? I'll look for a motion then.
So my motion is to defer to the next available date so that all parties have an opportunity to participate.
Okay, do I have a seconder? All in favor? Opposed? I will abstain to avoid a tie. So motion to defer is approved. Deferral until the next available time with the condition that the neighbors have sufficient time to review the material and to the extent necessary, additional consultation occurs. Thank you all. Okay. Move on to item 24. Bear with me, I've made a mess of my materials. Okay, item 24, 20 Beaconsfield Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling by enlarging the existing rear second-story deck, also to construct a new 2-story detached ancillary building, laneway suite, with a side green roof and a side Juliet balcony located in the rear yard of the existing 2.5-story detached dwelling and abutting laneway. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received March the 12th, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, 2 photographs of the subject property, correspondence from the architect. We have commenting an email correspondence from Transportation Services and a staff report from Community Planning. We have 3 letters of support from 22, 24, and 42 Beaconsfield Avenue. We have 1 letter of interest or concern from M. Gay and S. Deniston, no address on Northcote Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. I'd also like to unmute Randy Kerr just to find out if they're going to be speaking in support, interest, or opposition for this application.
Okay.
Hi, Randy.
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, will you be speaking in support, interest, or opposition?
Opposition.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this time, we'll unmute the agent, Barry Goldman.
Mr. Goldman.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Barry Goldman. My office address is 321 Carlaw Avenue, Suite 203. I am the architect and the agent for this application. Given the opposition, I guess a very brief presentation is probably in order.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll begin by saying I'd characterize the variances we're seeking as minor in nature, and they meet the 4 tests. The first variance that we're seeking pertains to the existing house. The remaining 4, numbers 2 through 5, are related to the laneway suite. I'll begin with the house. We did obtain a building permit for the house itself some time ago. Construction is well underway, and we are proposing a deck at the rear. We would like the rear deck to align with the existing sidewall of the existing house, and that is variance number 1 that we're seeking. I will note that we have a letter of support from number 2, the adjacent neighbor that would be next to the deck. So really that's variance number 1. The remaining 4 variances, as you can see, I think we're supposed to have 85% softscape. We're proposing 74%. I'll suggest that's probably an improvement over the existing softscape that's currently on the site. Pardon me, I should have began by saying there was a 1.5-story. It was a real coach house that actually had horses and straw and so forth. And it says 1.5-story building on the site. And the adjacent property, number 18, has a 2-story building at the rear. It's roughly where we're proposing to build ours. So again, the softscape will be an improvement. All of the paving materials we're proposing anywhere on the site from the front lot line to the rear will be permeable pavers. So I believe we've adequately addressed the softscape. And indeed, if the committee chose to refuse the variances we're seeking and the existing conditions were to remain, it would be worse than what we're proposing. There is a building, a little coach house there. Number 3, the 45-degree angular plane. Again, we do show it on a drawing, and I'll suggest it's very small. Most of the proposed laneway suite is not under the angular plane. I'm just flipping through the pages. It's my drawing A6 that can show you what portion of the building. It's a small section of the upper floor that's penetrating the angular plane. It's not unlike other variances similar that the committee has approved on other applications. The 2 other variances are somewhat contradictory. I'll note we are permitted a 0 side yard setback for a laneway suite. Because of that, and the property width is 8.97, so we're asking for a property width. We're asking for a 0 side yard setback on both sides, which gives us a slightly wider length than is permitted. I will again point out there are existing buildings adjacent on either side. Having a little sliver of space between those buildings would benefit no one. And there is an existing building on the site, which you can see from the survey. So it would be more or less a duplication of the existing condition, but instead of a 100-year-old barn building, it would be a useful building that people could live in and park in. So as you can see, there's an existing building there. There's an existing building on either side. I don't see how anyone's harmed if we duplicate the existing 0 side yard setback. That does create a slight increase in building width. And finally, the required parking space must have a minimum width of 3.2 meters, whereas we're proposing 3 meters in width. And really, that 3 meters in width, if you go to the laneway suite plan, you'll see it's really because we would have had to make the laneway suite a little deeper. The parking stall, that's the right plan, A2. That'll do nicely if you could zoom in on that, the one that you can see a little bit at the top. So we're showing a parking stall, and as you can see, it goes right from door to door because we put these 10-foot doors. If we were going to make the parking stall wider or longer, pardon me, we'd have to make the building a little longer, which would increase our soft landscape variance and so on. So in other words, we're making a slightly smaller parking stall. It's within the garage, so I don't see how that would really affect anybody. It's more than big enough to fit a car. I'm going to call that one a technical variance. Okay, I think I've addressed all of the variances we're seeking. I'm happy to turn it over to questions or the opposition.
Okay, panel, any questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, we can now move on to Randy Kerr then.
Hello, my name is Randy Kerr. I'm 18 Beaconsfield Avenue. Good afternoon to the chair and members of the committee. Can I ask that the photos E1 and 2 be shown first prior to getting to the variance objections? It's my E1. There was 2 photos that I submitted that I'm looking at. No, that's not one of them. They're the new construction.
Was this in the supplementary?
Yeah. Yes, it was. Yeah, received on the 26th. I've already loaded up on my other machine here. Yeah, that's it. Oh, you got it. First one. Let's look at the first one first. Okay, so I just want to walk, show some pictures. Everybody's seen a lot of diagrams all afternoon, and I figured pictures might be worth 1,000 words when I'm explaining my objections. These were taken the other day after approximately 26 months of construction, continuous construction from February 2022. This is how far they've gotten so far. This is why I'm concerned about some of these variances all being piled up at the end to accommodate a plan that should have gone to committee of adjustment much earlier, I think. But we didn't have the opportunity to review any of the plans. None of the neighbors had a chance, so we're now reviewing them. Concern here on this photo 1 is there's 3 overhangs at the rear of 20. They affect the drainage and the permeable space directly below these decks, okay, which the applicant has applied for and included in his 74% variance as opposed to 85. They actually are claiming permeable space underneath 2 decks and an overhang. How that's permeable, I don't know, but I mean, in keeping in the spirit with the stormwater management concerns that the city is now exploring, I think that's a bit of a stretch. The same thing happens in the front, which I'll get to when I do the variances. So there's also, with this type of layout, reinforced with steel, it appears, and this is one of the rumors about this because it's been going on for over 2 years, that this is going to be turned into some type of Airbnb entertainment facility. So we're a bit concerned with the way that the rear decks were designed and added on at the end, and now they're seeking a variance for it. Can I have photo 2, please? The next photo? Okay, so I'm just going to walk you through this just so you've got a concept other than the diagram. In the foreground, we've got the bamboo fence that's between number 18, my location, my home, and number 20, the house under construction. And then you've got the rear of number 20, Beaconsfield, it's under construction, and the coach house that was alluded to earlier, and how it positions within the lot. This is much deeper into the lot than was previously at 20 Beaconsfield, so it's shortened that the permeable space, the green space, everything else that is concerning to us has shortened it. We go a little bit further back, you can just look to the left side. Keep in mind the left side of the picture is west facing, so this is where you get your afternoon sun that actually dries some of the soil. Behind that is a single story garage, and then behind that, number 24 Beaconsfield, is the result of overbuilding on these rear lots and turning this into an Airbnb. Now, we're not sure it's an Airbnb, but I can attest to a number of parties that transcend summer evenings on both decks of both buildings. They're a part of that complex. I don't think there's more than 15 feet clearance between the two buildings. That's not going to be what number 20 is going to look like, but it's going to be along those lines. So I just wanted to point that out. So I'll go right back to the variance objections. We object to 1, 2, 3, and 4 variances. The second story deck is unnecessarily overbuild, and it will contribute to, it overexceeds, I think, the 17 meters standard for single family homes. In fact, this may not be in the future. It also invades the privacy for adjacent properties at 16, 18, 22, and 24, whether they agree with the application or not. Number 2, the 74% permeable versus 85% is questionable, given a lot of the diagrams indicate permeable pavers and permeable spaces, but they don't exist at this point, and none of this has been done up until this point. And remind you, 26 months they started demolishing this property. Number 3, the variances asked for decrease the west exposure late in the afternoon and during the drying seasons, or for drying during the wet season, spring and summer, and allow the soil to oversaturate. Storms will then spill out into the adjacent properties. Number 4, an unnecessary variance and contributes to the reduction of the setback, contributes to storm runoff by not going to just the 8-meter limitation. And I think as a result of the fact that they saved this till the end just to get these things squeezed through. Okay, so I would, in closing there, thank you very much for that extra time. I ask that the variances be denied for 1 through 4, and or this matter be deferred to for future consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? Okay. All right, could we get Mr. Goldman back? Mr. Goldman.
Yes, and, oh, okay, I think I was just unmuted. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Excellent. I'll reiterate, variance number 1, the deck was constructed as of right, with the exception of the portion to the north, which is next to number 22, who is in favor. So there's really no issue there. I'm an architect, of course, the permeable paving is not included as part of the landscape calculation. And since the project is not completed, everyone knows the last thing you do is put in the landscaping when the construction is complete. So that's that. I mean, the other objections the gentleman raised, I'm not sure if it's worth your time to really address. I'll just again reiterate, there's an existing structure there that is lot line to lot line, as are the adjacent garages on both adjacent properties. Essentially what we're proposing to do from a massing perspective is take the existing 1.5-story coach house and slide it towards the main house in order to accommodate the required 1 meter setback. It's a duplication of the existing conditions from a massing perspective.
Okay, thank you, sir. So can I just a point of clarification? So I'm trying to understand better the request to increase the size of your rear.
Of the rear deck, if we go to drawing A1, the site
You're talking
plan, I
about
think
enlarging
that
the
shows it.
existing rear second-story deck. So your neighbor submitted some photos which suggest it looks like it's already built. Are you making it bigger than what is there now?
No, there's no proposed change to what's there now. Because of construction timing and the fact that the framing and roofing crews were on site, the intention was to wait until this hearing had occurred. However, because the crews were there, they elected, the contractor elected to continue the deck to line up with the existing sidewall of the house for their own framing reasons. They understand that that was a business risk on their part, and should the the committee refuse this variance, they will have to remove that portion of the rear deck. If we could go back to the site plan, I think that shows it fairly clearly. So the hatched portion at the top of the page is the portion of the second floor deck that requires a variance, that hatch at the very top. And all we're seeking to do is line up the deck with the existing sidewall. I'll reiterate again, the neighbor to the adjacent neighbor that would be affected by this is in favor of this variance being granted. Really, we're just talking about the deck as of right should stop 0.9 meters, about 3 feet from the property line, which causes it to not align with the sidewall of the house. If you'd like, you could go to my drawing A10. That might make it a little clearer.
Could we? I mean, just from that site plan view, it looks like what is represented in the photo is larger than what is shown on that site plan. I mean, just from a visual inspection.
If we go to the drawing, any of the A10, A11, A12, they do show it. It may be that's, sorry, just keep going through those, back to the main house. Okay, there's another drawing. That's probably a more accurate drawing. Again, this was permitted, the deck was permitted as of right, the columns are installed, and it's that hatched portion at the top of the page there you see that requires the variance. So that does correspond directly to what you saw in the photo, and again, this was permitted as of right. The hatched portion at the top of the page does require a variance, and I'll suggest that nobody would be affected by that. We are showing 1.5 meter privacy screens on both sides. The portion of the deck that's towards the neighbor to the south, number 18, is quite small. We did minimize that deliberately, and it does grow as it approaches the other side. So we did minimize the impact of the deck. We are providing privacy screens. And again, should the committee choose to refuse the variance, that little portion will be removed. But the deck fundamentally will still be there. That portion that you see without the hatches as of right. And I'd suggest it wouldn't fundamentally alter anyone's use or enjoyment of their properties.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel, any further questions?
Just very quickly, there was a letter of concern about stormwater runoff. Can you just address that really briefly?
Certainly. I'll suggest
I think into
that
the
what we are
laneway was their
proposing-
concern.
Yes. Again, there is an existing structure that is pretty much the same size as what we're proposing to build now. So we're not going to be changing any of the building massing or increasing stormwater runoff from what's currently there. I acknowledge we're moving the building a meter towards the main house, but there is a coach house there now. And we're proposing to put a new building there that's about the size of the coach house. Additionally, we are proposing to replace all the paving on the property with permeable paving. And we went to great lengths to minimize the amount of hardscape in addition to replacing all the paving with permeable paving. In other words, what we're proposing will be an improvement on the existing situation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's take this into committee. Any comments or motion? Nellie?
Just a comments. I don't have concerns about the main house, and it looks, especially with regards to the, second-story deck and, aligns with the house, makes sense. I have concerns about the laneway suite, and I don't see why is it this, should be wider than the permitted. Okay, it's because we can. Like there's zero zero distance from the lots sides. It's if the lot is 12 meters, it doesn't mean that the building will be 12 or 10 meters. So I think I would support the application, but would strike 3 and 4.
So just for clarity, I think the agent representative, there's an existing coach house there, so they're just building on that foundation. That's why it's going lot line to lot line. So just for clarity purposes. Yes, Dylan.
Yeah, I would say, first of all, for the porch, it seems perfectly reasonable. It should go to the edge of the building, and if that neighbor isn't mine, that seems fine. I noticed actually there's planning condition for privacy screens, just in case anyone was worried that the site plans wouldn't work. I think it makes sense to go lot line to lot line. I agree if it was like 12 meters, and that wouldn't make sense. But in this case, it's really just like 0.97 meters difference. The existing building goes lot line to lot line. There's a building on either side. The buildings on either side go to lot line. You can see actually in the neighbor's picture that his building at the end is actually quite tall. So I don't really have a problem with that myself, and I think that overall the variances are fairly minimal. The neighbor didn't really complain about sunlight specifically, so I don't think that the angular plane is an issue. And it's actually a pretty well-designed little laneway suite, which will be a contribution to providing some housing in the area. So I think it's fairly minor, and it's certainly desirable in terms of zoning and official plan goals. So I would support it as incomplete.
Anyone else?
I'd just say I tend to agree with what Mr. Reed said. I think if there was the gap on either side of the laneway house, it might actually, I guess, work against the purposes of what we're trying to do here. I don't think it would add anything to stormwater runoff or soft landscaping or anything. So
okay.
To me, it seems minor.
Great, thanks. I'll look to someone for a motion. Mr. Reed.
I'll make a motion to approve the variances with the planning condition. And do you think we should add this paving, the permeable pavers condition?
it's on the site plan, but I don't have any problem with including it as a condition. I think it just, it puts boilerplate on it, so.
Okay, and also that the use of, well, actually, I don't know where we would, where are we specifying?
We could tie it to site plan because.
Why don't we just tie it to site plan?
Yeah, because that's where it's shown.
Yeah, and then tie it to site plan.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve with those conditions. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? All opposed? Oh, sorry, Nellie, you were in favor or opposed? You're in favor, okay, so that's unanimous. And you have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. I'm going to suggest a 10-minute break. We've been going since 2 o'clock. I apologize to everyone sitting here. I know you want to get started, but we just probably need a short break. So do you. So. Yes. Yes. We're just taking a bio break. Sorry?
We'll go until it's done. Yes.
Yeah, I was getting tired too. I mean, the last two were long, so yeah, we need a break. I mean, you and I didn't get kicked out of the room, so we've been here for the entire time. Your mic's on?
pretty sweet house though over in that private neighborhood.
No kidding, eh? I actually kind of like the back they were going to build. Actually, kind of nice.
Yeah, and it's all sloping down. You're gonna see the whole city have their swimming pool.
Oh, no. No, I was like, that's pretty sweet. And it wasn't that ugly. It was kind of elegant at the back.
Yeah, I don't like
I mean, it's a bit obnoxious with the sub-basement, but honestly, the sub-basement wasn't really within, except for the fact that it was going long.
I don't know, right? I'm kind of.
The sub-basement was weird.
I'm kind of unconvinced by I think if I knew more about engineering, I could say.
Ready to go? Okay, thank you. We move on with item number 25, 28 Newmarket Avenue. This is an application to alter the existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a rear two-story addition, a partial third-story addition, and a front balcony rear deck above the rear two-story addition, a rear ground floor deck, a front basement walkout entry and stairs to accommodate a basement secondary suite. Also to construct a new parking pad in the rear yard to replace the existing attached garage. There will be 2 dwelling units within the detached dwelling. So the committee has before it a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised site plan submitted, floor plans and elevations submitted March the 12th, 2 photographs of the subject property, covering letter from the agent, and correspondence from the agent. Commenting staff report from Urban Forestry. We have a total of 11 form letters in support from 20, 21, 24, and 31 Newmarket and 128 Westlake. 26, 27, and 32 Newmarket, and 120 Westlake, 122 Westlake, and 34 Newmarket. And we have correspondence in opposition from 30 Newmarket and 116 Westlake.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, and we do have 1 registered speaker in opposition for this application. So at this time, we'll unmute the agent.
Thank you. Good.
You hear me?
Yes. If you could state your name and address, please.
Of course. Rocco Schipano. I am the applicant and the designer for the application. I am at 2842 Blue Street West, unit number 10.
Thanks very much, sir. You have 5 minutes for a short presentation, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For your records, again, my name is Rocco Schipano. I am the designer and the applicant before you. And today we're asking relief for the variances, which we're seeking your approval. We have consulted with the immediate neighbors across the area, front and rear of the property. So we have 11 letters of support, as you mentioned. We have also happily accommodated 2 requests from the planning department, where we have increased the soft landscaping of the rear parking area and proposing honeycomb pavers, permeable paving, and we have shown the privacy screen frosted glass over the side of the upper deck. The daughter family have lived in the house for 24 years, and they need more space. It's a growing family, growing kids, and they want to accommodate a family member. We believe the variances are in minor nature, and happy to ask any questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions, Mr. Reed?
Yeah, the variant 7 is that there will be no parking on the space, but you are providing a parking pad. So I was just wondering why that variance is there.
Well, I have asked that question to the zoning examiner. I believe just because we're removing the existing garage, and then it could be potentially because it's a legal non-conforming, but we still are providing the parking area at the back.
Okay, thank you.
Does seem a little unusual. All right, we have someone teed up to speak in opposition.
Yes, we'll unmute the resident at 30 Newmarket Avenue.
Good evening.
Evening, right. My name is Francois Routier. I live at 30 Newmarket Avenue. I'm the neighbor directly east to the property. I've been living here for 21 years and no issues with the neighbors. And but I received this package about three weeks ago. It took me by surprise. I'm concerned about the 2-floor extension in the rear. So I'm opposed to the variation number 2, 3, 4, and 5. What I want to in my submission, I want to show what is the impact would be on his project. Is these houses have been built in the 1920s. I don't think they have changed much since that time. His house is a 2-story shorter house, and mine is a 1-story longer house. So what you have is in my dining room, you have a window overlooking the end of his house. This photo you see right now, and just a little, that's my dining room, but the photo just down is a little bit down. Yeah, that one. It shows that my window actually starts right where his property ends. It's too far down now. It's that. Yeah, the view from a window shows that I have an unobstructed view for about five properties down the lot. These lots are all 25 feet wide, so it's going like you see his garage, the next garage, then there's a property no garage, two more garages. And my concern is once the project is completed, I won't have a window in my dining room, which is not per the building code, and that's the reason why I'm opposed to the project as presented. But according to the drawings that I received, basically the new extension will be the same width of the existing house, and it would just prolong. I have put pictures further down of the view from my bathroom, which is on the same. It's a window on the same wall, and it's facing is brick chimney and cables, and so that would be the outcome of the project afterwards, and that's the main reason why I'm opposed to the project as presented. There's the gap between the two houses is not to the zoning bylaw. It's I think at the narrowest point at the chimney is barely 2 feet between the two houses. And and the application requests that it could be that 2 feet, 0.24, 0.28 meters throughout for all his extension, and also the deck, the wooden deck that he expect to build at the end of the extension. It's extending way beyond my property that you see just above his plan.
Okay, anything further, sir?
I think I've pleaded my case. I hope some understanding.
Yes, thank you very
guidance.
much. All right, panel, any questions? Okay, let's go back to the agent.
I'll have the staff, if they can please pull out the folder where it says a presentation photo to show you the houses of the neighborhood, which we are pretty much inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. You can see similar cases, 3-story decks, and the volume as we are presenting. Another thing I wanted to mention that the window on the wall of the Mr. Francois, it's at 12 inches from the property line, and the building code requires minimum 1.2 meters, which is 4 feet. So that window is pretty much a legal non-conforming, and it has nothing to do with the zoning variances or variances that we have here today. So if you can see, we have many houses. Is this the pictures of the? Can I have staff please pull up the presentation photo folder? No, that's the existing rear. There's a folder in the actual submission. It's called presentation photo. It was on page 2.
Rocco, when did you submit these presentation materials?
We submitted today, but I thank the staff. I want to thank the staff for putting them up, but they were up on the system. I checked them earlier. They were there since noon. They have accommodated my last request at the last minute.
We see them. We're just pulling them up. Just give us a second, please.
Thank you.
Is that enough for you to speak to?
Yeah, pretty much. So I believe that the variances are minor in nature. They fit the forecast, and I would like to ask for your approval.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit facetious. It appears we can't pull them up on the screen, so that will have to do. Panel, any questions of the agent? Yes, Nellie.
So we have the variations, 3, 4, I think, and 5, with regards to the east side setbacks. All right, and I was wondering if those variations, they exist now.
Correct. Yes, I wanted to add that. Thank you for bringing that up. So practically, those variances are pretty much as per existing conditions. So we're maintaining the same overhang of the roof line. We're maintaining the same side of the walls. We're not protruding or going outside the actual siding, but the actual siding is going to match the same brick line, so we're not going further out.
Okay. Dylan?
I just wanted to confirm, I see no length variation, so I'm assuming that the length of this extension is as of right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, thank you, sir. We're going to take this into committee.
Thank you.
Yeah, thoughts, panel? Well, Nellie, I'm going to call on you since you're closest.
No, I think Doug was.
Oh, Doug didn't put his hand up, so I didn't see him. There you go.
Oh, I was just going to say, I definitely, have sympathy for the neighbor with losing the window. I understand that there's no length variance required, but the FSI is high, and it's possible that perhaps the back could have been tapered to make it work a little better in terms of the impact on the neighbor. But I'm also not sure that, given that it's which way is it facing? West face. I'm not sure there's that much light coming in through that particular window anyway, so I'm not sure the impact is huge, but I'm curious to hear what others have to say.
I'll talk. I think in general, like, I don't see anything, that I would consider not minor in this application, given the variances 4, 5, and 3, 4, and 5. They pertain to the existing conditions, so not much you can do there. The only my concern maybe with variance number 6 with the amount of soft landscaping. Maybe we can find some kind of remediation with permeable pavers for that. Actually, I'm curious if we can do that.
Sorry, did you want to go out of committee and ask that question? Okay, so we're back out of committee. Ms. Volport has a question for the agent.
Yes, and I do appreciate that question. Thank you very much. And as you can see, we have already provided honeycomb and negotiate with the planning department to increase the rear soft landscaping. And we have revised the drawings, as you can see on the site plan. And there is a cover letter that we have added over the rear parking pad. Instead to have a pea gravel, we're gonna put the honeycomb where we're gonna increase, the soft landscaping by backfilling with topsoil and grass. Yeah, if you can zoom in. towards the back. We have proposed honeycomb pavers and grass. So pretty much the back is going to be all grass with a hard surface for a car park.
But you're not making any changes to the variance you're requesting?
Not to the actual variances, to the numbers, but we are increasing the actual numbers.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, we're back in committee. Dylan?
Yeah, I mean, the extension is as of right, really, and it's extending the existing wall. I mean, they could have possibly done a bit of setback in the extension from the neighbor, but I mean, the neighbor's isn't set back, and it's a fairly narrow lot, so I don't really think that would be. I think that might, if it was a wider lot, that might mean something that we discuss. But given it's not that really wide, it's pretty common for extensions to just continue the existing wall. So the neighbors benefited from it not being built to as much as it could be for a long time, but really it's the same. It's essentially the same as what the neighbor has. So I think that it's fair enough to just accept these.
Thank you. Anyone want to make a motion? Nellie?
I would bring motion to approve with conditions of, tying to the revised plans where we have the screened glass on the third floor balcony and permeable pavers for parking part.
I think he said pea grave.
No, it's a honeycomb.
Oh, two permeable pavers? Okay.
Honeycomb, yeah, honeycomb.
Honeycomb,
Yes,
okay.
so-
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, forestry 1 and 2. So you're tying it to the site plan and elevations?
Yes.
Okay. All right, motion to approve with the condition of tying it to site plan and elevation and forestry 1 and 2. Second by Mr. Reed. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 26, 27 Everett Crescent. Purpose of the application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a complete second-story addition, a rear two-story addition, and a side exterior staircase. The existing basement walkout will be maintained and unaltered. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 8 photographs of the subject property, and a report from urban forestry.
For you, Mr. Chair, we do have the owners here in person and no registered speakers for this item.
Okay, if you can just give us your name and address, please.
My name is Kun Lin, my husband Chen Gualin. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, member.
And your address is 37 Everett?
Yeah, my address is 37 Everett Crescent.
Okay,
Yeah.
just hang on a sec, ma'am. Panel, do you need a presentation? I do note that there's length and depth, but it's a very unusual pie-shaped lot. It doesn't seem like at all this would be out of character. Okay, we don't need a presentation from you, ma'am. We've read all the material. We're comfortable with the material. One of the members has a question, though.
I was just wondering why there's a staircase to the second floor.
Because I have 2 sons, so in the future I'm afraid I might not afford to buy a house. So I want to make a staircase just in case that they couldn't afford the house to live, and then I can use the second floor for one son and the first floor for other son.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I.
Most parents want their kids to leave, not come back, but good for you.
I like them to be around me.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Okay, this is fairly straightforward. Thank you very much for coming down.
Okay.
We'll take it into committee. Look to a motion.
Thank you.
I make a motion to approve with the 2 forestry conditions. I think that the variances are technical and driven by the lot size, as you mentioned before, so it's hard to picture much impact on the surrounding folks.
That's forestry condition number 2, right?
Oh, yes, that's right, forestry condition 2.
Okay, seconder? Ms. Volpert, all in favor? You have your approval. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, committee. Thank you.
Sabrina, can we do the deferral request now from, I think it was...
Through you, Mr. Chair. Maybe let's deal with item 27. There's no registered speakers. They are seeking one variance. And then maybe we can go to item number 32 and deal with the deferral.
Okay.
And then we'll come back to item 28.
Okay, we're on to item number 27. This is 273 RUSHOLME Road. This is an application to alter the existing one-story ancillary building, detached garage in the rear yard by constructing a front two-story addition, a second-story addition with a front patio and a rear integral garage. The building will be converted into one laneway suite. Committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, an arborist report. There's a staff report from Urban Forestry, and we have correspondence in support from 271 RUSHOLME Road, the immediate adjacent neighbor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, no registered speakers for this item.
Hello, sir. Welcome. Could you give us your name and address, please?
Yes, my name is Leslie Alexander Andis, and business address, well, I'll give you the home address, 416 Clinton Street.
Great, thanks very much. Just hold on a sec, sir. I know you've come down. Panel, do we need a presentation on this application? I don't think we need a presentation, sir. It's fairly straightforward. We've read all the material. We're comfortable with what we've read. But do you have anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee?
There's just one more letter of support I wanted to submit, but if it's not necessary, then it's all right.
Okay. All right, great. Any questions? All right, we're in committee. Mr. Reid.
I'd like to move a motion to approve the variance. The building's a bit longer, but it's a really long lot, so I think there's plenty of space to accommodate that. And I thought it was a very thoughtful design.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Really, really well designed. So
it's your design?
Yes.
I'd like to move to approve the variance.
Great. There's forestry.
Oh yeah,
forestry number 2.
With forestry number 2.
Okay. Motion to approve by Mr. Reid. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can probably deal with the deferral request for item number 32.
Okay. Just hang on a second. Item 32 is, we're jumping ahead, then we'll come back to the ones we've skipped over because this should be a fairly quick one. This is 1245A Queen Street East. Purpose is to construct a new 5-story semi-detached dwelling with a front basement walkout, a front covered porch with stairs, a front ground balcony, ground floor balcony, rear ground exterior stairs, front and rear 3rd-story balconies, front and rear 4th-story balconies, and 2 5th-story rooftop patios. This dwelling will have a total of 4 residential dwelling units. It's a 4-plex. So the committee has before it a copy plan, a survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of the subject property, a deferral request from the agent, and correspondence in opposition from 1245B Queen Street East. So if we have the agent?
Yes, we do have the agent, and we also have one registered speaker here in person. I'll ask that he comes up to the podium, and then we'll get the agent online to explain the reason for the deferral, and then we'll go to the speaker.
Great. All right, is the agent with us?
Good evening, Chair and panel. This is Blaine Calderon of 241 Odette Road, Peterborough. I'm the agent.
Great. Mr. Calderon, can you give us your reason for seeking a deferral?
We're seeking a deferral this evening to adjust the front elevation to further align with the official plan. Planning has brought up some suggestions to what we were proposing, and we're just need a couple weeks to adjust it to accommodate.
Okay, will this result in a change of any of the variances?
Yes, it's going to result into a slight adjustment to the FSI. Otherwise, it's pretty close.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay, to you, sir, if you could introduce yourself.
Sure, hi. My name is Luis Trevino. I'm the owner of the house beside this massive project coming up.
Okay, so I'll put the question to you very specifically. All we're really asking for is if you agree with the deferral or not.
So I'm just trying to understand, this is new to me, so I just want to know, when you say
Sure.
defer, what does that mean, just to verify?
So what the applicant has asked for is that he'd like to stand his application down and have it heard another time because he has alterations he need to make to his application and he needs to change the variances. So he will be coming back to the committee another time. At that time, if the committee agrees to defer, at that time, you and others will have an opportunity to speak to it. You have an opportunity, I hope that the agent, if you've got concerns, might reach out and speak with you before it even gets back here to hopefully, if there's an opportunity to resolve any concerns you have. But at the end of the day, if it comes back to this committee, you will have another opportunity to share your views on it.
That sounds good.
Okay?
Thank you.
So are you supportive of a deferral?
Sure, I'm supportive of deferral.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for coming down.
No problem, thank you very much.
All right, panel, we take it to the committee. Do I have a motion for deferral? Ms. Volpert? Seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your deferral, sir. We go back now to number 28. This is 1111 Gerrard Street East. This application is to construct a new 6-story apartment building containing 9 dwelling units with a ground floor covered front porch, 5th story front and rear Juliet balconies, 6-story front and rear rooftop terraces, and 2 side basement walkouts. A portion of the front and side of the building will be cantilevered over the ground floor. Committee has before it a copy of the plan, survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised site plan, floor plan, and elevation received March 26th. A red line zoning notice, March 26th. A red line public notice dated, received March 26th. 3 photographs of the subject property, decision number A0168/04T affecting the subject property, an OMB order affecting the subject property, planning rationale from the agent, correspondence from the agent. We have comments from Transportation Services and Community Planning. We have a letter from Counselor. We have letters or correspondence in opposition from 40 and 44 Indian Avenue, 1095, 1113 Gerrard Street East, Ms. Graydon with no address provided, 38 Indian, 47 Indian, 116 Westlake, 36 and 33 Indian, and an 86 signature petition in opposition signed by owners and occupants of Indian, Gerrard Street East, and Ledley Street.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person, and we have a number of registered speakers on this item in opposition.
Are they here or online?
Some are here and some are online.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, sir, if you could give us your name and address, please.
Sure. Michael Kuipers at 26 Austin Avenue.
Mr. Kuipers, I'm going to ask you to do a presentation, but for clarity purposes, I'm going to ask you to take us through the variances because it looks like they have changed, and we want to make sure that we and others are abundantly clear with what we're dealing with.
Sure. I guess I was hoping to speak to the project and how we arrived at our initial proposal at a higher level, and then...
Well, you've submitted a red line, so maybe just focus on the changes that you've made.
Sure.
And speak to which variance you're changing, then maybe that's the trade-off we'll do.
Sure. So we have provided a alternative proposal that changes variances 4, 6, and 8. That is a revision to the height. It revises the FSI.
Can you say, like, the height changes from what to what?
Yes, just 1 second, I'll pull that up here. So it revises the height from 19.507 meters to 16.65 meters. It would revise variance number 6 from an FSI of 4.27 to 3.44. And we've made a revision respecting the request from the report that was submitted by Transit to increase the rear yard setback, variance number 8, from 1.089 meters to 1.13 meters.
Those are the changes? So you're reducing it height, you're taking 2 stories off, is that what it is?
It's, the revised proposal reduces the height of the building by 2 stories.
Okay. All right. The floor is yours. If you could give us a presentation. There's a lot of people waiting to speak to this one.
Yes, good afternoon, thank you, or good evening. Thank you to the chair and the committee. We're a small builder focused on building small, infill, low to mid-rise, purpose-built rentals in the larger Leslieville area. We're also proud members of that community ourselves. I myself can actually see the subject site from my own house. Working at this small infill scale is challenging, and it exists on extremely tight margins. To do this work, we first need to identify properties that we think are appropriate for the type of increased gentle density that we focus on, and then we have to take a gamble. We have to take a gamble on what we believe is the highest and best use of the property will also be supported and approved by the city, the neighborhood, and ultimately this committee. There is, in fact, contrary to what we may be hearing in opposition today, a lot of care and careful consideration that has gone into our original proposal for the 5.5-story building containing 9 family-sized, purpose-built rental units. We arrived at that plan after studying the official plan, the EHON expanding housing options and neighborhood study, the major street study, and the specific site itself and its proximity to public transit. Also key was the fact that next door, located just 40 feet to the east, is a much larger, already existing 6-story apartment building that contains 65 units. So Chapter 4 of the official plan does make allowances for increased height and density on lots fronting onto a major street. And the major street study identifies Gerrard Street as a major street with a 20-meter right-of-way. And for context, that's the same right-of-way as Queen Street. The outcome of the EHON study is a recommendation by community planning that the zoning bylaw and the official plan be officially changed to approve 6-story with no limit on FSI as of right on major streets. Council and planning was supportive of the much larger building next door to our site. That building is 21.5 meters tall. Our original proposed building is actually 2 meters shorter at 19.5 meters. As you can see from our slideshow on slides 6 through 7, the existing building next door is taller, longer, denser, with a smaller side and rear yard setbacks and even less soft landscaping than our proposal. The larger size and the position of that larger neighboring building to the east of our project means that our building, as originally proposed, would not in fact cast any meaningful new shadows on neighboring properties, and any impact to neighbor sightlines would be negligible. Finally, the property is perfectly situated to take advantage of public transit and cycling infrastructure. The property fronts directly onto the 24-hour Gerrard Street car line. It's just steps from the 83 Jones line. It's a few pedals away from the dedicated bike lanes on Dundas. And most importantly, it is located just a few hundred meters from the new Ontario line station on Gerrard Street. So, if you'll indulge me, it begs the question, why are we spending the enormous sums of time and dollars to fund studies like the EHON that have clear recommendations for solutions to helping to solve our housing crisis, the huge investment in public transit, like the Ontario line, to then have the city and council not support projects that so clearly meet their stated goals? It's clear that many in the neighborhood disagree, but short of this property being attached directly to the Ontario line station, I personally can't think of a more appropriate site for this size and scale of a project. With that being said, we have heard the considerable opposition from the neighborhood. I respect that our neighbors, in opposition also genuinely believe they have the best interest of the neighborhood at heart. And so in an effort to find a compromise, we have prepared an alternative, the red line zoning notice that would reduce the building by 2 stories to a 4-story building with an as-of-right mechanical penthouse. It would bring it in line with what community planning said they could currently support at this time by meeting the guidelines of the official plan. It would reduce the number of apartments, and unfortunately, some of the remaining units would be smaller than the larger family-sized units originally proposed. But if you reference the red line notice, you'll see that this substantial reduction does only affect variances 4, 6, and 8, and can be revised cleanly to approve. I would humbly ask that if the committee is not convinced by our argument that our original proposal for 5.5 stories of family-sized, purpose-built rentals, meters from the new Ontario line is appropriate, that it would consider this reduced building with the provided revised zoning notice for approval today, so that we can move forward with at least bringing some of the proposed purpose-built rentals online sooner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we just need I need a little bit of clarity in respect of your discussions with planning staff. Because we have a report before us which is recommending refusal or deferral. But I'm presuming this was before you've made the changes that you have done. So have you had any further discussions with planning about your revised proposal?
So not with the revised proposal. We had conversations with planning. We were going back and forth, and we were asking for clarity from them in why they didn't feel like our proposal met when we confronted them with the EHON study that they are supportive in asking council to approve. And their feedback to us at that time essentially was, it's not that we, this is the verbal conversations, right? It was, it's not that we don't think it's in line long-term with where we're going, but why don't you wait until the EHON and the bylaw has been approved? And we said, well, when do you think that will be approved? And they said, well, we don't know. And so, at first we decided we were going to move forward with our existing proposal. It wasn't until Thursday that we actually finally saw community planning's note. And so we've only had a couple of days to race against the community opposition, knowing that we had the hearing date today, to try to come up with something. What community planning had said to us clearly was that if this was 4 stories, it would then meet the current official plan as they read it, and that would be, that they were happy to see the purpose-built rentals, that they obviously wanted to see those elements brought on board, but they simply couldn't approve it under the current official plan. And if we were, could bring it down to 4, then it would be something that we could be discussing.
Okay, so since you've done a red line submit, has the community or the neighbors seen your changes?
No. It has been uploaded, I admit, only for, we worked hard to adjust the drawings to match with that red line, and those were uploaded yesterday. So there hasn't been a long opportunity for the committee to review those, admittedly.
Dylan?
Question of clarification. I'm looking at the original 6-story site plans. Am I correct? All of them seem to be 1-bedrooms or studios. Is that correct?
No, there are 9 units total.
Yeah.
And if you look at the floor plans, if you look at floors 2, 3, and 4, you'll see those are larger. Those are larger 2+ bedroom units, multiple bathrooms, and lots of additional storage space.
So this is a 2.2? Okay, right, that's a 2-bedroom.
Yeah,
2-bedroom?
Yeah. So more than 30% of the units are 2+ bedrooms, and then if
how many exactly 2+ bedrooms?
So that's three units.
3 2+ bedroom units.
And then if you
and then the others are studios or 1-bedroom.
There's no studios. The others are all fully 1-bedroom units, and they are on the I would suggest on the larger side of one bedrooms, especially if you look at drawing A2.5 and 2.6.
And
Lastly, are you eliminating the rooftop terrace?
So in our revised proposal, there is still a rooftop terrace that does exist in the revised proposal.
Sorry, on 2.5, you're saying that those are large? I don't see a bedroom. I see a great room and a bathroom and a kitchen.
And they have an internal staircase that brings them up to the next level.
So
And
those are two stories.
That's correct.
Understood. Thank you very much.
Sabrina, did you want to say something?
Sorry, I just had one more question. I think the building that you're referring to, the nearby, is 1117?
That's correct.
And do you know if that went through a rezoning process, or did that go through Committee of Adjustment?
No, that did go through a rezoning process, not through Committee of Adjustment.
Thank you.
Yep.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say, for the benefit of the residents that are here speaking in opposition and those that are online, I think we should recap the revisions, right? Yeah. No, so I guess what the applicant is proposing is 4 stories instead of 6 stories, a height of 16.65 meters, an FSI of 3.44, and a rear yard setback of 1.13 meters. So those are the changes that the applicant is proposing at this time. Is that correct?
I mean, I don't want to get in the way of this committee seeing that the 6 stories is better, but yes, those are the proposals.
Well, I think the committee needs to know what decision they're making. So are they making it based on the application that's before them right now, or the revised application?
We're prepared to accept the revised application if that is what the committee thinks is best.
So are there drawings, or do we have drawings for the revised application?
There are revised drawings. I think they're titled Plan PLNCA Plans Revised that were uploaded on March 26th.
I think that's one of the things that we might want to consider. This sounds pretty complicated in the last minute, so I think what we're considering is whether a deferral might be a better option. I'm sensing from the folks behind you that they're unfamiliar with the changes that you've made. Hold on a second. Given this is very last minute, we're unsure as to what community planning's view would be on the revised application. We would wonder what your thoughts on deferral might be to allow some more clarity to be brought forward, both with the city and with the residents, about what you're proposing. I mean, your options are we hear it and it either gets approved or refused. But a deferral might, again, allow the panel to get more clarity as well as benefit from any comments from community planning.
Sure. I mean, if that's what the committee would recommend, then we could agree to a deferral and take this back to gather more information.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions of the agent? We do have some folks that we want to talk to and hear from. I will be positing to each of them whether they'd be comfortable with a deferral. Thank you.
For you, Mr. Chair, let's start with the speakers from 1113 Gerrard Street East. If you can come up to the podium, and you're just going to be stating whether or not you're in support of the deferral. You'll have to sit in that. Introduce yourself, first and last name.
Good evening. Do you want to have a seat? Yeah. And you want to turn your mic? Is your microphone on?
There's supposed to be a translator, but they had to leave at 6 o'clock, sorry.
Do you understand us?
My name is Yun Sai Zhang. It's 11:13 order. My name is Yun Sai Zhang. It's 11:13 order.
11:13.
11:13, okay,
Gerrard
thank you.
Street, yeah.
Yeah, honest.
Okay, so what we've been discussing is with the person who's proposing this is whether or not
No, I don't want it.
you don't want a deferral, because just to be clear, if we defer, they have to come back again. They have to talk with you, consult with you, and then they come back here again. And if you're still unhappy, you get an opportunity to share with the committee your concerns. So this isn't over yet, it's just delaying it.
Is it a delay for 1 week, 2 months?
It will be rescheduled at an appropriate time, so it's unclear, probably a couple months down the road. So I'm sorry, I apologize, I'm not being as clear as I could for you, but the option is to just not deal with it today. The applicant goes away, clarifies to you what they're proposing, discusses it with you, hopefully, and if they bring it back again, then it will be in front of this panel, and the panel will make a decision. But you will have an opportunity to raise any concerns at that time that you might have on them. So you still get your chance in front of the committee to raise the concerns you might have. I hope that's clear. I don't know if anyone knows these folks and can give them.
anyone translate to them?
Because I had to speak Mandarin, right? He just came here, but they have to go 6 o'clock, that's why.
Okay, so we're just asking, are you okay if we put the application on hold for today so that the agent?
Can we, he's a neighbor, she's a neighborhood too. We can talk each other too.
No. We can, okay, can you? No. I mean, like, I'm speaking English, right? Okay, so, and it seems like she's understanding what everyone is saying in this room, so it's just a yes or no. Excuse me, ma'am. Okay, everyone has a chance, okay? All right, so are you okay with putting the application on hold so they can have discussions with you?
No.
No? Okay.
Okay, so
next
That's fine.
group.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay,
move
so
on
we'll
to the
hear
next speaker.
from,
We have the.
38.
Can I say one more time? I have one of the position for the people sign for the neighborhood. About the Gerrard and Leslie and the ND Street. We have the more than 140 people.
Yep,
They know
okay.
that too.
Okay, thank you. We've heard from you. Thank you. Okay, the next is, who's speaking for 1095 Gerrard Street East? If you can come up to the podium. State your first and last name.
Okay, my last name is Zhu, first name Suryan,
And your address, sir?
1095 Gerrard Street East.
Okay, so what we'd like to ask you is whether you support a deferral of this application or not.
Yeah, it's our option.
You're okay with deferring it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Next, 38. Come up to the podium. Endine Avenue. Just sit in that first chair there so we can see you on the video.
Okay.
Welcome, sir. If you can give us your name and address, please.
It's Michael Patrician.
Okay, and address?
38 Endine Avenue.
Okay, so just to put the question to you as well, are you in favor of a deferral or not?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Next, 40 Endine Avenue. First and last name.
Chiquita Phillips.
And to the question, are you in favor of a deferral or not?
I would like to ask a question about how many units will be in this new
We're not really going to get into the details of the application because we just want to deal with whether it's being deferred or not. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that will, I mean, as this application goes forward the next time, they will be sharing that information with you and others.
All right, then.
Okay, you're in favor of a deferral?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to come before the podium to speak on this one? See none? Okay, we're going to go online. So we're going to unmute the speaker for 1109 Gerrard Street East. Jeremy?
Yes, so my name is Serena Tsai.
Okay.
I'm actually Jeremy Tsai's daughter, speaking
Okay.
on behalf of him. And I agree to the deferral.
Thank you. And then the speaker for 46 Endine Avenue, Bruce, will unmute you. Hello, Bruce?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Bruce and him, 46 Endine Avenue, and no opposition to the deferral.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, that's all the speakers that we have listed, so we can get the agent back to the podium.
Welcome back, sir. You've heard, I think, that there is support for a deferral. So unless if you have anything further to add, we're going to take it into committee and make a decision on that.
No, I have nothing.
Okay, thanks very much. We're in committee. Panel.
I'll make a motion to defer. I think it's actually the only thing that we can do in the circumstances. The revised plans came very late. Nobody's had a chance to look at them. And I think procedural fairness dictates this comes back another day so everybody has a chance to.
Great. And can we attach a little bit of, not a condition, but part of the return will be that evidence of discussion with the surrounding neighbors?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Motion by Mr. Wilkins to defer. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Reed. All in favor? Okay, this matter is deferred.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 29. 28 Glen Cedar Road. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with a front covered porch, a front integral garage, a rear ground floor deck, a rear 3rd-story balcony, and a rear in-ground swimming pool. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, and presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services and a urban forestry report. There are 5 form letters in support from 10 and 29 Glen Cedar Road, 29 Markdale, 74 Strathern, and 26 Glen Cedar Road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do not have any registered speakers for this item. At this time, we'll unmute Franco Romano.
Mr. Romano.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel. Thank you for having me, 321 Lakeshore.
Okay, just hang on a sec. Panel, does anyone need a presentation on this one? This seems fairly straightforward as well. Okay. Mr. Romano, we don't need a presentation on this one. It seems fairly straightforward. We've read all the material. We're comfortable with the application or understanding the application. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before we take it into committee?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Just to say that the proposed building length is basically through the middle of the building for a 1-story rear addition or rear 1-story portion, and the proposal is very much in keeping with the surrounding area, and there's no setback variances. So thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thanks very much. Panel, any questions? Okay, we will go into committee. Any thoughts or observations or a motion?
I mean, all the variations are pretty minor. I was a bit concerned about the driveway, but there's lots of soft landscaping in the front, and transportation seems okay with it. So I see no problems with this. So I move approval.
Forestry 2 and 3?
Oh, yeah, with Forestry 2 and 3.
Okay, motion to approve from Mr. Reed with those conditions, seconded by Mr. Wilkins. All in favor? You have your approval, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you kindly.
Yeah. You can't see this stuff? Okay, we're just going to take a slight minute. Wills, can you help? Nellie's having some problems with her computer. We'll just take a brief pause while we resolve a technical issue. Okay, so Sabrina, we're going to take a 10-minute break while this Nellie's computer gets resolved. I apologize to those who've been waiting for a long time, but we have to do that. Back in 10. I'll turn my microphone on. Thank you very much. God, where would we be without Sabrina, quite frankly? Do you want me to do that over again? Let's try it. Okay. My apologies. 39 Glen Stewart Crescent. This is an application to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with an integral garage, a rear basement walkout, and covered front porch, and rear first, second, third-story decks. Committee has before it a copy plan of survey site plans and elevations, a revised site plan, floor plans and elevations received March 20th, red line public notice received March 20th, 3 photographs of trees on the subject property, covering letter from the agent, and presentation materials from a second agent. We have staff reports from community planning, urban forestry, and advisory report from ravine and natural feature protection. There are 4 form letters in support from 51 Winthorpe and 29B and 44 Glen Stewart Crescent, and from 34A Long Crescent. Okay. Do we have the agent?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, we also have a number of opposition letters. It's on the second page. From addresses on Glen Stewart Crescent.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. My materials were a little mixed up. My goodness, we do have a lot of correspondence in opposition. 23 Glen Stewart, 44 Glen Stewart, 45, 38, 33, 25, 21, 17, 48, 27, 19, 45, 36, 45, 32, another one from 45. Well, this is Unit 6, pardon me. It was Unit 2 and Unit 6 at 45, 33, 31, 45, Unit, I don't know which unit that one is, excuse me, and 35, all Glen Stewart Crescent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online. We also have 6 people registered to speak in opposition. They are here today in person with us. So at this time, we'll unmute Franco Romano.
Mr. Romano.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore.
Great. You've submitted some red line changes.
That's on March 20th. The designer submitted changes, and those changes, thank you, staff, are up in the red line public notice. And the plan changes accommodate those revisions to the variances, and they also incorporate the privacy screening that planning staff had recommended in their March 19th staff report. So the changes, if we can I can walk through them. Variance number 1 for the east side yard setback, the change is from a side yard setback of 0.573 meters, which was basically the existing, to a proposed 0.9 meters. Variance number 4, the floor space index changes to 0.581. There's been a reduction in the building. That is 402.88 square meters of floor area. Variance number 6, the second story deck reduces in size to 10.12 square meters from 12.42. And the variance number 7, going along with the rear deck, change that I described in variance number 1. The building itself is moved to 0.9 meter east side yard setback. Variance number 8, there was an eaves setback variance on the east side originally proposed. That variance is to be removed. I am removing that variance.
Okay, so going back to variance number 6, so you're changing the dimensions of the second story deck, but not the third?
That's correct.
Okay.
The east side yard setback resulted in a change of the second story deck, but the third story deck is basically along the west side. It's tucked into the third floor built area.
Okay, thank you for that. If you can now give us a presentation, there's a number of folks who wish to speak to this item.
Yes, if staff can go to the E4 presentation materials. Item number 3, E4, presentation material. Slide number 1 just shows the site plan. This is a sculpted and an articulated building. If we look at the site plan drawing, we'll see that in a broken line, there is the existing building outline. And then in more solid gray line, there is a proposed building outline. Sorry, just so then staff can help. If you go to the bookmarks, then you go under E4 presentation materials. Yeah, perfect. That's the site plan. Perfect. So we'll see next door to the west, number 45. That's the 9-unit residential building that's next door. You see it has a larger side yard setback. The proposal is for a 0.9 meter side yard setback on that side. To the on the opposite side, it is number 35. That is the neighbor. You'll see that its building length is shown there. It's marked on slide number 1. And it shows that it's got a building length that's very comparable to what is being proposed. It has different heights, clearly, but it's a similar building length. To go up and down Glen Stewart Crescent, it's not a straight street, but it does have building lengths that vary and in exceedance to the zoning bylaw. What you'll see is that there are bump outs at the front and the back. Staff can go to slide number 1, please. It's up a couple of pages. Yeah, that's the site plan drawing. Terrific. Thank you. So it's an articulated building footprint, and the building length and the depth are not for the entirety of the building. And slide number 2, so the next slide, if staff can go to the next slide, you'll see all of the building elevations. It is a low profile building. The permitted building height for a detached residential is 11 meters and the proposal is at 9.52 meters. And you'll see that the eaves height or the wall height, 5.3 meters largely. There are no wall heights, there are no overall height. One side yard setback is zoning bylaw compliant and the other is larger than existing. It's at 0.9 meters. You'll see that it is sculpted. So the building reduces in mass and scale as one rises from the ground up. So largely you'll see 18.83 meters on the west elevation, and then it goes to 16.5 meters. And then the third floor is 7.5 meters. And on the east elevation, it starts at 19.4 meters. Then central to the building, if we saw that bump out on that site plan, it goes to 20.5, then it goes to 18.1, and then it's 6.8 on the third floor, and you see no windows on that side. Go to the back elevation, you'll see that the second floor balcony has at least a 1.2 meter, it's about 1.5 meter, or sorry, about a 1.5 meter setback to the side lot line. It has privacy screening on the sides, and then there's a green roof beyond. And the third floor balcony or terrace is completely shielded on the right-hand side towards number 45 because the roof, the sloped roof, and on the other side, it has a zoning bylaw compliant 1.2 meters and it has a 1.5 meter privacy screen. So in essence, what is occurring here is that the third floor is built into the roof line only for part of the roof line. It's about 25 square meters of floor area, about 84.4 square meters in total area, including the roof. And that is over top of the first floor, which is 196 square meters. So it's less than half as we rise up to the roof. And that is the sculpted nature of the building. We'll see that in terms of floor space index, 0.581. I know I have some comparables on the street, even Glen Stewart, which Yep. This side is Glen Stewart Crescent, and then if you go to the other side, it's a little more conventional potting fabric, but it's Glen Stewart Avenue. We'll see that the floor space index is very much in keeping with what's occurring for approvals on the street and in the surrounding area. Planning staff have no objections. We agree with those two conditions of approval. I would say that the second condition should attach to the plans dated March 20th or received by the Committee of Adjustment March 20, 2024 instead of February 21, 2024, because the March 20 plans show the revisions. And subject to any questions, I submit that the revised proposal satisfies all four tests and creates no unacceptable adverse impact. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel.
Thank you. Panel, any questions before we hear from the opposition? Thank you very much. If we can have the first speaker.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. This first speaker on the list is from 31 Glen Stewart Crescent.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
We could have your name and address.
Yes, my name is Barry Papoff. I live at 31 Glen Stewart Crescent.
Okay.
This is an overhead. I don't know if this can be shared. This is just a visual. I didn't bring it before, but it basically just illustrates the level of opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Is this materials that we already have with the Committee of Adjustment? Oh, the property map, okay.
It's just a property map.
Yeah,
It's an
that's fine.
illustration showing where the people who have written in live. Okay.
Right,
Correct.
yeah. Okay. No, there's no way of us showing it, so we'll
Okay,
just
very
have to
well.
leave it here. I'm sorry. We can't.
Not to worry.
accept it.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
It is, thank you again, sorry for, I'll be brief, for allowing me to speak. It's simply a visual to show the extent of opposition, the amount of yellow on neighboring properties, and I would say affected properties. I cannot speak directly to all the individual letters of support, but to the best of my knowledge, a number of them, at least one of them is not on the street, and I believe two of them are from developers. So the motivation of those letters of support could be somewhat questionable. We submitted an objection in writing. I will not repeat the details here. I'll be brief. I'm here really to show, simply by my presence, to emphasize the importance of this matter to us, the affected parties. The other speakers will speak more directly to quantitative evaluations and qualitative evaluations and measures. Affected parties, meaning negatively affected parties. I want to submit to the committee that variances should not be granted strictly based upon precedence. Each lot, each application is unique, and each variance request should be taken in context of the specific lot. I'm 5'7". If you put me on a basketball team with players 4 foot tall, I'd be a basketball star. In other words, absolute numbers need to be also taken in context of the specific property. In this application, I submit that the variances requested are excessive for this particular lot. In context of this application, I believe some of the variances specific are massing, the lot coverage, the depth of the structures, including the projection of the decks themselves, which are obstructive. It's not just the structure itself, but the decks themselves project off it. I would like to point out one precedent that may form part of the application's presentation as an example. I live at 31 Glen Stewart Crescent. 29 Glen Stewart Crescent is next to me. It is a similar tear down and rebuild that the neighbors, including myself, opposed, and in fact it was denied at COA. Now, only after the applicant made changes which addressed our specific concerns and submitted those changes in writing and allowed us ample time, not 2 days before the submission, but ample time to review those changes and reach an agreement in writing, did we withdraw our opposition to TLAB. So I want to, again, emphasize that precedents need to be taken in the context and the history in which they were granted, which has not been the case here. So basically, in summary, I am requesting that this application in its current form be denied. And again, the other speakers will address more quantitative concerns. that changes be made to address the concerns of the negatively affected parties, of which I am one, in writing, and that an agreement be reached by the affected parties in writing, and only then should it be resubmitted for approval. But I submit that it should be denied in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A couple questions. You and others, have you seen and are aware of the changes that the applicant has made to the application?
I have seen early drawings, I've seen renderings, I've not seen the specific, myself, I've not seen the specific changes in detail, but again, I submit that without time for a proper review, submitting them at the 11th hour does not give ample time for me to assess them and to determine whether or not they address my concerns.
Okay.
So therefore, I deem them frankly invalid.
Have you and others had any discussion with the applicant in advance of today's application?
I met very briefly with the applicant. I've not engaged fully with the applicant, but I have expressed my concerns.
Okay, thanks very much. Panel, any further questions? Okay, we'll move on.
Mr. Chair, we'll hear from 48 Glen Stewart Crescent.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, city planners, and committee members. My name is Peter Morfitt. I live at 48 Glen Stewart Crescent. And I'm here today to express my opposition to the requested zoning bylaw variances for 39 Glen Stewart Crescent. Please understand that I have no objection to the redevelopment of this property. My concern is that the variances requested are significant deviations from what is set out in the planning bylaws. I would like to address the impacts of the variances from a neighborhood perspective. First, let's take a look at the letters of support and opposition. At last count, the committee received 20 detailed letters of opposition, including my own, to the application outlining the reasons for their opposition. These letters were all from people who live on Glen Stewart Crescent, either beside or near the applicant. There are 4 letters of support, all in the format of a form letter. Of the 4 supporters, one is from on Winthrop Road, which is an address approximately 300 meters away from Glen Stewart Crescent. 2 letters of support are from developers or builders, 29A Glen Stewart Crescent and 42A Long Crescent. They have similar interest to this proposal in the building of large homes with many major variances that can be approved as possible. Only the 4th neighbor, located on the north side of Glen Stewart Crescent, is what we would consider to be a valid resident supporting it. Effectively, this tallies the 20 objections and 1 in support. The residents of Glen Stewart Crescent have clearly spoken. The applicants did have a meeting with the street on March 15th. 8 people attended, including 1 who had met them prior. 7 of those in attendance submitted letters of opposition following that meeting. Their position did not change despite the 3D renderings and explanations presented to them. There are tests for the suitability of a proposed development. These tests can be based directly on the content of Toronto's official plan. The first is the official plan test. The character of a street is not just simply a question of mathematics in terms of variances. Indeed, Section 415 of the official plan requires that new development in established neighborhoods respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood. The plan further identifies prevailing lot configurations, heights, massing, scale, and density of nearby residential properties as a point of reference. The plan also calls for prevailing patterns of rear and side yard setbacks and proposed development within a neighborhood to be materially consistent with the prevailing physical character of properties in both the broader and immediate contexts. The plan continues to say that in instances of significant difference between these 2 contexts, The plan directs that the immediate context will be considered to be of greater relevance. No changes will be made through rezoning, minor variance, or other public action that are out of keeping with the overall physical character of the entire neighborhood. End of citation. Granting permission for the variances will fundamentally alter the streetscape and physical character of Glen Stewart Crescent. The second test is the zoning bylaw test. It measures the variance in terms of how it interacts with the bylaws. It involves a numerical analysis of this proposal, and I will leave that to others in attendance today. The third test is the minor test. It asks if the variances and the project are minor in size, nature, importance, and impact. This project creates a new precedent on Glen Stewart Crescent in terms of degree of variance. The resulting house is completely out of keeping with other homes on the street and the street's existing physical character. In short, it is a massive building. The variances are not minor. They introduce undue impacts onto adjacent properties and the neighborhood. The approval of these variances in summation would set precedents that could enable similar variance proposals of this character in the future. More such redevelopments of the scale based on these precedents would impose, or result rather, in a significant and progressively negative impact on the nature of this street. I'm asking the committee to consider the foregoing concerns and direct the applicants to reduce, to either reject the variances as submitted or direct the applicants to reduce them significantly to align much more closely with both the letter and spirit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you and others who are speaking, if you could, is there any particular issue that adversely affects you personally?
I am virtually across the street.
You're across the street from this site?
Virtually, yes.
And what would the impact of this proposal be on you, sir?
Well, it's the scale of the house is completely out of is not consistent with the other homes on the street.
Okay, so your concern is that this build doesn't fit in with the street, but you're not negatively impacted personally?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I would ask others to, as you come up, try not to repeat stuff you've already heard, and if I could ask you also to speak to the issue about how this impacts you personally. Thank you very much.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll now hear from 35 Glen Stewart Crescent.
Good evening. Oh, okay.
You can put it right here. I think you'll be able to hear him. He can turn up the volume.
Okay, we'll just,
No, he's gonna, is it okay from here, guys?
Is he going to be speaking?
He's gonna speak for a little bit.
Okay, can you get closer to one of the microphones or not?
No, it's automated on this computer.
Oh, so it will project through a speaker?
Yes. Yes, Peter speaks through.
Can we just test that? The reason we're asking that is there are people watching online. We want to make sure that they are able to hear him as well.
Can you hear me? If not, I can increase the volume.
That's fine for us. Sabrina, is that okay with the mic picking it up?
Of course. It's okay to get him in. Watch me try to get him right through
no,
here.
that's fine. That's good. Just leave it like that.
We'll see if that works.
Okay, great. Welcome. If you can introduce both of you, that would be great. And your address.
I'm Utah Zarani, and this is my husband, Peter Wood,
Okay, and your address?
35 Glen Stewart Crescent.
Great, thank you very much. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, I thought you said I could, okay. Okay. Go ahead, Pete.
Okay, sir, over to you.
Mr. Chair, city planners and members of the Committee of Adjustment. I'm Peter Wood of 35 Glen Stewart Crescent. I live next door, to the west of the property in question. I came here today to strongly oppose the application before you. As you can imagine, it wasn't easy for me to make this trip. The variances are excessive and do not respect the neighborhood or special landscape of our street. In my submission, I explained the profound impact this application, if approved, will have on me, my family, and my daily life because of my unique condition. I have advanced ALS. I can't move any part of my body. I can't talk or swallow. More importantly, I'm on a ventilator. This project, particularly in the summer as planned, will put me at great risk. If approved, I'll be trapped indoors for 17 months unless precautions are put in place. The rest of the year, it's too cold for me to be outside. We made our concerns relative to the variances, the mass, and to my unique challenges known to the applicant as soon as we realized the scope and timing. I hope to hear back from them with some solution or compromise, any plan to mitigate the risks, but nothing. Because of my condition, I spend all my time in our house. No vacation, no time away, no escape. The sunlight and views at the back are the highlight of my day. Every day. We will already lose so much light, sun, and privacy with a reasonable-sized project. Approval of these unnecessarily large variances, allowing it to be oversized, with multiple, deep, unprecedented projections, will make it much worse. It will have an adverse impact on my mental and physical health. This isn't minor in any way. Nor is it just a nice to have, it's all I have. I respectfully request you deny this application.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, are you going to continue?
I guess I had my own, but I'll try to pick it apart. From the start, we were told that the project would be a modest renovation until the city posted the plans. A month ago, we were shocked to see that it sought approval to build a massive house, the largest on the street. It does not respect the unique features of our ravine lots and the privacy and line of sight that we currently enjoy. Like Peter, my children and I spend most of our time at home in the back of the house. It's literally the only place in the world that we can be together as a family. Long term, we will lose the morning sunlight that now streams through our east windows, privacy to our master suite due to their stairway windows in the plans, and if the deck variances were approved, the south window views and sun will be further impacted on top of that. The applicant's agent indicated there was meaningful and proactive consult in their cover letter. I submit it was reactive at best, primarily orchestrated for the purpose of reporting to this committee. In fact, after repeated attempts to have our concerns addressed, there was a minor modification, as you referred, to reduce the side setback by a foot, just hours before the submission deadline. We see that as token, disingenuous to suggest it was done for our benefit. It does not in any way, because of where it is, mitigate the impact of the variances would have on us. The newly proposed privacy screens will make the masking of sunlight created by the length and the projections of the decks and the covered porch roof much worse. It is the depth of the balconies, the length of the structure that takes the privacy and the sun, both from our home and from our backyard. because of their height and the sloping lot. Screens are not a solution and do not justify approval of these egregious bylaw deviations over 20 square meters when the bylaw says 4. The 3D images that were presented to the neighbors, and I think you might have seen, they're not dimensioned, and as such, they inaccurately depict the alignment and the proportions of 35 and 39. One of my pictures, Sabrina, can you find this one? If you can, but I won't stop. Causing the development's impact to be materially distorted. Specifically, discrepancies in the south wall alignment on all 3 stories lead to inaccurate placement. But if the committee doesn't refer to those drawings, I'm only making the point that the deck projection, the inaccurate placement raises concerns about the accuracy of the presented information. Luckily, the neighbors understood that distortion. I have some other comments about the tiered design, and that's why it's a picture that looks like, yeah, but okay. It was in my presentation materials, pictures, but that's okay. The tiered design has also been overstated by the presenter. The plans show the second floor comes out almost as far as the first floor. There's only a half a meter difference. Though it's set a little to the east, it'll mask the morning sun because that's how light travels. It doesn't travel around because there's going to be a big roof there. The second story of our house, that's what's on that red line, is set back 5.5 meters, 18 feet north. So it's recessed. It is tiered back. And therefore, the structure at the second story and third story will impose on us because of that. Though we fully renovated our interior and widened our garage, the rear footprint, inclusive of all landscaping in our house, has been in place since 1981. We agree with redevelopment of the property, but we ask that it is done so genuinely respecting the impact to those adjacent. On our street, there is a precious, rearscape that until now has been respected by all of us, and therefore I ask that you please deny the application.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And sir, any questions, comments? Okay. Thank you very much.
You have no questions for me?
Okay, through you, Mr. Chair, we can hear from 27 Glen Stewart Crescent.
Good evening.
Evening.
Sir, if you could just give us your name and address,
Yes,
please.
Chair and members of the planning, the COA Committee in Planning. My name is Michael McDonald. I live at 27 Glen Stewart Crescent. And maybe I'll just see if you can bring it up on the picture. I'll do a quick show of that. I'll get going here. I'm here to speak on opposition to the application to construct a massive new home on 39 Glen Stewart Crescent that proposed a GFI of almost 5,000 square feet with a GFA of about 7,000 square feet. Like my neighbors on Glen Stewart Crescent, who have submitted over 20 letters in opposition to the application, I've outlined my concerns of each of these variances requested by the application in my letter of submission to the COA. Not only are the requested variants far from being minor in scope and scale, but the sum of these variances will result in the construction of a massive structure that is by far larger than the current homes on our street. The application's advisors, in an attempt to defend the size of homes, submitted a comparison table, which I believe is in their slides there, 20 minutes before the close of submission deadline, eliminating any opportunity for anyone opposing the application to respond. The comparison tables of homes on Glen Stewart Crescent and Avenue had renovations dating back to 2008 and not appropriate for discussion at this venue. It is misleading and contains information that would be difficult, even some of the information to access, dating due to the date of when the renovations were done. What I will state as someone who walks these streets every day, not all of the listed homes on the table were new construction. They were 88% of them were renovations, and the vast majority of them were all on the existing footprint of their existing home. So they did not push out the sideline variances, the back front variances. In 2017, the COA denied an application at 29 Glen Stewart Crescent based on the fact that it failed to meet the 4 tests of the official plan. This home that is currently before you is approximately 30% larger than that home. The variances are, even though the land space is bigger, the variances are greater, which comes with that bigger houses. Therefore, it should be denied based on the same basis. I'm sorry. To clear the opposite of the application is with regards to not setting another bar that 29 Glen Stewart set, that this one now is again once attempting to exceed one more time. 5 years later, this new applicant is trying to raise that bar. There is only one reference at 29. Let's see. Okay. Oh, sorry. In closing, I'm asking the committee to reject the application. I also ask the applicant to begin a process of a meaningful discussion with the neighbors. What amounted to, and I say I'm quite surprised at this meeting to see a call-in form for the applicant when 29 people on the street are in opposition against this massive proposal, and we're still dealing with flip sides. The applicant, when they came onto the street, did a mail drop in mailboxes directing people to have a look at the URL that they put on there and to submit their support. This was the main view of how they talked to the street. On December 15th, they had a meeting when they found out that all of these opposition were going in, which I attended, and others attended. And as one of my neighbors pointed out, after leaving that meeting, 7 people wrote letters in opposition. So everything that they've done to try and change this has not done anything. The changes they've made to the application, again, which I even question that, to be honest with you, is that we're looking at one application and it seems to be fairly liquid. It's on the 20th, more changes were submitted to the plan, to the drawings and things like that. While some may view that as an attempt to try and deal with the issues, it really by far does not. There are too many great variations here to make small adjustments to try and accommodate it. Earlier in my last group here, Utah's and her husband Peter are the ones greatest affected by this application. And I think that it has to be, when dealing with these things, we want newer homes in the neighborhood. We have to refresh this older area. There's no question to it. But as another gentleman will speak shortly at 45, is that a 7,000 square foot home, okay, would look lovely in Markham or Forest Hill or somewhere. Trying to go and staying with the whole concept that's behind the official plan in there, that this home reflects massing in our neighborhood. It does not keep with the stability of the neighborhood. It does not keep with all the others. We can look and see who's directly affected. Yes, Utah's is.
I'm just going to, I think we get your point, but I'm just going to ask you if you could wrap up, please.
Okay, no problem, certainly. Anyhow, so again, the overall thing is this goes strictly against the official plan. The last one that was in there at 29 Glen Stewart was turned down by this commitment for those reasons, and this one being larger should be the same, and I respectfully ask the Commission to view it in the same manner.
Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can now hear from number 45, Glen Stewart Crescent, Unit 4.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Hans Modlik. I'm the resident at 45 Glen Stewart, Unit 4, and I'm the property manager of the photographed picture that, Sabrina, would you conjure that one up, please, in due time. We are a legally non-conforming use as a multi-residential 9-unit small apartment building.
It's rental or ownership?
It is entirely rental.
Okay, thank you.
And although I'm indirectly the owner of it, I also pay the rent like everybody else. My point is that 2/3 of our 9 units are affected by this new construction next door. And to demonstrate the impact of the denial of sunlight, I've got a picture that's about a couple of weeks old. The present bungalow is casting that dark shadow on the building. You can imagine the bungalow now is peaking at probably 7 or 8 meters, I guess. A structure will be 30 feet high, will completely shadow our westerly facing.
Or is that the morning or the evening?
This is the evening sunset.
Okay, thank you.
The sun shines from the west.
Okay.
And that'll be a direct impact on our 2/3 of our units, and it will impact the rentability of the unit. Now, to make a long story short, on the next slide, Sabrina, we would like to point out what I regard as a misrepresentation, because when you first look at this picture, you would think that the triangle up there, the trapezoid, is a shingled roof sloping towards the elevation as you see it. In fact, it is simply a shingled trim veneer on a continuously vertical wall that reaches 30 foot high, and in the aggregate of the length of the building, it is 75 feet. So you can imagine this will cast one hell of a shadow on our building, and will reduce the enjoyability and rentability of the unit. I would like to take my main objection is the reduced setback, which originally arose from a garage attached to the bungalow with a 2-foot setback instead of the 4-foot setback. And this exemption is being exploited for a wall that is 3 times higher and 3 times wider. In other words, do not grant that variance. It does not make sense. Now, as mentioned previously, an amendment has been made to reduce the setback from 4 feet to 3 feet. This slide that you're looking at right now shows that in a similar construction next on the street, no such reduction was granted. In other words, the full 4-foot setback is maintained, and we would insist that you make that same decision again. If not, and you agreed to the reduced 3-foot setback, then we would like to have it registered on title, that we can also, if we ever get that far, do the same thing. I understand I have 30 seconds left. My main point is, in conformity with the spirit of the times and the decisions of the council to intensify the missing middle housing types, that this application does not meet that test. Our entire venerable old building has 8,000 square feet for 9 units. That was in response to a housing crisis in the post-war period. We are in a similar housing crisis, and it is incongruous that we should allow the lack of moderation to prevail here. I rest my case. 17 seconds to go.
Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? And you're representing the interest of other tenants in that building?
I believe I do.
Okay, thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't see any other speakers here. We can go back to Franco Romano.
Okay, Mr. Romano.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for everyone.
Speaker virtual.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, there is one other speaker virtual. So let's just unmute them now before Franco goes to the rebuttal.
Gina Ramdia, you have been unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. If you could give us your name and address, please.
Sure. I'm Gina Ramda, 31 Glen Stewart Crescent. You heard from my husband, Barry, initially. He essentially echoed all my concerns, but I did want to say one thing, and that was in respect to, I think you, Mr. Chair, was asking how these actually affect us. So a more personal, anecdotal, for lack of a better way of putting it, yes, this will negatively impact me. I am 3 houses away on the south side of the Crescent. What is most concerning to me is not only the massing of it, which I think Hans, who spoke previously, was trying to say the way that the sun goes from east to west. We're on an east-west street, and sun is mightily important, because if it's blocked, you essentially are in shadows. So that is very important to me. And the mass of this house will, and just by the sheer mass of it, it will impact houses not just adjacent to it, but farther along, obviously based on how the sun rises and sets. And secondly, the projections are also of concern to me. Those are quite significant, and that is way beyond the what the bylaws presently account for. And my concern is that if this is set, nothing is to stop anybody else on the street or within 500 meters of this decision to actually request large decks off of second and third story homes. And that to me is really a non-starter. It's not acceptable, because that essentially will eradicate all privacy that we've all come to expect in our homes and in our rear yards forever. And I think Utah's also tried to explain that we're also on the ravine side of the street, where the topography goes from higher to lower. So essentially, I will have somebody 3 doors over to the east of me, sitting out there, will be able to see everything that I do in my backyard right now, and even on my deck that I only have on my first floor, without any particular concern. And I really don't think that the benefit of one person or one household should negatively impact other households, and I think this would. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions? None? All right, could we bring back Mr. Romano?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano back. If staff can go back to my presentation slides, I'd like to go to slide number 1, please. That is the E4 presentation slides. Thank you. And while that's being brought up, I'd just like to stay on the site plan for a second, and then I'm going to go to the next page. The McConnells have a family of 4, and they have engaged in dialogue with neighbors and with the area. And some of the residents have indicated that they did have meetings. They even have a website for people to attend to. The McConnells want to express, and I can express that the assurances that they would work with the neighbors at number 35 regarding the construction, which is the primary element of concern, to minimize construction and to mitigate the construction methods, and work with building permit provisions of the City of Toronto. Certainly, any construction will be disruptive, but the intent is to minimize that disruption. As it relates to the building setback in that location, it is zoning bylaw compliant, and much of that side wall is zoning bylaw compliant for length, depth, height, 9.5 meters, whereas 11 is permitted in wall height. The wall height is 5.8 meters, whereas, or 5.3 meters for the most part, whereas 8.5 meters is permitted. So there is an articulation. And if you see the building length and depth, very comparable to what's next door, both as a detached house. If you look back at the site plan, both as a detached house and as a 9-unit apartment building that's next door. In terms of how that mass is deployed and what the mass creates in terms of floor space index, planning staff have no concerns or objections, and there are exceedances along the street, both for older houses as well as new houses. I heard at least 3 speakers, and I saw in a number of letters people speaking to number 29 Glen Crescent, number 29 Glen Stewart Crescent. That was a severance from 1 lot into 2 lots. That was ultimately approved, and it resulted in 2 dwellings in excess of 318 square meters each. So 736 square meters floor space or GFA. And I think that was a reference to one of the persons that spoke. That is not what is being proposed here. We have a 4,300 square foot home in this proposal. On the next slide, you will see that there is no adverse impact in terms of sunlight. One of the speakers, number 45, Glen Stewart Unit 4, said that that rooftop next to the side lot line is 75 feet in length. That's not correct. You'll see the measurements there. It is less than 8 meters in length, definitely less than 10 meters in length as we go to the peak of the roof. So it isn't articulated. What you see to the left and right of that in terms of the vertical lines, that is set back and central to the building. So there is an articulated footprint. It reduces in size as one goes up. It reduces in length and depth as one goes up. It is extremely sensitive, this design. It is not a box. It is not a cube. If we look at number 29, you'll see that it is a cube. It's a box. This building length and depth is consistent with what's found on the street, and there is no impact on what's in sunlight in particular. The McConnells are also happy to reduce or mitigate the rooftop decks if those are of concern, but they are within the 17-meter permitted building length. They are within the building depth permissions. And you'll see that on the west elevation. There is no variance for that where that is located, and it is certainly screened. So subject to any questions, Mr. Chairman, members of the panel, I submit that the proposal is indeed a sensitive design, and I would suggest that it is something that others should certainly look to for sensitivity and replacement dwelling in the area, but it is not establishing a precedent. What is occurring in the proposal fits in with the existing physical character in a compatible manner, and I think planning staff recognize that, and I agree. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Romano. Panel, any questions of the agent? Dylan?
I'm just curious. I noticed that the 45, the apartment building beside is on a bit of a rise. What would, in terms of actual altitude, the roof of your proposal, would it be higher or about the same height, as the apartment building next door? Do you know?
Yes, through Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. In terms of you're correct about topography. The number 45, the 9-unit apartment building, would be slightly taller. Peak is slightly taller.
Even with your the height of your place. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Romano. We'll take this into committee.
Thank you.
Okay, panel. Observations, thoughts? Anyone? I'm happy to start if you like. I would agree with Mr. Romano that I think the overall design is quite sensitive and sympathetic to the neighbors and the attempting to mitigate it. What I have most difficulty, frankly, with is length and depth. I do think that 5 meters beyond what is permissible is excessive. I think I was convinced by some of the folks who spoke here tonight that there is an adverse impact as a result of that massing in the rear. I think there might be a proposal in here that could be more satisfactorily accepted and wouldn't push the length and depth to the extent that it is. I'm not, frankly, that concerned about the height. I think that the articulation in the roof is a lot to mitigate some of the shadowing. But I do think that the massing that is associated with this application in respect of the length and depth does represent an overbuild and does have an adverse impact on the immediate and adjacent neighbors.
Okay, well, I'll go now. I've been scanning the street, and I do see that this will be notably larger than a lot of the houses on the street. On the other hand, I do agree that it's actually reasonably thoughtful in terms of mitigating the impact. And I do point out that it's the same length as the neighboring buildings. I mean, the deck isn't going, the ground floor deck is not going to cause shadowing. So, you know, it is the same length as the other buildings, and I don't really see how that is, you know, unreasonable. So, and I look at the GFA, or sorry, the FSI, and it is certainly higher than what's allowed there, but what's allowed in this area is very low compared to other areas of the city, and the actual FSI is being asked for in comparison to most of the city is very reasonable. It's what, 0.61, which is, you know, actually what the requirement is in much of the city. So I don't see this as outsized. I can see that it's a bit of a shock for the neighborhood, but you know, 3 floors are allowed in the city. This is like basically a 2.5, and you know it seems like a not unreasonable proposal. Also, my one concern was the setback from the neighbor, number 45. And I was glad to see that was adjusted to give more space there. I do notice that on the other side of the street, there are actually quite a few houses that are very close together and have very minimal side yard setback. So it's not unusual for a lower side yard setback on the street. So I totally understand that neighbors find this surprising, and it's not typical for this street, although there is a mansion right next door, but on a much larger lot. But it seems like it's not an out of proportion overall to me.
Thank you. Anyone else? Nellie?
I think overall, with the reduced, you know, revised plans, then we reduced or mitigated variances. It's together, the cumulative effect, I think it's still not the minor variance, and in particular, I agree with Mr. Chair's comments that I'm concerned about the depth and the length of the dwellings. So I think over 5 meter excess is not a minor excess, and I'm concerned, of course, about the mismatch of what neighbors think about the project and what the owners and the agents of the owner represent. And this is a concern, especially considering how many people are opposing, and we do, as a committee, with a kind of a last resort, and we have to keep in mind that people will not be able to appeal it. So, so here I think we should approach it carefully, and in terms of solutions, maybe we could, defer it, and it's I'm not sure if it's possible, or we can just this application it needs to be redone to everybody's satisfaction. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Doug.
Yeah, I have the concerns about the length and depth as well. I think there's a lot of change. I understand what can be built as of right, but I'm not sure when you look at all the variances together that we end up with a minor impact. So I don't think the proposal works for me. I think that I heard more from some of the participants about what are the goals of the official plan, and I think they fit their objections into the policy framework, and I thought that was more persuasive than kind of the properties that were highlighted in the presentation by the applicant's agent. I thought it's a bit hard to, some of them weren't right in the neighborhood, and I thought that they weren't as comparable. And I also think the mansion, I'm calling it the mansion just beside, it's kind of a sui generis piece of property, and I don't think we can take a lot of guidance from that piece where it's at the end and it's on its own. And so my motion would be to refuse a variance.
Okay, we have a motion to refuse. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Ms. Volpert. All in favor? Those opposed? Mr. Reed dissents. Your application is refused. Thank you all very much for coming in. Okay. We move to our last item of the day. Second last item of the day. Hang on here. So we do. What are we on, Sabrina? Thank you. Okay, we move to item 31, 387 Glenholme. This is an application to construct a new two-story ancillary building, one garden suite with a front integral garage and a west side cantilevered second story in the rear yard. There will be a total of 5 residential dwellings on this lot, 4 dwelling units in the main house and 1 in the garden suite. Panel has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations received March 18th and March 22nd. 2 photographs of the subject property, a decision number A0702/19TEY affecting the subject property, and a TLAB decision with respect to the subject property. There is an 11 signature petition in support from residents on Glenholme, Hanson, Jesmond, Lauder Avenues. There is correspondence in opposition from 399, 395 Glenholme, 47 Jesmond, 35 Jesmond, 2 letters from 35 Jesmond. There is one from Stella Emanuel, no address provided, and a 19 signature petition in opposition from residents on Glenholme, Hanson, and Jesmond.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent here in person with us. And we also have, it appears, 3 speakers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are any of the speakers here or online?
We do have 2 here.
Okay, thank you. All right, sir, if you could give us your name and address, please.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. David Eagleman, Design Plan Services, Inc., 900 the East Mall, Suite 300. I am a planner and here on behalf of the owner of the subject property.
Okay, we'll need a presentation from you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you, Mr. Chair, before getting into the variances, I would like to note that we have consulted with planning staff regarding this application and have made revisions to the proposal in an attempt to satisfy planning staff, and as a result of those discussions, we have provided the committee with a revised set of plans.
Can you just, I'll stop you there, I'll stop the clock. Can you just flag for the committee which variances are changed through the red line?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, the revisions don't actually change the variances.
Okay.
However, they serve to effectively further mitigate any potential impacts associated with the variances. So to provide clarity, we are now proposing effectively the entire driveway that's within the rear yard as permeable pavers. And we've also revised the design of the garden suite to articulate it. It now has a mansard roof. It was previously more of a boxy design. It now has a mansard roof and some architectural features to make it a little more distinctive and also soften the massing of the structure. So those were the revisions. That's what planning staff was more so looking for the design revisions. We opted to make the permeable paver revisions ourselves just to mitigate impacts associated with the landscaping variance, and that is the extent of the revisions.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to continue, as a result of those revisions, planning staff are satisfied. That is indicated by the lack of any comments from planning staff regarding this application. And at this time, I'm not aware of any concerns or objections to this proposal from any city departments or relevant commenting agencies. And I will also note that we have obtained, I believe you mentioned it, Mr. Chair, as well, we have obtained and have submitted 11 signatures in support of this proposal, including from the immediately adjacent neighbor at 393 Glenholme Avenue. I am aware of the letters of objection submitted by some of the neighbors regarding this application, and I will address those comments in speaking to the specific variances. But I would like to provide some clarification before I get into the variances. Going through the objection letters from the neighbors, I believe there is a lot of confusion surrounding this property and the previous TLAB approval and what's transpired to date. And I would just like to make clear that the previous TLAB approval was to permit a duplex on this property. That was ultimately approved. Sometime from between once the TLAB approval was given and more recently about May of last year, the multiplex amendments came into effect, and so now a fourplex was permitted as of right on this property, just like on every property in the city of Toronto within the neighborhoods designation. So the duplex was converted to a fourplex as of right. Now we are proposing a garden suite, and this garden suite is what the committee is considering today. So, I would like to make clear that the number of units, the fourplex with a garden suite, is permitted as of right. So it's only the massing of the garden suite that we're here in front of the committee today for. Regarding variance number 1, again, I'll just briefly go over that. We are providing permeable pavers for the driveway within the rear yard. If you include that portion of the driveway that is to be made of permeable pavers within the soft landscaping calculation, we would be compliant with and exceed the minimum soft landscaping requirement. Regarding the north side yard setback of 0.5 meters, that is only for a one-story portion on the north side. The second story, that is set back further at 1.01 meters. And on the south side, it's also 1.01 meters. So a majority of the garden suite is only deficient in side yard setbacks by 6 centimeters. Regarding variance 3, 4, and 5, the angular planes, which are effectively from all sides of the garden suite, if I could please ask staff to just bring up the front elevation of the garden suite. And you'll see on the front elevation, there is the required angular planes indicated with dashed black lines. And I don't know if it's possible to rotate it, but you can see the dashed black lines on all the elevations. And so effectively, all the projections basically from on the front, on the rear, and on the sides are really just for corners of the garden suite on each side. So in my opinion, those projections into the angular planes are minor, and they do meet the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. And lastly, just in regards to the floor area variance, we're proposing an increase of 4.92 square meters or 53 square feet. So it's a very negligible increase and will be practically imperceptible as compared to an as-of-right floor area for a garden suite. So those are my submissions, Mr. Chair. It is my professional opinion that this proposal meets the 4 tests under Section 45(1) and represents good planning, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Yes, Nellie?
You mentioned that you revisited, right, or revised the drawings, the roof, and you made it a mansard roof?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. It is a mansard roof now, so there is a slight slope to the roof, whereas previously it was more of a box design.
So what we are seeing here, it's the previous design, right? In your presentation, it's the previous design.
The revised plans were provided to the committee. I think if staff can just go down to the side elevation, I'll just be able to advise if these are the previous plans or not.
Doesn't look like mansard.
Can staff please pull the side elevation? Yes, so those are the previous drawings. The latest drawings were provided to the committee. They should be on file.
They're in the supplementary?
Okay. And just a question about if you revised the drawings and you made the slight slope to the roof, I'm curious, why haven't you resolved the angular plane variances? Because you could slope it a little bit more.
Well, we revised the design based on our discussions with planning staff. They did not look for us to eliminate the angular plane variances. They just were looking for us to soften the roof design so that it helps to mitigate any potential impacts associated with the projections into the angular planes. And frankly, we feel that the projections into the angular planes are minor and meet the 4 tests, so we did not feel that we needed to revise the roof design to ultimately make the second floor smaller to comply with those projections. As I mentioned, if you look at the front elevation that's shown on the screen now, it's those 2 corners that we're talking about in terms of the projection, at least from the sides. And then it's a similar condition, I think even lesser projections when you look at the angular planes from the front and the rear.
Okay, Dylan?
I'm just wondering why it's a 2-car garage. Is that a requirement in the zoning or something?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is not a requirement for the garage. The garage is simply to provide parking for 2 parking spaces for the future residents of this property. There will be, if this application is approved today, there will be 5 units on the property. And so the owner feels it from their perspective, it necessary to provide at least 2 parking spaces for the future residents and potential visitors as well.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll hear from the speaker at 385 Glenholme Avenue, or speaking on behalf of 385 Glenholme Avenue. Bob Murphy.
Good evening, sir.
A few hours, it'll be good morning.
It feels like it, yes. If you could give us your name and address, sir.
Bob Murphy, I'm here on behalf of...
Is your microphone on, sir? I can't quite hear you.
There you go.
That's better.
My name is Bob Murphy. I'm here on behalf of Shang Sheng, who is the owner of 385 Glenholme. She was to be, I don't know if she's still online, but she is 90 years old, and maybe she couldn't stick out the wait. Ms. Sheng, the neighbor immediately to the south of this property, was in hospital for an extended period during the pandemic when house builders on both abutting sides built new houses. She described that her fences were removed and her grape plants crushed. When she got out of the hospital, she was greeted with a call from City Water advising that her water use was so high there must have been a leak. Well, there was no leak and she was in the hospital. Someone owes the city a lot of money for water that was never paid for. This builder has not been a good neighbor. All the provincial mandates, all the city zoning initiatives are based on 2 presumptions. 1 would be compliance with Section 2 of the Planning Act. 2, good conduct on the part of the applicant builder. Section 2R of the Planning Act calls for the promotion of built form that is 1, well-designed, 2, that encompasses a sense of place. The sense of place of the neighbors whose backyards this overlooks will certainly be disrupted. The fence between 387 Glenholme and 385 Glenholme has never been repaired. In the application before the committee, there are 3 fences abutting neighboring properties. These are neat, high wooden fences. The essential element of this proposal is that the walls of this proposed garage apartment will come within 1 meter of those fences. Will these fences be abruptly removed without notice? The fencing was not replaced after the main building at 387 was constructed. Will these fences be replaced as they were? Now, if you've ever come south on Glenholme, what you will see is this towering building at 387 Glenholme. It is clearly out of place with the street. This is probably why the committee declined to approve it in 2020, and the appeal body approved it. Now, Ms. Sheng has also experienced what in law constitutes nuisance in the form of a noisy air conditioner unit or vent on the side of 387, right beside her home. Now, how would such a vent in this new building affect the adjoining properties adjoining to this site? Should this application be approved, approval should come with a condition that the applicant post with the city an indemnity to ensure all damaged fencing or other damage from this and the earlier construction are replaced as they were. Now, when I looked up ambient designs in the directory of the Home Construction Regulatory Authority, all I could find was a notation that there were no warranties matching those search terms. Under the new Home Construction Regulation Act 2017, all builders or vendors of new homes must be registered with the Home Construction Regulatory Authority. Is Ambient Designs? Is Jeremy Vidal? I would invite them to tell us if they are. Part 1 of the new Home Construction Regulation Act 2017 is titled Code of Ethics. Section 8 of Part 1 says a licensee shall not engage in any act or omission that, having regard to all the circumstances, would reasonably be regarded as being disgraceful, dishonorable, or unprofessional, unbecoming of a licensee, or likely to bring the sector into disrepute. Section 1 of subsection 1 of Section 20 says, a licensee shall not participate in or facilitate the construction or sale of a new home by a builder or vendor who is not licensed. I would invite the applicant to show the committee documentation that he is licensed. If he is not, this matter actually is not properly before this board, and it would not properly be before the appeal board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Panel, any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're ready to hear from 35 Jesmond Avenue.
Good evening.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good evening, and committee members. My name is Beppe Crosario, 35 Jesmond Avenue. I'm the owner of 35 Jesmond, a street that shares the same block as 387 Glenholme, and my backyard is close to and in direct eyesight of the lot in question and the new apartment on the property. I'm a retiree, and my biggest passion in life is vegetable gardening. I study it deeply and love to live as simple a life as I can without the use of a car. The threat of global warming gives me pause. When I moved to the street in 2009, I actually had workers remove a decaying old wooden garage at the back of my lot, partly because of fire risk, but also chiefly so that I could bring more healthy soil as well as vital sunshine into the yard so that I could establish a large vegetable garden. I grow everything from seed, and each winter and spring I start approximately 400 vegetable plants indoors with the help of a sunroom and windowsills that face south. We neighbors, most of us around the subject property, trade seeds between each other as well as vegetables. It's marvelous. All of which is to say I spend long hours in the backyard on most days in the spring, summer, and fall. For a couple of years now, the biggest thing I see when I look toward the lot in question is an apartment building where once stood a modest two-story house graced by a backyard tree that's no longer there. I think about that new towering structure, not in question today, constantly. We as neighbors, most of us immigrants or the children of immigrants from Italy, Portugal, Greece, Africa, the Caribbean, I know them all. And the idea of adding an oversized, currently non-conforming accessory dwelling unit to the back of that lot is simply unimaginable to me and to us. And it would represent a tragic precedent, especially for us gardeners. After the recent construction project on the lot, which, as I say, replaced a single-family home with a 4-unit rental apartment building, I and my spouse had been hoping we'd see some sort of garden take shape in the back. Instead, we're now staring painfully at the possibility of a 2-story, 2-car garage topped by a 5th rental unit on one modest lot. Every eye in each backyard around it will be forced to live in its figurative or literal shadow. And at least one and maybe a couple of neighboring gardens will be rendered barren, incapable of sustaining vegetable crops, and virtually all vegetables require full sunshine. The committee today is being asked to consider in part whether this amounts to a minor variance. To be clear, there are 6 variances being requested here, and you know them all. These 6 variances of a new bylaw, with due respect to the developer's agent, do not amount to something I would call minor in view. You're piling one upon another, upon another, upon another. Like drinking 1 beer is fine at a pub, drinking 6, we're getting into problems. This is the very definition of a major variance, I submit, and an affront to the new and sensible garden suite law, whose 2-year-old ink is barely dry. This request, piled on top of the relatively towering building already there, amounts to, for us neighbors, death by 1,000 cuts. And here's what I think is the most important thing to note. This lot could easily accommodate a legal suite, garden suite, that conforms to the reasonable and harmonious dimensions specified in the new rules. Here's a question. Why must it be so much taller and more voluminous in terms of square footage? They even want a 2-car garage back there, something I believe no other home in the area has, and a feature never discussed in any city documents that I've come across regarding garden suites. As you know, the sweet new gentle bylaw provides for parking for 2 bicycles, but is silent on the requirement for automobiles. It's nice to think of garden suites with bicycles, isn't it? Not so much for 2 cars. So again, why all these superfluous variance requests? Because this project is designed to be larger and will therefore attract affluent tenants with Porsches and BMWs, due respect to owners of those fine cars. That's why we're here, not to increase decent, affordable, dignified housing in this city, but to push up the ever-spiraling cost of rental spaces, even in the most modest of neighborhoods.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, please.
Yeah, sure. This is precisely the fear expressed by the Confederation of Resident and Ratepayer Associations when it opposed the Garden Suite initiative, saying that developers would swoop in and abuse the concept and the privilege. I can see why this project would be attractive to a developer, but it's an insult to the neighborhood, to the affordable housing crisis, frankly, and to those of us who believe the city should preserve humble local gardens for the sake of the planet. I respectfully oppose all the variances because all of them add painful and environmentally destructive bulk and mass beyond what is intended by the new bylaw, and none is necessary for adding additional housing to the neighborhood.
I'm going to cut you. I apologize. I'm going to cut you off there. I think we got the gist of your concerns. Thanks very much. Panel, any questions? Thank you very much for coming down, sir.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're going to unmute the speaker for 47 Jasmine Avenue, Nicholas. Hello? Hello, Nicholas?
Not there?
Is this Maria or Rocco or Francesco? I have 3 names.
Hi, Nicholas, you've been unmuted. Can you hear us?
I hear something.
Yeah, you're going to have to speak louder into your microphone, sir, because we cannot hear you.
You can hear like a ghost.
Yeah.
Hear me now.
There, that's better.
Yep. I apologize. It switched to the wrong microphone.
Nicholas, who are you speaking on behalf of?
I'm speaking on behalf of Maria Fuda and Rocco, who reside at 47 Jasmine Avenue.
And what about Francesco?
That is Maria's other son.
Okay, so you're speaking on behalf of the entire family then?
Yes, although Rocco would like to speak after me as well. We were going to split our time. I believe he is online. If he can get unmuted afterwards, we were going to
Okay, so we'll split the 5 minutes between the 2 of you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir, please go ahead.
Okay. So as mentioned, I'll be speaking on behalf of Maria, who resides at 47 Jasmine Avenue. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I'd like to reference the previous hearings and the TLAB hearing. In both cases, the applicant emphasized that this would be a duplex, despite the fact that it was proposed to be a 3-story dwelling. This was referenced many times to justify the proposal in fitting in with other duplexes in the neighborhood. Seeing as this is now a 4-unit dwelling with a request of a 5th, my clients feel they were misled on the general intent. Further to that, in order to justify the oversized duplex at that time, it was very much emphasized that the rear yard was more than adequate for rear yard amenities and provided sufficient space for water infiltration. This new application for rear yard garden suite renders that whole argument moot, since they wish to reduce the rear yard soft landscaping down to a measly 30%. I question if they still maintain their view that this will be sufficient space for water infiltration with this new application. Continuing on that train of thought, coming back to soft landscaping coverage, the applicant is seeking to build a garden suite larger than what the bylaws permit. I'll admit by a small amount, but that is magnified by the fact that the soft landscaping will be reduced down to 30%. They could have implemented techniques to maintain a reasonable amount of soft landscaping in the rear yard. Requesting an oversized garden suite while proposing to pave a large section of the rear yard for a two-car garage is unreasonable and presents the risk of rainwater runoff to the neighboring lands. More to this point, if the proposed garage did not have a garden suite above it, it would be over the allowable size by 50%, whereas all ancillary buildings must not exceed 10% of the lot. The proposed garage will cover 15% of the lot. Moving on, I'd like to address the massing and height. Like others, I consider my rear yard to be my sanctuary. It allows me to get a small taste of nature despite being in a major urban center. One's enjoyment of their outdoor space should not be impacted or impeded by other development or an overdevelopment of a neighboring residential lot. The regulations for angular plane are for this exact purpose. It is a design tool that helps to limit the appearance and impact of height and mass of a structure. There was no effort made to reduce the impact of the structure's height on the surrounding neighbors and their enjoyment of private space. The proposal is not a mansard roof. They did not reduce the massing. They increased the massing with the revisions by adding a skirt around it. The footprint increased because of the overhangs that they added in this so-called fake mansard. The proposed garden suite will have a 6-meter tall main wall on all 4 sides with no reduction in mass beyond the angular plane. Not even an attempt was made. The proposed structure will be located along the rear lot line of Maria's property at 47 Jasmine Avenue, stretching almost the entire width of the rear lot line. Due to this being on the south side, it will have an impact on the enjoyment of her yard. The 6-meter tall wall will no doubt obstruct views, as well will cast long shadows across the yard in the late mornings throughout spring and fall. So in conclusion, based on everything that I have outlined, the surrounding properties will be negatively impacted by the requested variance. It would not be right to say that the variances do not change the impact should the structure be built as of right. If the proposal was to comply with all bylaw regulations as written, the impact would be greatly reduced. For this reason, I request that the application be rejected.
Thank you very much. And is it Maria coming on?
No, it's
Rocco.
Rocco, pardon me.
Get unmuted.
Is
Rocco, you've been unmuted.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have about a minute left in your time.
Okay, I'm just going to go quickly. We're opposing to everything that was said. The changes that they've made, the mansard roof and the permeable pavers, don't really change much because, as Nicholas has mentioned, the mansard roof is just comes out from the building, and also the permeable pavers just allows people just to park on it, which means that there are 2 parking spots inside the garage, and there'll also be additional parking outside, which doesn't really help the application. But I'm mostly speaking more about personal concerns because most of the people in the area, as was said by 35 Jasmine and 385, are dealing with things that most of their time, my parents' time, is spent outside. With this roof being so high, it blocks completely all the sun that we get into our rear yard, which is where mostly they spend their time. And then we're stuck with an area that they can't use. And also the other thing I want to bring up was the owners are being dishonest and misrepresenting in what they were going to build. And if you notice that in some of their support signatures, there were some people on Hanson that actually are in a position now because when they did go and get their signatures, They told them it was going to be just a small shed, which they never looked at the drawings to take a look. So they just said yes. But then when we went to speak to them, they knew nothing of what was happening. So then they started opposing, which is how we got so many letters after the fact. So we were just saying that basically for us, it's more of a personal concern for our parents and everybody in the area, that something that tall would be blocking everything that we have on our side, and especially in our lot, because our lot, which is a north-facing lot, it's only a half a meter away from the property line, which means that it's abutting up right against it. And if you look at those pictures that we submitted, it shows how high that unit will be, and it's an exact, the whole width of the yard that it's taking up.
Okay, sir, I'm going to cut you off there. Sorry, sir, I'm going to cut you off there.
Okay.
You've well exceeded the time allotted. So, panel, any questions?
No problem.
Okay, I think we bring the agent back. Okay, sir, you've got 5 minutes to address some of the concerns that you've heard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, through you, Mr. Chair, just to kind of go in order. Firstly, addressing Mr. Murphy's comments on behalf of the neighbor at 385 Glenholme Avenue. I don't want to take too much time addressing a number of the items he mentioned. With all due respect, a number of the comments he made are unrelated to the variances and are not within the purview of this committee. So I don't feel that they need to be addressed. And again, a number of the neighbors brought up the fact that this was revised to a fourplex. Again, there was no, I was not involved in the previous Committee of Adjustment application. I don't believe there was an intent to be deceptive. The proposal was permitted to be converted to a fourplex as of right. So despite the previous TLAB being for a duplex, the owner had the ability as of May last year, once the multiplex.
So that's not before us today, so maybe you could focus your remarks on the ancillary building.
Understood. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just regarding the garden suite, again, I'll note that the permeable pavers, if you include those permeable pavers as part of the soft landscaping calculation, we are compliant with and are exceeding the rear yard soft landscaping requirement. And a number of the comments made by the neighbors relate to the size and the massing of the garden suite. And I'll just go back again to the elevations and the dashed line, the dashed black line indicated on all the elevations, which show the required angular planes. We're really talking about corners of the garden suite here. And I'll note too that there are no windows on either side elevations of the garden suite. There's only one window on the rear elevation facing the properties the properties on Jesmond and their rear yards. There's only one window at the second floor. So privacy and overlook impacts really have been considered here and have been minimized. And again, the size is, less than 5 square meters, larger than what is permitted as of right. The height is compliant. So we're really, the application really boils down to those corners that you see in respect to the angular plane variances. And I will note in reference to the comments from the neighbors at 47 Jesmond, the owners obtained the signatures of support. I cannot speak to what was discussed with the neighbors in reference to those signatures of support, but I would question his comments about the owner misleading neighbors. The letter that was signed clearly states that the proposal is for a garden suite, and the city has the application materials available online to anyone. So and we obtained 11 signatures of support, again, including the immediately adjacent neighbor at 393 Glenholme Avenue. The neighbor at 35 Jesmond mentioned that this is taller than what's permitted. Again, it's compliant with the maximum permitted height. So it is really just the projections into the angular planes that we're referring to here, and it's those corners of the garden suite. So those are really my comments. I'll just finish off by saying that the revisions, in my opinion, do serve to further mitigate any impacts associated with the garden suite. We revised to a mansard roof design. I would submit that that did not make the garden suite larger. The variances did not change. However, the design was revised such that it further mitigates any massing impacts associated with the garden suite. So again, I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Great, thank you very much, sir. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I just want to, I heard one of the neighbors say about that the green spacing in the, I might be paraphrasing, but the green spacing in the back of the larger main building was really important in the T-Lab context. So I just was reading the T-Lab decision, and what was said at that time was to be consistent with policy 3.4 of the official plan, the owner was prepared to utilize the place provided in the rear to include a landscape strip, resulting in a typical yard condition. And there was another argument put that was apparently accepted by T-Lab was that the plan was appropriate because no reduction in greenery, vegetation, or soft landscaping, and these are all premises that the original project was granted. So I'm just asking, do you think any of that is relevant for whether the ancillary structure should be approved, and why not? Why or why not?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I would submit that that is not relevant, again, because if the T-Lab decision was never rendered, if that was if the previous application never went to T-Lab, a fourplex would still be permitted as of right on the subject property, and that is now subject to new standards under the multiplex amendment. And the garden suite also has provisions related to landscaping and so forth. And ultimately, a fourplex and a garden suite are permitted as of right to exist on this property, just subject to the various bylaw regulations. And we are seeking some variances to some of the requirements applicable to a garden suite in this case. So those are my comments on that.
Okay, Nellie?
With regards to variance number 1, this area between the walls, right? The soft landscaping is not even 30%. Do you have an idea, or maybe can you suggest something that could mediate this?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, we are proposing the entire portion of the driveway that is within the rear yard is proposed to be made of permeable pavers. We are already providing that on the revised plans. However, if the committee if the committee sees fit to do so, we are willing to make the entire driveway of permeable pavers if that is something that the committee would find to be more of a viable solution, which would bring, when you already consider the permeable paving we're providing in the rear yard, we're already exceeding the minimum soft landscaping in the rear yard. So if you were to impose a condition that the entire driveway has to be made of permeable pavers, that would provide a significant excess of permeable area on the property as opposed to what the bylaw would require. But we are open to that condition.
Just a little correction, permeable pavers do not are not considered soft landscaping.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I did not mention soft landscaping, just permeable area. But, and for the intent and purpose of soft landscaping in order to maintain permeability and area for stormwater infiltration, permeable pavers are a viable alternative.
Okay, thanks very much. Anyone else? Thank you very much, sir. We will take this into committee. Dylan?
Yeah, I'm all in favor of garden suites, but this is just overbuilt. The size is basically because they want to get a two-car garage in there, and then that gives them the space to put a two-bedroom garden suite. There's more than enough space here to put a garden suite that actually complies with all the requirements, that is set back properly from the neighbors, that provides, it's not just corners here. These are actually pretty significant. We've seen some angular plane corners today, in fact, and we said, oh yeah, that's fine. But these are not just corners, these are fairly significant, and of course they make a big difference to the neighboring gardens because the point of the angular plane is to provide sunlight. So I feel like I actually agree with one of the commentators. There's more than enough space here to put a garden suite that complies, that is far enough away from the neighbors, that provides the right angular planes, and would still provide, or provides much closer to the angular planes, maybe a small variance required. And maybe it's just a one bedroom and maybe only has space for one car. Really, this is an attempt to get a two-car garage with a huge driveway, whether it's permeable pavers or not, it's still huge. And then to plop a very large garden suite on top of it. I don't think this is necessary. I think it should be rejected, and I'd like to see it come back with a much more modest proposal that actually, accommodates the neighbors.
Thanks. That basically is exactly what I was going to say. This is, it feels like you've got some tablelands in your backyard, which are pretty pristine, no constraints to build something that would be as of right. So it was a little surprising to see, given the nature of the lot and what's there already, for your client to come forward with a series of variances where, we're all supportive of garden suites. That's what the council's policy is. But this seemed an unnecessary trip to us when I think there is a garden suite that could be done as of right. And Dylan's right about the two-car garage. So, and frankly, we already have a rather large building on there. I think the residents in this area have paid their dues a little bit. So I think your client might want to reflect that in a revised application in the future.
I would just add, I don't think it's irrelevant that a lot of the larger proposal was granted because of the softscape that was going to be provided. And I think with already the number of units in the larger unit, one of the purposes of this bylaw about the soft landscaping in the back is also to provide useful amenity space. And I think with the size of the driveway and the garage, and I think you just don't have enough for everybody that's going to live there to use.
Good point. All right, I'll look to someone for motion. Dylan?
I move that the variances be refused for the reasons I gave.
Okay, seconder? Okay, Mr. Wilkins, all in favor? This application is refused. Thank you. Okay, we move on to the last item of the day. Item number 33, 372 Glen Manor Drive. Okay. This application is to alter the existing three-story detached dwelling by constructing a second-story addition, a second-story balcony, a ground-level deck abutting Glen Stewart Avenue, also to convert the existing attic space into habitable space. The committee has before it a copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. A revised site plan and floor plans and elevations received March the 20th. 7 photographs of trees on the subject property, a covering letter from the applicants, an arborist report, presentation materials from the agent, correspondence as well from the agent, a staff report from Urban Forestry, 3 letters in support from 368 and 376 Glen Manor Drive, and correspondence in opposition from 50 Glen Stewart Avenue.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have the agent online, as well as 1 registered speaker in opposition online.
Great, thanks very much.
At this time, we'll unmute Craig Race.
Good evening, committee members.
Mr. Race, if you could, your name and address, please, for the record.
Certainly, Craig Race, 282 Richmond Street East, Toronto, Ontario, architect on the application.
Thanks very much. We do have someone wants to speak in opposition, so we'll need a presentation, please.
Certainly, if staff could please pull up our supporting material, I'll walk you through that. The application before you is for a 392 square foot addition above a covered porch to a single family home on a corner lot in the beach neighborhood. It's seeking 3 minor variances for floor space index, rear yard setback, and platform setback. As you can see by the aerial view, the site is somewhat unique. It's across a laneway from dense mixed-use properties on Kingston Road, and it's across from a large ravine. I will note that the application has been reviewed and approved by both the local conservation authority and urban forestry. On the next page, the contextual analysis, one interesting element that's led to 2 of the required setbacks, required variances, is that the front lot line is technically defined as the long frontage on Glen Manor to the east. It's in the bottom right of these images. If the south lot line, or the one on the left were the front lot line, as is the case for all the adjacent neighbors on Glen Stewart, then we would not be triggering the setback variances before you. Next page, please. As you can see by the site photos, the site is heavily vegetated, so much so that it's actually difficult to see the house from the street. This application does not require the removal of any trees, however, and we did strategically make sure that the deck would avoid any removals. Next page, please. You can see by the site plan, when the boundary on the left is considered the rear lot line, it makes for a very unusual application of the zoning bylaws. Therefore, we've pursued a design that does its best to work within the bylaws, but also selectively deviate from them in order to create a building form that more closely relates to the neighbors to the west and strategically works around trees. There are no heritage requirements on this property, but the proposed design intends to complement the existing building shape and make it appear as though the addition was always there. Next page, please. We prepared a study of existing FSI statistics on similar lots in the area. Note that we did not include the properties on Kingston Road, as they have a much higher FSI requirement of 1 times coverage. That would not apply here. Within the study boundary of 209 properties, 159 were above the required FSI for the neighborhood, and 58 were larger than the FSI that's before you today. Excuse me, I'm battling a bit of a cold, committee members. I particularly want to note that almost all neighbors on the west currently have FSIs higher than this application immediately adjacent to the site. Next page, please. Here you can see the rear yard and platform setback variances. If the south lot line at the front of the page were considered the front yard, like the neighbors, these variances would not be required. We designed both to exceed the required side yard setbacks for the neighborhood, and that is a more appropriate statistic to compare these setbacks to. Next page, please. The homeowners have undertaken outreach to the immediate neighbors. You saw the 3 letters of support, and the balance did not wish to comment on the application. I'll also note that the application was reviewed by planning staff, the local councilor's office, the local conservation authority, and urban forestry, none of whom wish to comment. Next page, please. It's been a long night, committee members, so I'll just conclude by saying that the unique topography and the preservation of natural features in this neighborhood make it a very unusual and irregular lot pattern. In addition to this property's corner lot condition, there is a unique opportunity for infill development here. Positioning the new facade to have a more consistent relationship to the homes on Glen Stewart will create a more consistent streetscape for the neighborhood and is an optimal balance of regulatory requirements and aesthetic design and planning needs. This 392 square foot addition will improve the bedroom space of the home for a family who has roots in the area, and it will enhance the outdoor living opportunities on a site with minimal neighbor impacts and maximum adjacency to nature and the public realm. Thanks for your time tonight.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions? Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, will unmute Eric Cassell.
Hi there. So yeah, my name's Eric Kessel, and I reside at 90 Calonia Avenue. Today I'm representing my parents, the homeowners of 50 Glen Stewart Avenue, who are the only direct neighbors of the applicant. Thank you, staff, for pulling up that material. Can we start at page 1, please? So I'd like to propose the house addition and why it should not be approved, focusing on the direct impact on us, the lack of sensitivity shown in the proposal, and how, if approved, you would be allowing backyard activities in the front yard of 50 Glen Stewart. So first, let's examine the variances being requested. While there are only 3, each one represents a significant departure from the as of right, with percentages exceeding 90%, 60%, and 79% respectively. This is not an application asking for a few minor percentage points of leeway. This is major. So if we could refer back to page 1, please, you'll notice the uniqueness of the lot and how the proposed addition disregards the setback requirements encroaching upon 50 Glen Stewart Avenue. Moving down to page 4, the introduction of a 600 square foot screened-in porch with various amenities may be suitable for a lot with ample space. Page 4, please, staff. But here, it brings the main living area uncomfortably close to our property's front yard and directly adjacent to our primary bedroom. This proximity raises valid concerns about noise and privacy, fundamentally altering the function of both our front yard as well as our backyard. For example, as seen on page 5, staff, the number at the bottom of the page, as seen on page 5, the proximity of the proposed addition will almost completely block out the natural light coming from the east and create unnatural massing visible from our backyard seating area. On page 6, our windows facing east will no longer have the amount of natural light they currently have. This will impact the enjoyment and the overall value of the property. Furthermore, the proposed increase in FSI lacks justification. The rationale provided from the owners, a desire for a walk-in closet and primary suite, does not outweigh the negative impacts on 50 Glen Stewart. The applicant in his presentation showed FSI in the neighborhood, but these are not approved FSIs from the Committee of Adjustment, rather what is there currently. As seen on page 7, the inclusion of a 15-foot high wall of windows directly facing into our front yard raises serious privacy concerns. While the applicants cite a desire to enjoy their view from the ravine, this design disregards our privacy and positions the majority of these windows facing the front yard and not the ravine. Turning to page 8, considering the overall impact, it's essential to question whether this proposal aligns with the neighborhood's character. Today, the subject property stands out as one of the largest in the neighborhood and is an outlier. Approving this proposal will exaggerate this issue, introducing a visible deck that will disrupt the streetscape. Now, let's imagine the visual impact of the proposed deck. Picture driving down Glen Stewart, observing the typical front yards, only to unexpectedly make eye contact with someone lounging in a hot tub. This imagery highlights the jarring contrast the proposed addition could create within the neighborhood's aesthetic. As proposed, the applicant seeks to insert backyard activities into the front yard of 50 Glen Stewart, which will have significant negative impacts to our property. Lastly, I must highlight the disregard for the large, healthy oak trees on the property. As outlined in the arborist report, the proposed deck's proximity to these trees will cause severe injury. The use of 5-foot-long helical piles, as shown on page 9 and 10, will be drilled directly into the root flare, causing irreversible damage. Alternative support options, such as cantilevering, have not been adequately explored, and instead, the most intrusive method is presented today for approval. Should the committee choose to proceed in the face of our objection, we urge the imposition of conditions to address noise and privacy concerns. In conclusion, the proposal fails to consider the concerns of the applicant's direct neighbor and only neighbor, disregards the uniqueness of the lot, and poses significant risk to existing vegetation. I urge committee to carefully consider these factors before making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Panel, any questions? Okay, can we have Mr. Race back?
Hello.
Mr. Race, okay, you've got some time if you could respond to what you've heard.
Certainly. I think one of the main points was the location of the massing of the addition being beside the neighbor's house. That's actually intentional by us. Certainly, there are other parts of the lot where theoretically an addition could have gone. However, that would have had a larger impact on neighboring rear yards than where we're currently locating it. The reason it's being located where we're showing it is partly to ensure any impacts are only on the side of the adjacent house rather than on its front or backyard. And similarly, bringing it closer to the street will create a more cohesive streetscape, which is a goal of the official plan and something that just from design, a design aesthetic standpoint, we think will help tie this house into the street to the west. There was also a note of FSI being inappropriate. The immediate neighbor has a higher FSI than we are seeking, as do many houses immediately nearby. So we've shown statistically it is in line with the neighborhood and below quite a number of houses nearby. Finally, with respect to the tree injury, we do have an arborist on file. This has been reviewed by urban forestry. There will be injuries to some of the mature trees. However, the application has been approved as adequate and we are not requiring removals. Forestry has requested a condition be applied to this project or this proposal, which we are willing to accept. And we will ensure that all permits go through forestry approval and that all trees remain healthy and intact. Happy to answer any other questions you may have, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you very much. Panel, any questions, Dylan?
Yeah, did you reach out to the neighbors at 50 Glen Stewart Avenue when you were planning this?
Yes, sir. The owners did a fairly thorough outreach program to all the immediate neighbors, and they had multiple conversations with them.
I'm asking specifically about 50 Glen Stewart. Did they have conversations with them?
Yes, sir. Multiple conversations.
Okay.
One issue that was discussed was fences and shrubberies to provide privacy between the lots, which is something we're absolutely going to stay in touch with them and consider in the landscape design. However, that didn't affect any minor variances.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Just to check, sir, you mentioned you were here for the last item. Are you registered to speak on this one, or?
No, I'm not. My son spoke on our behalf.
Okay, thank you. All right. We go into committee. Comments, thoughts? Who's going to start?
I can start. I don't know if I'm just, yeah. Honestly, this looks like a ship about to collide with another ship. It just feels like this was not designed with the in consideration of the neighbors at 50 Glen Stewart. It practically looks like it's poking them. It's a large addition that's kind of, and I take the point that it's not a typical kind of side-by-side thing. This is actually kind of their backyard that will be fronting onto the side and front of 50 Glen Stewart. I just find it strange and out of place. And I feel like there could have been other solutions that don't impact 50 Glen Stewart in the same way. And I don't really, I would refuse this myself.
Okay, anyone else?
Yes, yeah, okay, yes. So with regards to setbacks, I understand that it's the unique shape of the lot that triggers those, number 1 and number 3. And I think it probably echoes the already existing deck on the lot, but I'm as Mr. Reed mentioned, I'm concerned about the floor space index and, the large increase in the, in the total area, which I'm not sure I'm supportive of. So that's the point.
Okay. Mr. Wilkins, any thoughts, or shall we have a motion?
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to
Okay.
what you said.
I'll look for a motion then.
I'll move that we refuse the variances for the reasons I discussed.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Seconded by Ms. Volport. All in favor? Okay, opposed? I will dissent. The application is refused. Thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. Those who are still in the room, thank you. I think you were here for as long as we were. This meeting is adjourned at 9:04. Thank you all very much. Long day. And thank you, staff. Another great job. Thank you.